Chapter 1 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 1. South Carolina Secession. The delegates to the South Carolina Convention were elected on the 6th of December, and assembled and organized at Columbia, the capital of the state, on the 17th of the same month. On account of a local epidemic, however, both the convention and the legislature adjourned to Charleston, where the former reassembled on the following day and the latter 2 days afterwards. Elected under the prevailing secession furor, which tolerated no opposition, and embracing the leading conspirators in its membership, the convention was practically unanimous. "There is no honor," said the chairman on taking his seat, "I esteem more highly than to sign the ordinance of secession as a member of this body, but I will regard it as the greatest honor of my life to sign it as your presiding officer." The legislature of South Carolina had just elected a new governor, who was inaugurated on the same day on which the convention met. This was F.W. Pickens, a revolutionist of a yet more radical and energetic type than his predecessor Gist, and who, as we have seen, had been in close consultation with the cabinet cabal at Washington more than a month before. He was, of course, anxious to signalize his advent, and to this end immediately dispatched to Washington a special messenger bearing the following letter to President Buchanan. Strictly confidential. Columbia, December 17th, 1860. My dear Sir, with a sincere desire to prevent a collision of force, I have thought proper to address you directly and truthfully on points of deep and immediate interest. I am authentically informed that the forts in Charleston harbor are now being thoroughly prepared to turn with effect their guns upon the interior and the city. Jurisdiction was ceded by this state expressly for the purpose of external defense from foreign invasion, and not with any view that they should be turned upon the state. In an ordinary case of mob rebellion, perhaps it might be proper to prepare them for sudden outbreak. But when the people of the state in sovereign convention assembled, determined to resume their original powers of separate and independent sovereignty, the whole question is changed, and it is no longer an act of rebellion. I, therefore, most respectfully urge that all work on the forts be put to a stop for the present, and that no more force may be ordered here. The regular convention of the people of the state of South Carolina, legally and properly called, under our Constitution, is now in session, deliberating upon the gravest and most momentous questions, and the excitement of the great masses of the people is great, under a sense of deep wrongs, and a profound necessity of doing something to preserve the peace and safety of the state. To spare the effusion of blood, which no human power may be able to prevent, I earnestly beg your immediate consideration of all the points I call your attention to. It is not improbable that under orders from the commandant, or perhaps from the commander-in-chief of the army, the alteration and defenses of those posts are progressing without the knowledge of yourself or the Secretary of War. The arsenal in the city of Charleston, with the public arms, I am informed, was turned over very properly to the keeping and defense of the state force, at the urgent request of the governor of South Carolina. I would most respectfully, and from a sincere devotion to the public peace, request that you would allow me to send a small force, not exceeding 25 men and an officer, to take possession of Fort Sumter immediately, in order to give a feeling of safety to the community. There are no United States troops in that fort whatever, or perhaps only 4 or 5 at present, besides some additional workmen or laborers, lately employed to put the guns in order. If Fort Sumter could be given to me as governor, under a permission similar to that by which the governor was permitted to keep the arsenal with the United States arms in the city of Charleston, then I think the public mind would be quieted under a feeling of safety. And as the convention is now in full authority, it strikes me that could be done with perfect propriety. I need not go into particulars, for urgent reasons, will force themselves readily upon your consideration. If something of this kind is not done, I cannot answer for the consequences. I send this by a private and confidential gentleman, who is authorized to confer with Mr. Trescott fully, and to receive through him any answer you may think proper to give to this. I have the honor to be most respectfully, very truly, F. W. Pickens, to the President of the United States. Arrived in Washington, the special messenger who bore this document sought the active agent of the Central Cabal, Mr. Trescott, Assistant Secretary of State, and was by him on Thursday morning, December 20th, conducted to the White House and presented to Mr. Buchanan, to whom he personally delivered his communication. The President received the document and promised an answer to it on the following day. The temper and condition of his mind is plainly reflected in what he wrote. He seems to have realized no offense in this insult to the sovereignty and dignity of the United States, whose Constitution he had sworn to preserve, protect, and defend. No patriotic resentment against the South Carolina conspirators, who, as he knew by the telegraph, were assembling that same day in convention to inaugurate local rebellion. His whole answer breathed a tone of apology that his oath and duties would not permit him to oblige the South Carolina governor, and he feebly groped for relief from his perplexities in the suggestion that Congress might perhaps somehow arrange the trouble. This was the answer prepared. Washington, December 20th, 1860. My dear Sir, I have received your favor of the 17th instant by Mr. Hamilton. From it I deeply regret to observe that you seem entirely to have misapprehended my position, which I supposed had been clearly stated in my message. I have incurred and shall incur any reasonable risk within the clearly prescribed line of my executive duties to prevent a collision between the Army and Navy of the United States and the citizens of South Carolina in defense of the forts within the harbor of Charleston. Hence I have declined for the present to reinforce these forts, relying upon the honor of South Carolinians that they will not be assaulted whilst they remain in their present condition. But after commissioners will be sent by the convention to treat with Congress on the subject. I say with Congress because, as I state in my message, apart from the execution of the laws so far as this may be practicable, the Executive has no authority to decide what shall be the relations between the Federal Government and South Carolina. He has been invested with no such discretion. He possesses no power to change the relations heretofore existing between them, much less to acknowledge the independence of that state. This would be to invest a mere executive officer with the power of recognizing the dissolution of the Confederacy among our 33 sovereign states. It bears no resemblance to the recognition of a foreign de facto government, involving no such responsibility. Any attempt to do this would, on my part, be a naked act of usurpation. As an executive officer of the government, I have no power to surrender to any human authority Fort Sumter or any of the other forts or public property in South Carolina. To do this would, on my part, as I have already said, be a naked act of usurpation. It is for Congress to decide this question, and for me to preserve the status of the public property as I found it at the commencement of the troubles. If South Carolina should attack any of these forts, she will then become the assailant in a war against the United States. It will not then be a question of coercing a state to remain in the Union, to which I am utterly opposed, as my message proves, but it will be a question of voluntarily precipitating a conflict of arms on her part, without even consulting the only authority which possesses the power to act upon the subject. Between independent governments, if one possesses a fortress within the limits of another, and the latter should seize it without calling upon the appropriate authorities of the power in possession to surrender it, this would not only be a just cause of war, but the actual commencement of hostilities. No authority was given, as you suppose, from myself or from the War Department, to Governor Gist to guard the United States arsenal in Charleston by a company of South Carolina volunteers. In this respect you have been misinformed. I have, therefore, never been more astonished in my life than to learn from you that unless Fort Sumter be delivered into your hands, it cannot be answerable for the consequences." It is easy to infer from results that while Mr. Buchanan was laboring over this document, the central cabal was busy. They saw that the rash zeal of Governor Pickens was endangering the web of conspiracy they had wound around the President. He was committed to non-coercion, committed to non-reinforcement, committed to await the arrival of South Carolina commissioners. This new demand from a new authority not only indicated a division of sentiment and purpose in the insurrectionary councils of the Palmetto State, but created an opportunity through which Mr. Buchanan, under a possible healthier impulse of patriotism, might repudiate the whole obligation of non-resistance to their schemes into which they had beguiled him. They clearly saw, as they themselves explained, that though he would not deliver Sumter now, he might be willing to approach such action hereafter, a possibility not at all improbable, and which ought to be kept open. Mr. Trescott therefore hastened to take the advice of two of the South Carolina congressmen, McQueen and Bonham, and it was not a violent presumption to assume also of the chief senatorial conspirators, for only 6 days had elapsed since the congressional circular was signed and published, which called upon the Cotton States to proceed with the plot of secession and the formation of a Southern Confederacy. A telegram was at once sent to Charleston, mildly explaining to Governor Pickens the blunder he was making and asking his authority to withdraw his letter to Mr. Buchanan. Governor Pickens must be credited with astuteness enough to comprehend the situation, for he gave the consent requested. On Friday morning Mr. Trescott waited upon Mr. Buchanan and informed him that he would not be required to answer, as Governor Pickens had withdrawn his demand. And Mr. Trescott records, with an evident appreciation of the affair as a successful stroke of policy, that the withdrawal of the letter was a great relief to the President. To understand more fully the whole scope and spirit of the incident, we must read the report of it, which he then transmitted to Charleston. Washington, December 21, 1860. To His Excellency F. W. Pickens, Governor of South Carolina. Sir: Your confidential letter to the President was duly delivered to him yesterday by D. H. Hamilton, Esquire, according to your instructions. It was withdrawn, no copy having been taken, this morning by me under the authority of your telegraphic dispatch. Its withdrawal was most opportune. It reached here under circumstances which you could not have anticipated, and it produced the effect upon the President. He had removed Colonel Gardner from command at Fort Moultrie for carrying ammunition from the arsenal at Charleston. He had refused to send reinforcements to the garrison there. He had accepted the resignation of the oldest, most eminent, and highest member of his cabinet, rather than consent to send additional force, and the night your letter arrived, he, upon a telegraphic communication that arms had been removed from the arsenal to Fort Moultrie, the Department of War had issued prompt orders by telegraph to the officer removing them to restore them immediately. He had done this upon his determination to avoid all risk of collision, and upon the written assurance of the majority of the congressional delegation from the State that did not believe there was any danger of an attack upon the forts before the passage of the ordinance, and an expression of their trust and hope that there would be none after, until the State had sent commissioners here. His course had been violently denounced by the Northern press, and an effort was being made to a congressional investigation. At that moment he could not have gone to the extent of action you desired, and I felt confident that if forced to answer your letter, that he would have taken such ground as would have prevented his ever approaching it hereafter, a possibility not at all improbable, and which ought to be kept open. I considered also that the chance of public investigation rendered the utmost caution necessary as to any communication from the State, and having presented the letter, and ascertained what the nature of the reply would be, you had all the advantage of knowing the truth, without the disadvantage of having it put on record. And besides this, the President seemed to think that your request was based upon the impossibility of your restraining the spirit of your people, an interpretation which did you injustice, and the possibility of which I deemed it due to you to avoid. He also appeared to labor under the impression that the representations of the members of Congress and your own differed, essentially, and this, I thought, on account of both, should not be stated in any reply to you. I was also perfectly satisfied that the status of the garrisons would not be disturbed. Under these circumstances, if I had been acting under formal credentials from you, and the letter had been unsealed, I would have delayed its presentation for some hours, until I could have telegraphed you, but that was impossible. As Mr. Hamilton, therefore, had brought with him General McQueen and General Bonham, when he called on me and delivered the letter, and had even gone so far as to express the wish that they should be present when he delivered it to the President, a proposition which they declined, however, I deemed it not indiscreet, nor in violation of the discretionary confidence which your letter implied, to take their counsel. We agreed perfectly, and the result was the telegraphic dispatch of last night. The withdrawal of the letter was a great relief to the President, who is most earnestly anxious to avoid an issue with the State or its authorities, and I think has encouraged his disposition to go as far as he can in this matter, and to treat those who may represent the State with perfect frankness. I have had this morning an interview with Governor Floyd, the Secretary of War. No order has been issued that will at all disturb the present condition of the garrisons, and while I cannot even here venture into details which are too confidential to be risked in any way, I am prepared to say, with a full sense of responsibility, that nothing will be done which will either do you injury or properly create alarm. Of course, when your commissioners have succeeded or failed to effect their negotiations, the whole issue is fairly before you, to be met as courage, honor, and wisdom may direct. My delay in answering your telegraph concerning Colonel Huger was caused by his absence from this place. He came in reply to my telegraph last night, and this morning I telegraphed upon his decision, which I presume he has explained by a letter of this same date. As Dr. Hamilton leaves this evening, I have only time to write this hurried letter, and am, sir, very respectfully, William Henry Trescott. I enclose your confidential letter in this. We must now turn our attention from the executive rooms of the presidential mansion in Washington to the executive rooms of South Carolina in Charleston, where on the same day a counterpart of the transaction we have described was going on. Since the beginning of these new troubles, especially since the discussion and issuing of his message, President Buchanan had been anxious and ill at ease. He could not shut his eyes to the fact that in South Carolina, at least, the tide of revolution was steadily rising. He appears to have dimly felt that his official responsibility and honor were somehow involved, and since he had reasoned the executive power into nothingness, the idea suggested itself to his mind that a little friendly expostulation at least was due from him. Under some such impulse, he wrote the following letter to Governor Pickens, and with it dispatched Caleb Cushing to Charleston, to see if he might not exert a personal influence upon the malcontents who paid no heed to any wishes or interests but their own. Washington, December 18th, 1860. My dear Sir, from common notoriety, I assume the fact that the State of South Carolina is now deliberating on the question of seceding from the Union. Whilst any hope remains that this may be prevented, or even retarded, so long as to allow the people of her sister states an opportunity to manifest their opinions upon the causes which have led to this proceeding, it is my duty to exert all the means in my power to avert so dread a catastrophe. I have, therefore, deemed it advisable to send to you the Honorable Caleb Cushing, in whose integrity, ability, and prudence I have full confidence, to hold communication with you on my behalf for the purpose of changing or modifying the contemplated action of the State in the manner I have already suggested. Commending Mr. Cushing to your kind attention, for his own sake as well as that of the cause, I remain very respectfully your friend, James Buchanan. His Excellency, Francis W. Pickens. Mr. Cushing was a man of great affability and of prominence in the Democratic party. He had been Attorney General under President Pierce, and was called to preside over the Charleston Convention, until the dissension in that body between Northern and Southern Democrats caused its disruption and adjournment to Baltimore. In the second disruption at Baltimore, Mr. Cushing had followed the fortunes of the Southern leaders, and with them had seceded and presided over that fraction of the original body which nominated Breckinridge. Though a Massachusetts man, he was thus affiliated in party principle, party organization, and party action with the South, and President Buchanan not unnaturally thought that he was personally an agreeable agent, and ought to be an influential party representative, capable, on behalf of the administration, of dissuading the Charleston conspirators from their dangerous determination, or at least from their reckless precipitancy. But the sequel shows that Buchanan both misunderstood the men he had to deal with, and was unequal in purpose and will to cope with their superior daring and resolution. Mr. Cushing arrived in Charleston on the day the South Carolina Convention passed its ordinance of secession. He obtained an interview with the governor, and presented the President's letter. "I had but a short interview with him," said Governor Pickens in his message of November 5, 1861, "and told him I would return no reply to the President's letter, except to say very candidly that there was no hope for the Union, and that, as far as I was concerned, I intended to maintain the separate independence of South Carolina, and from this purpose neither temptation nor danger should for a moment deter me." There is a notable contrast in this haughty and defiant reception by a South Carolina governor of the messenger of the President of the United States to the cringing and apologetic spirit in which the President had on that same morning received the messenger of the governor and replied to his demand. Mr. Cushing's reply deserves special notice. "He said," continues Governor Pickens, "that he could not say what changes circumstances might produce, but when he left Washington there was then no intention whatever to change the status of the forts in our harbor in any way." By this language Mr. Cushing himself seems to have changed his errand from a patriotic mission of protest and warning to one conveying advantageous information to the conspirators. It could hardly have been without a sense of personal mortification to Mr. Cushing that the drama which he had been sent to avert, or at least to postpone, immediately unrolled itself under his very eyes, and his mortification must have risen to indignation when he was requested by his presence to grace the pageant. The South Carolina Convention, during the 2 days which had elapsed since the adjournment hither from Columbia, had been deliberating in secret session. A little after midday on December 20th, the streets of Charleston were filled with placards giving the public the first notice of its actions. The usual jubilations immediately followed, ringing of bells, salutes of cannon, and the noise and display of street parades. The convention resolved to celebrate the event further by a public ceremonial, to which it invited the governor, the legislature, and other dignitaries, and both branches of the legislature also sent a committee to Caleb Cushing to give him an official invitation to attend. At 6:30 that evening the members of the convention marched in procession to Institute Hall, where the public signing of the ordinance of secession was performed with appropriate solemnities, and at its close the presiding officer announced, "The ordinance of secession has been signed and ratified, and I proclaim the state of South Carolina an independent commonwealth." The city and the state joined in general exultation, as if a great work had been accomplished, as if the efforts of a generation had been crowned with fulfillment, and nothing remained but to rest and enjoy the ripened fruit of independence. There seemed to be no dream amid all this rejoicing, that nothing definite had yet been effected, that the reckless day's act was but the prelude to the most terrible tragedy of the age, the unchaining of a storm which should shake the continent with terror and devastation, leaving every southern state a wreck, and sweeping from the face of the earth the institution in whose behalf the fatal work was done. The secession ordinance having been passed, signed, and proclaimed, the convention busied itself for the next few days in making up a public statement of the reasons for its anomalous procedure. The discussion showed a wide divergence of opinion as to the causes which had produced the act. One ascribed it to the election of Lincoln, another to the failure of the Northern states to execute the fugitive slave law, a third to the anti-slavery sentiment of the free states, a fourth to the tariff, a fifth to unconstitutional appropriations by Congress, and so on. On the 24th of December, the convention adopted a Declaration of Causes and an Address to the Slaveholding States, the two papers together embracing the above and other specifications. Since neither the Constitution of the United States nor the laws of Congress contained any section, clause, word, or reasonable implication that authorized an act of secession, the Declaration of Causes formulated the doctrine of states' rights in justification. The doctrine in substance was that the several states entered the Union as sovereignties, that in forming the federal government they delegated to it only specific powers for specific ends, that the federal government was not a sovereign over sovereignties, but was only an agent between them, that there existed no common arbiter to adjudge differences, that each state or sovereignty might judge for itself any violation of the common agreement and choose its own mode of redress, consequently that each state might adhere to or secede from the Union at its own sovereign will and pleasure. This doctrine, springing from early differences of constitutional interpretation, had not been promulgated in its ultra form until South Carolina's nullification movement in 1832. It had been accepted and sustained by only a small fraction of the American people. The whole current action and development of the government of the United States under the Constitution was based upon the opposite theory. Washington and the succeeding presidents rejected it in their practical administration. Marshall and the Supreme Court condemned it in their judicial decisions. Webster refuted it in his highest constitutional arguments. Congress reputed it in its legislation. Jackson denounced it in executive proclamation as treasonable and revolutionary, and the people of the Union at large regarded it as an absurd and dangerous political heresy. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 2, Personal Liberty Bills. The Declaration of Causes and its accompanying address, which the South Carolina Convention put forth to justify secession, both deal in such ambiguous phrases and vague generalities that in the main they betray their own weakness and insufficiency, and the critical student finds the same defect in the whole deluge of Southern rhetoric, spoken and written to defend the rebellion. If any denial or refutation of many of the allegations they contained were needed, it is conveniently furnished by an authority whose competency the Southern people themselves cannot deny. Alexander H. Stephens, who was soon afterwards elected Vice President of the Confederate States, made the following frank criticism, which is all the more valuable that it was written in a confidential letter to his brother and remained unpublished till after the war. I have read the address put forth by the convention at Charleston to the Southern States. It has not impressed me favorably. In it, South Carolina clearly shows that it is not her intention to be satisfied with any redress of grievances. Indeed, she hardly deigns to specify any. The slavery question is almost entirely ignored. Her greatest complaint seems to be the tariff, though there is but little intelligent or intelligible thought on that subject. Perhaps the less she said about it, the better. For the present tariff from which she secedes is just what her own senators and members in Congress made it. There are general and vague charges about consolidation, despotism, etc., and the South having, under the operation of the general government, been reduced to a minority incapable of protecting itself, etc. This complaint I do not think well founded. It arises more from a spirit of peevishness or restless fretfulness than from calm and deliberate judgment. The truth is, the South, almost en masse, has voted, I think, for every measure of general legislation that has passed both houses and become law for the last 10 years. Indeed, with but few exceptions, the South has controlled the government in its every important action from the beginning. The protective policy was once for a time carried against the South, but that was subsequently completely changed. Our policy ultimately prevailed. The South put in power, or joined a united country in putting in power and sustaining, the administration of Washington for 8 years. She put in and sustained Jefferson 8 years, Madison 8 years, Jackson 8 years, Van Buren 4 years, Tyler 4 years, Polk 4 years, Pierce 4 years, and Buchanan 4 years. That is, they have aided in making and sustaining the administration for 60 years out of the 72 of the government's existence. Does this look like we were or are in an abject minority at the mercy of a despotic northern majority, rapacious to rob and plunder us? It is true we are in a minority and have been a long time. It is true also that a party at the North advocate principles which would lead to a despotism, and they would rob us if they had the power. I have no doubt of that. But by the prudent and wise counsels of Southern statesmen, this party has been kept in the minority in the past, and by the same prudent and wise statesmanship on our part, I can but hope and think it can be so for many long years to come. On one point, however, the South Carolina Declaration of Causes attempted to be specific, saying that 14 of the states have deliberately refused for years past to fulfill their constitutional obligations. The states of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa have enacted laws which either nullify the acts of Congress or render useless any attempt to execute them. These acts were popularly known as personal liberty bills, and since Mr. Stevens, in the same letter we have quoted, also declares that they constitute the only cause, in my opinion, which can justify secession, the subject demands a careful examination. We shall see how, under analysis, the personal liberty bills also dwindle into ridiculous insignificance as a motive for disunion and war. It was a chronic evil in the system of slavery that slaves would run away from their masters. The liberty of which a hostile tribe robbed the ancestor in Africa, the children would strive to regain to the latest generation anywhere under the sun. The master was a perpetual jailer, but his single vigilance was not enough to hold his captive. He required the help of the entire community. Even this was insufficient. He needed also the assistance of bordering states. When the Constitution of the United States was formed, the movement towards the abolition of slavery in the northern states was already in progress. The delegates from the South considered it a great gain that instead of being obliged to depend upon the separate action of each northern state for the recovery of their runaways under the mere obligation of international comity, they obtained an express provision in the Constitution guaranteeing the delivery of their fugitive slaves from any state in the Union, ownership being thus acknowledged throughout the whole nation. But as yet no legal machinery existed to carry out this constitutional provision, and it is a curious historical fact that the first national fugitive slave law grew not out of the effort of a Negro slave to obtain his freedom by flight, but out of the circumstance that 3 white Virginians kidnapped a free colored man from Pennsylvania and sold him into slavery. And no less noteworthy is the example which the state of Virginia set of fulfilling constitutional obligations. The event happened in the year 1788. The offenders were in due time indicted, and the governor of Pennsylvania requested the governor of Virginia to deliver them up for trial under another clause of the Constitution. The governor of Virginia refused to surrender the kidnappers, returning for answer the opinion of his attorney general that there existed no laws to carry out the Constitution in this particular, and also laying down the following broad legal principles. Every free man in Virginia is entitled to the unmolested enjoyment of his liberty, unless it be taken away by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or by the Constitution or laws of Virginia. No molestation, seizure, or removal of his person can take place but under the authority of those or some of them. President Washington appears to have transmitted the official correspondence about this affair to Congress, which in 1793 enacted a law containing provisions and machinery for a twofold object. First, the surrender of criminals for trial. Second, the delivery of fugitives from service or labor. Thus, at the very beginning, the twin subjects of kidnapping and flight from slavery formed the double reason for, and incidentally the double subject of, the first fugitive slave law. The machinery of this law was very simple. The owner, his agent or attorney, finding the slave in a free state, might seize or arrest him, take him before a magistrate, and having satisfactorily proved that the slave was his property, receive from the magistrate a certificate to that effect, which certificate authorized the owner to carry his slave to the state from which he escaped. Anyone obstructing or hindering the execution of the law, or knowingly harboring or concealing such fugitive, was punishable by a fine of $500. This law, it will be perceived in its chief provision, violated a broad fundamental principle of both English and American liberty in omitting to provide trial by jury in a question of right to personal freedom. But as slavery was an anomaly in American government, so every slave law was necessarily an anomaly in American jurisprudence. To repeat a definition we have before employed, the system being barbarous, it could only be maintained by barbarous safeguards. The difficulty of legislation arose from the fact that the slave had a double character. He was both a piece of property and a person. The law must be framed to counteract not merely the intelligence of the human being seeking freedom, but it must also counteract the sympathy of other human beings willing to lend him assistance. Hence, summary process and the denial of the ordinary legal remedies. But the exceptional character of the law was probably little thought of. It was passed amid a public sentiment accepting such incongruities as necessary and therefore proper. Apparently, it provoked little contest in Congress. The House of Representatives passed it by a vote of yeas 48, nays 7. It only needs the statement of the origin and provisions of this first fugitive slave law to show that the slave system was a matter of grave concern, not merely to the states in which it existed, but also to every free state in the Union. To permit the owner to catch his absconding slave placed every free person of color in a certain jeopardy. It was a matter of common notoriety that professional slave traders and slave catchers were, as a class, men of coarse, hardened, unscrupulous natures. In the South, in slave communities, they were the pariahs of society. For such men trained in the arts and wiles of their calling, it was a vastly easier and quicker stroke of business to kidnap an ignorant free Negro living in a lonely shanty on the outskirts of a quiet village than to earn the price of their victim by honest work. It was thus an imperative duty of free communities and states to enact and maintain rigid laws for the protection of the personal liberty of such citizens, and it was probably due to this class of laws in the free states that the evil did not become a crying public scandal. The Fugitive Slave Law of 1793 remained without notable incident in its administration for nearly half a century. As a rule, the free states passed laws on the one hand to assist in carrying out the act of Congress, and on the other hand providing certain precautionary regulations to prevent kidnapping. In the year 1842, however, there was announced a decision of the Supreme Court of the United States, which radically changed public opinion and legislative action on this subject. In a case brought up by amicable proceedings between the states of Maryland and Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court decided that under the Constitution there existed a positive, unqualified right on the part of the owner of the slave, which no state law or regulation could in any way qualify, regulate, control, or restrain. The owner of a slave was clothed with entire authority in every state in the Union to seize and recapture his slave whenever he could do it without any breach of the peace or illegal violence. In this sense and to this extent, this clause of the Constitution might properly be said to execute itself and required no aid from legislation, state or national, that the power of legislation on the subject was exclusive in Congress, and by implication prohibited all state legislation on the same subject. A result probably unexpected by the Supreme Court and certainly not looked for by Southern states followed the announcement of this remarkable decision. The court had, by a breath, annulled all state legislation either to restrain or to assist the owner in recovering his runaway. It had even superseded and declared useless the Act of Congress of 1793. It sent forth the slave owner with simply the letter of the Constitution for his warrant, to go into any free state, lay his hand upon whomever he might claim, and carry him away into bondage. He was to be his own officer and his own judge and jury. It is painfully in evidence that at that day judicial interpretation by the Supreme Court was still under the influence of strong pro-slavery sentiment. In the long opinions of the court and individual judges, the master's right to slave property is continually treated as of higher constitutional concern than any black man's right to personal liberty. In declaring the owner's right to seize and remove his slave under the constitutional provision that persons held to service or labor shall be delivered up, no mention is made of that other equally binding constitutional provision that no person shall be deprived of liberty without due process of law. It is not surprising that this dictum created a profound reaction, and a significant legislative movement followed in the free states. In varying forms, such laws as had to some extent been framed to aid the claimant were repealed, and others enacted having for their sole object the protection of free citizens of color, either by agency of the writ of habeas corpus or by prohibiting officers and citizens of the state from lending any assistance in the capture of fugitive slaves, either under the act of Congress or voluntarily. But in most instances, these laws in express terms disavowed any intention to impair or interfere with the owner's constitutional right of property. They simply threw him back upon his federal rights and resources. As the Virginia kidnappers were the cause of the first fugitive slave law, so this Supreme Court decision was the cause of the first personal liberty bills. Under this condition of affairs, there came on the great slavery agitation of 1850, and as one phase of that controversy, the South demanded a new and more effective fugitive slave law. Since 1793, the difficulties were aggravated in all directions. Pro-slavery sentiment and anti-slavery sentiment were both more intense and more uncompromising. There were more slaves in the slave states to escape and more free blacks in the free states liable to unlawful seizure. The master's authority had been increased by the Supreme Court decision, while his resources were diminished by state legislation. Upon the controverted question whether state authority or federal authority ought to act, there were as sharp differences in the South as in the North. On the question of violating or executing the Constitution, the debate showed that in the past, one section had transgressed about as much and obeyed about as much as the other section. The fundamental question, however, remained: should the person claimed be fairly tried? Mr. Webster proposed an amendment that he should have a jury trial at the place where he was arrested. Mr. Clay reported in favor of a jury trial at the place he fled from. As between these two propositions, the issue was tersely summarized by Mr. Winthrop. It must always be a question, said he, whether such a person be your slave or whether he be our free man. Now, whether he be your slave might be a question very proper to be tried by a jury of the vicinage and to be decided on the spot where the professed owner resides. But whether he be our freeman would seem to be a question which, upon the very same principle, should be tried where he is seized, and where the immediate liberty which he enjoys is about to be taken away from him. But Mr. Mason, representing the more ultra-Southern view, opposed any jury trial and insisted on summary proceedings. This view prevailed, and the act which finally passed, besides denying jury trial, contained certain other harsh features that made it peculiarly obnoxious to anti-slavery citizens and communities, and while it increased the claimant's facilities for recapture, also greatly intensified the public opinion of the free states against the law. This new Fugitive Slave Act was mainly the work of Mr. Mason of Virginia, a man of intolerant pro-slavery views, and afterwards a conspicuous secession conspirator, and appears to have been passed with but slight discussion, the attention of Congress being centered upon other, and at the moment more absorbing features of the compromise measures of 1850. It passed the Senate August 23 by a vote of 27 to 12, and the House on the 12th of September by a vote of 109 to 76, and was approved on the 18th of September by President Fillmore. The act provided that all United States commissioners, concurrently with judges of United States courts, should have authority to issue warrants for the arrest of fugitive slaves, which warrants should be served by marshals or deputy marshals, or the commissioners might appoint suitable persons to execute the warrants or process issued by them, to cause fugitives to be arrested and brought before them, to hear and determine the case of the claimant in a summary manner, and upon satisfactory proof that by deposition and affidavit of the identity of the fugitive, and that the person arrested owed the service or labor alleged and had escaped, to make out and deliver to such claimant, his agent or attorney, a certificate of the facts. The fugitive might thereupon be taken back, or the commissioner might cause him to be taken back to the state or place whence he fled. The testimony of the alleged fugitive was not admitted in evidence. Rescuing or concealing such fugitive, or hindering his capture, or aiding his escape, directly or indirectly, was punishable by a fine not exceeding $1,000 and imprisonment not exceeding 6 months, with civil damages to the party injured of $1,000 for each fugitive so lost. And the officers were authorized to summon and call to their aid the bystanders or posse comitatus of the proper county, who were hereby commanded to aid and assist in the prompt and efficient execution of this law. The commissioner should receive a fee of $10 when he delivered the fugitive, and only $5 in case where the proof shall not, in the opinion of such commissioner, warrant such certificate and delivery, and the certificate should prevent all molestation of persons removing the fugitive by any process issued by any court, judge, magistrate, or other person whomsoever. Also that the claimant might seize and arrest a fugitive and take him before the commissioner or court without process. It was argued with much warmth that this act virtually offered the commissioner a bribe to return the fugitive, that it violated 4 different provisions of the Constitution of the United States, namely the 7th Amendment, which prescribes that in suits at common law, when the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved. The 5th Amendment, that no person shall be deprived of liberty without due process of law. The 4th Amendment, that the right of the people to be secure in their persons against unreasonable seizure shall not be violated, and Section 9 of Article 1, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in case of rebellion and invasion the public safety may require it. Aside from the denial of trial by jury, the other feature of the Fugitive Slave Law of 1793 embodied only such legal principles as applied to the recovery of other property. The whole labor of the recovery was put upon the claimant or his hired or voluntary help. He was obliged himself to seize his runaway slave, just as he was obliged himself to seize his runaway horse. That law forced no one to assist him. It only required that no one should hinder him. But the new law compelled every citizen of a free state, when summoned to do so, to become a slave catcher for the claimant, under penalty of fine and imprisonment. No wonder that the dignity and humanity of respectable citizens of the North revolted at the idea of being forced to do what a judge of the Supreme Court of the United States, though himself a zealot in enforcing the law, fitly chronicles as a most dangerous and disgusting duty for the mere selfish and pecuniary advantage of a distant slaveholder, while to conscientious minds it was the commission of a positive moral and religious transgression. The law was scarcely passed when there ensued, and for many years continued, an unwonted activity in the pursuit and capture of runaways in various parts of the North. From time to time, the newspapers were full of sensational reports of the incidents and excitements attending such affairs. Persons in the free states were pursued, seized, handcuffed, gagged, bludgeoned, or shot. Free persons were sometimes carried away to slavery, and escaped slaves sometimes rescued by mobs. Once a slave mother, crazed by the agony of recapture, cut the throat of one of her children, and attempted in the same way to kill 3 others to prevent their being carried back to bondage. And once the city of Boston was put into ferment and riot, requiring a strong military guard to bring away the captured fugitive to a federal revenue cutter ordered by the President of the United States to convey him from Massachusetts Bay to Virginia. Newspapers criticized and lawyers debated the law and the proceedings. Judges delivered learned opinions and courts rendered varying decisions. Even under the provocation of these and other inflammatory incidents, 8 to 10 years elapsed before the public opinion of the North began to embody itself in hostile legislation. It was not till these slave-hunting disturbances, which began in 1850, had been supplemented by the rising and culminating events of the great pro-slavery reaction, the repeal of the Missouri Compromise, the Kansas War, the Sumter Assault, the Dred Scott decision, the demand for a congressional slave code, and the raid of John Brown and his capture and execution, that the legislatures of several free states remodeled their statutes and passed new and more stringent personal liberty bills to better protect free colored persons against being kidnapped, or as far as possible to evade and counteract the enforcement of the law. In most of these new statutes, care was taken to shelter them under the theory of states' rights, so tenaciously asserted and industriously propagated by the South, and to avoid the appearance at least of a direct conflict with federal laws, though it was doubtless the intention of the framers of some of them practically to nullify the Fugitive Slave Act. But with only occasional exceptions, the general course in the free states was a practical enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Law of 1850, despite the fact that its arbitrary features were odious to the moral and legal sense of public opinion. The decided preponderance of judicial decisions sustained it, and in 1858 the Supreme Court of the United States, by a unanimous judgment, declared that the act of Congress, commonly called the Fugitive Slave Law, is, in all its provisions, fully authorized by the Constitution of the United States. So also the census of 1860 showed that while in that year the total number of fugitive slaves was 103, the total number in 10 years before, under the census of 1850, had been 1,011, proving an actual decrease of escapes under what the South alleged to have been an intentional legal increase of opportunity and assistance through personal liberty bills. It is interesting to note in this connection that, as a rule, the most violent outcry on this subject came from Southern states, which lost the fewest slaves. South Carolina, which would not remain in the Union, lost in 1860 but 23 slaves, or an average of 1 out of 17,501. Kentucky, which would not be dragged out of the Union, lost 119, or an average of 1 out of 1,895. Moreover, the total average loss was absurdly insignificant as compared with risks in other kinds of property, as, for example, of houses burned or crops destroyed by bad weather, such loss in slaves being only about 1/50th of 1% for the whole South, and only a little more than 1/200th of 1% for the complaining, nullifying, seceding state of South Carolina. But whatever may have been the violations of the Constitution by free states through personal liberty bills, the slave states were not guiltless of similar infractions. It was notorious that pro-slavery sentiment rendered the constitutional right of freedom of speech or of the press and rights of domicile and of citizenship practically a dead letter throughout the South to all men of strong anti-slavery convictions. Nor did this violation manifest itself alone in the form of public opinion. Many of the slave states had penal statutes prohibiting what they chose to term incendiary publications, and some of them statutes of this character to punish incendiary expression. So also South Carolina and other seaboard slave states had laws to imprison free colored seamen for no crime whatever, but merely as a precaution against the possibility of their uttering abolition sentiment or instigating servile insurrection. And more flagrant still, South Carolina had a statute authorizing her governor to expel a citizen of Massachusetts who had come to that state by authority of his own governor and legislature for the purpose of beginning a suit to test the validity of the last mentioned law. Finally, it was no secret that the law was violated every now and then by surreptitious instances of the slave trade. No principle of equity, therefore, could justify the South in secession and rebellion on account of Northern personal liberty bills. Especially was this true when secession and rebellion seized upon the election of Mr. Lincoln as the occasion for such reprisal. A strong reaction in the North in favor of repealing the more questionable features of the personal liberty bills had set in, and movements to that end were in progress in the legislatures of several Northern states. More important than all was the fact that Mr. Lincoln himself held a proper fugitive slave law to be constitutional. In the Freeport debate, he thus answered Douglas's question on this point: "I have never hesitated to say, and I do not now hesitate to say, that I think under the Constitution of the United States, the people of the Southern states are entitled to a congressional fugitive slave law. Further than that, I think it should have been framed so as to be free from some of the objections that pertain to it without lessening its efficiency." And the opinion was quite as distinctly reiterated in his inaugural address. But while willing to accord to the South this constitutional right, he did not forget the rights due to all free citizens of the North. For his inaugural address also said, "In any law upon this subject ought not all the safeguards of liberty known in civilized and humane jurisprudence to be introduced, so that a free man be not in any case surrendered as a slave? And might it not be well at the same time to provide by law for the enforcement of that clause in the Constitution which guarantees that the citizen of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states?" Had the South been content to pursue legislative remedies instead of making war, it is quite possible that the questions about fugitive slaves could have been brought to some endurable compromise. Unconstitutional personal liberty bills, on the one hand, might have been repealed by state legislatures, and the unconstitutional provisions of the fugitive slave law, on the other, repealed by Congress. Both the Supreme Courts of states and the Supreme Court of the United States might have ultimately modified their decisions toward a better mutual accord. The runaway slave could have received a jury trial at the place of his capture, and the master been reimbursed in money damages in case of his unlawful rescue by mobs. But the predetermined action of the Southern conspirators made argument and compromise impossible. The proclamation of a Southern Confederacy by Jefferson Davis and his associate signers on the 14th of December and the secession of South Carolina on the 20th were a practical bar to any adjustment through legislative channels. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Van Ness. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 3, The Surrender Program. Not alone in the affair of the 40 muskets, but in the decisions and instructions concerning almost every point of inquiry which was referred to Washington, did the government exert its discouraging and paralyzing influence upon the Union commander and his loyal officers and men at Charleston. Under his general instructions to initiate no collision, Major Anderson was constantly beset with perplexing questions upon minor details. Thus, for instance, he reported that within easy musket shot of the eastern wall of Moultrie Anderson were several sand hillocks, which offer admirable cover to approaching parties and would be formidable points for sharpshooters. Would leveling these sand hills be construed as initiating a collision? Again, I would thank you to also inform me under what circumstances I would be justified in setting fire to or destroying the houses which afford dangerous shelter to an enemy, and whether I would be justified in firing upon an armed body which may be seen approaching our works. And not only his own precautions, but the aggressive preparations of the Charlestonians were from time to time thrusting upon his attention irritating conflicts of jurisdiction. Captain Foster informs me, he wrote, that an adjutant of a South Carolina regiment applied to him for Anderson his rolls of workmen, stating that he wished to enroll the men for military duty. The captain told him that they had no right to do it, as the men were in the pay of the United States government. What should he do if the state authorities demanded these men from Captain Foster? All these questions were duly considered by the War Department, and under date of September 14th, Secretary Floyd, through Adjutant General Samuel Cooper, afterwards of the rebel army, proceeded to answer them with a particularity, a gravity, and a show of reasoning which mark the communication as a piece of delicate irony. The sandhills and houses were not to be touched, and the workmen were to be surrendered on demand. Different circumstances can be imagined which might have justified the passiveness which Anderson was here enjoined to observe. Had his original discretion been left free and unhampered, had he received a single word of loyal prompting or encouragement, had he been reinforced according to his urgent demand, or had he possessed a sufficient garrison to work his guns, man his walls, and throw out skirmishers and picket guards, these instructions would perhaps have been no serious embarrassment. But under the impending coup de main from Charleston, which, if it came at all, would come in overwhelming numbers, and with only 60 men to guard 1,500 feet of rampart, these restrictions from the Secretary were little less than a formal delivery of the work to the assailants. Before he could see the tiger's teeth, he would be in the tiger's mouth. A remarkable coincidence of dates must at this point not be allowed to escape attention. The significant Buell order was given about the time of the President's truce with the South Carolina members. The Sandhill instructions were written on the day of General Cass's retirement from the cabinet, and the issuing of the first rebel manifesto, and now on December 21st, the day after the adoption of the Secession Ordinance, Secretary Floyd signalized his official life by another effort to make the bloodless victory of the rebellion in South Carolina entirely easy and complete. Up to this point, the secret intrigues of the conspiracy were carried on cautiously step by step, until peaceable secession under alleged state authority advanced from vague theory to accomplish practical fact, so far as unopposed popular action could bring it about. They had not only kept the government on the defensive, they had actually rendered it defenseless, and the logic of its attitude indicated a willingness to be forced by further pressure of necessity to relinquish its hold upon the Charleston forts. By his rupture with General Cass, the President apparently conceded the proposition that the forts were simply property, which South Carolina could bargain for without offense, and the United States sell without disgrace. But the conspirators were not satisfied with this hopeful prospect of bringing about the complete political disenthrallment of the Palmetto State. They had boastfully announced their determination to have the forts after secession, and the zeal of their adherents would not suffer them to abate or delay the fulfillment of this promised conquest. Everything was ready to give South Carolina easy possession. Coercion denied and reinforcements refused at Washington, secession proclaimed, volunteer companies and scaling ladders ready in Charleston, Anderson fettered with secret instructions in Moultrie, and in Sumter and Pinckney each only a single ordnance sergeant, whose solitary musket had been angrily ordered back to the Charleston arsenal by Secretary Floyd, leaving them armed with nothing but worsted epaulets on their shoulders and stripes down their pantaloons to represent the sovereignty and military power of the United States of America. The formal demand of the forts by the commission already dispatched to Washington by the convention would terminate the presidential truce. And then half a night's campaign and the lives of a score of the Charlestonians whose fingers were itching to plant the scaling ladders against the walls of Moultrie would display the palmetto banner from every flagstaff in the harbor. Nevertheless, the more they prompted their newspaper scribblers and street corner oracles to clamor for violence and bloodshed in public, the more the conspirators in secret feared and deprecated it. For they could not fail to see in it the reaction of the public endurance, the arousing of the government and the North, and the premature and fatal destruction of their hitherto successful intrigue. The correspondence discloses, quite incidentally, that on the 21st of December, the day after the adoption of the formal secessionist ordinance at Charleston, Secretary Floyd for the first time brought to the notice of President Buchanan the secret order which he had sent by Major Buell to Anderson, on his own responsibility, 10 days before. Why did the Secretary on the 21st show the President a document which he ought to have submitted to him for approval on the 11th? The inference is that it was for an object, and the object appears in the action taken by the President, which action he has recorded as follows. The President, having observed that Major Buell, in reducing to writing at Fort Moultrie the instructions he had verbally received, required Major Anderson, in case of attack, to defend himself to the last extremity, immediately causing the Secretary of War to modify this instruction. This extreme was not required by any principle of military honor or by any rule of war. It was sufficient for him to defend himself until no reasonable hope should remain of saving the fort. The instructions were accordingly so modified with the approbation of General Scott. If, as here alleged, General Scott gave his approbation, it must have been only to the general direction and not the specific language employed, for we have his recorded assertion that the War Department has kept secret from the general the instructions sent to the major. The probability is that Floyd did not further consult either the general or the president, for he personally wrote to Anderson as follows: Sir, in the verbal instructions communicated to you by Major Buell, you are directed to hold possession of the forts in the harbor of Charleston, and if attacked, to defend yourself to the last extremity. Under these instructions, you might infer that you are required to make a vain and useless sacrifice of your own life and the lives of the men under your command upon a mere point of honor. This is far from the President's intentions. You are to exercise a sound military discretion on this subject. It is neither expected nor desired that you should expose your own life or that of your men in a hopeless conflict in defense of these forts. If they are invested or attacked by a force so superior that resistance would, in your judgment, be a useless waste of life, it will be your duty to yield to necessity and make the best terms in your power. This will be the conduct of an honorable, brave, and humane officer, and you will be fully justified in such action. These orders are strictly confidential, and not to be communicated even to the officers under your command without close necessity. It is scarcely required to instruct an intelligent American officer in our day that no professional duty requires him to sacrifice himself or his men upon any trifling point of honor. Self-respect and soldierly dignity, if not history and example, teach him the obvious truth. So far, then, from being a humanitarian precaution, the order seems plainly to have been worded to prepare the mind of Anderson for that easy surrender of his post which was now clearly the next step in the conspirators' program. To them it doubtless appeared sure to follow as the natural and necessary sequence of their previous successes. At their bidding, the President and Cabinet had created a fatal necessity. And now came Floyd's order to the practical effect that after a threatened attack or investment by a South Carolina army, which they would take due pains to make superior and overwhelming, after a show of force with stage parade and flourish of trumpets, Anderson should yield to necessity and make the best terms in his power, march out with military courtesies, and give to South Carolina Moultrie, Pinckney, Sumter, Charleston Harbor, and de facto independence. Then, under the same military necessity, aggravated and amplified by similar concerted seizures in other states, a yielding president and a cabinet dominated by treachery should negotiate a settlement. Congress might ratify, and then a distracted and despondent North accept the accomplished revolution. It was a brilliant plot, but with many flaws, and one of the greatest was that they counted without Anderson. Or rather, let us do them the justice to say, their intrigue seemed to them so complete, their control of the President and the War Department so absolute, that there appeared no reasonable chance that Anderson could become a marplot. The situation required no complicity on his part. He had but to tread the path of professional duty as marked out by Floyd, who had told him, in plain words, that the avoidance of a hopeless conflict in defense of these forts was the duty of an honorable, brave, and humane officer. There remained, therefore, but one danger, namely that Anderson might transfer his force to Sumter. This point, too, they had effectually guarded. The Buell order was a virtual official prohibition until there should occur an attack or an attempt to take possession of either one of them, and was so regarded by Anderson himself. The workmen in the forts were openly in sympathy with the secessionists. The 40 muskets had been taken out of Foster's hands, and an espionage was kept up night and day as the critical time approached, by which the Charleston authorities were fully and credibly informed that not an additional man nor gun had been sent there. It was their false security on this latter point which in the event made the transfer a success for Anderson and a complete surprise and discomfiture to the conspirators. On the very day when it occurred, Secretary Floyd himself, reading Foster's report that rebel steamers were standing guard over Sumter and that he was constructing traverses on the parapets of Moultrie to intercept sharpshooters' bullets from the sandhills, the dissembling secretary pronounced the news very satisfactory, and expressed his evidently genuine hope and belief that we should get over these troubles without bloodshed. Anderson had been petted and lionized socially by the Charlestonians, but his soldierly reserve and loyalty to his flag came through the blandishments of Southern hospitality without a taint or whisper of suspicion. He kept his own secrets from his secessionist friends by choice and necessity, from his subordinates by the special injunction of Floyd, debating anxiously in his mind how he might keep the peace and save his honor. He was familiar with the unvarying Charleston threat that they must have the forts after secession, and now that the ordinance was duly passed and proclaimed, the indications of their earnest pursuit of this scheme began to multiply. On the day of the passage of the ordinance, Governor Pickens inquired with great particularity and emphasis, through the medium of the serviceable military storekeeper, Humphreys, whether 20 enlisted men had not been sent from Moultrie to Sumter, and desired an authoritative contradiction of the rumor by night. Foster replied, indignantly testing against the right to ask such a question by a state in avowed rebellion. Nevertheless, gave the denial to Humphreys, still a brother officer, and of course the governor received the coveted information. On December 22nd, Anderson wrote, "I have heard from several sources that last night and the night before a steamer was stationed between this island and Fort Sumter. That the authorities of South Carolina are determined to prevent, if possible, any troops from being placed in that fort, and that they will seize upon that most important work as soon as they think there is reasonable ground for a doubt whether it will be turned over to the state, I do not doubt. No one can tell what will be done. They may defer action until their commissioners return from Washington, or if apprised by the nature of the debates in Congress that their demands will not probably be acceded to, they may act without waiting for them. I do not think that we can rely upon any assurances, and wish to God I only had men enough here to man fully my guns. P.S. I have just heard that several of the men at work in Fort Sumter wear the blue cockade." Under the same date, Foster reports the movements of the guard steamers in further detail, and says that when one of them was hailed by the night watch on Castle Pinckney as to what she wanted, someone replied, "You will know in a week." All Major Anderson's dispatches prove that he was from the very first keenly alive to his situation and possible fate. He had now, for a whole month, been on the rack of doubt as to the propriety of every word and act, of anxious expectancy concerning the final course of the government and nature of the instructions that might come, and it is not too violent a presumption to add, of despondency at the neglect with which he had been treated. He had from the first recognized that his handful of men ought for more successful resistance to be in Sumter. He had discussed the question with his officers, who had also advocated the removal, intimating to them that only his restraining orders kept him in Moultrie. Postpone it or decide against it as he might, the paramount necessity forced itself anew upon his attention with every day's developments, with every fresh menace. By a very pointed suggestion, Anderson asked December 22nd for instructions from the War Department for a movement from Moultrie to Sumter, but found no response in the hopes and designs of Secretary Floyd. In spite of all question and resistance, however, the idea finally conquered him. In due time, doubt grew into conviction, and conviction into resolve. Meantime, the officers in Moultrie freely visited the city, and occasionally exchanged social courtesies with leading secessionists with many mutual protestations of high regard. "We appreciate your position," said their entertainers. "It is a point of honor with you to hold the fort, but a political necessity obliges us to take it." But after the passage of the Ordinance of Secession, Major Anderson ceased his visits to Charleston. Christmas Day, however, was once more celebrated with such social amenities. Major Anderson, his officers, and many Charleston secessionists being together present at a family party given by Captain Foster and his wife at their residence in Moultrieville, a small village on Sullivan's Island, conveniently near the fort, where husbands, wives, and children, forgetting all thoughts of war, gave themselves to the unreserved enjoyment of the kindly festivities appropriate to the day of peace and goodwill. To this temporary general happiness Major Anderson formed a notable exception. His mind was burdened with a heavy responsibility, in the resolve which he had taken 10 days before to transfer his garrison to Fort Sumter, and in the secret arrangements he had been making to carry out that intention. "I promised to go to Captain Foster's for a little while tonight," he wrote to his wife on Christmas evening, "but have really no inclination whatever to do so. I am sorry I have no Christmas gift to offer you. Never mind. The day may very soon come when I shall do something which will gratify you enough to make amends for all the anxiety you now feel on my account." Nevertheless, he went to the party in order to disarm suspicion of there being anything unusual in the air, to divert from himself the too close attention of his officers, lest they might discover signs of the preoccupation which filled his mind. When Anderson returned from that scene of merrymaking to the suggestive contrast of his quarters in Fort Moultrie, it was to make a final study and review of his plans, and to calculate the chances, promising indeed, but by no means as assuring as he could have wished, that he and his whole command would spend the following night within the protecting walls of Fort Sumter. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3 by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 4, Fort Sumter. As soon as Anderson had resolved to make the transfer, he planned the necessary details and gave the orders for their execution with a discretion and skill, and at the same time with an energy and promptness which mark the highest soldierly and administrative qualities. It does not appear that he made his determination known to anyone until the afternoon or evening of the day after Christmas. Foster, as the engineer officer, who had under his orders not only laborers but boats and small vessels heretofore used to carry men and material needed in the various repairs he had been prosecuting, was probably informed among the first. That faithful officer entered heartily into the movement and efficiently disposed of his facilities to accomplish the object. Excepting members of the staff charged with indispensable preparations, all occupants of the garrison were kept in entire ignorance of the scheme until the moment of its consummation. The threatened night attack on Moultrie from the city had been the staple talk of the garrison for more than a month, and the various repairs and arrangements to repel it left no doubt of the genuineness of the apprehension. It was easy to give new point and currency to the rumor. On Christmas Day, an order had been issued to remove the soldiers' families, comprising about 20 women and 25 children, and all other non-combatants to Fort Johnson, an old and dilapidated government work on the opposite side of the harbor, and 3 schooners were openly chartered for this alleged purpose. The embarkation was postponed on account of rain, but proceeded on the 26th without concealment, and insofar as it provoked observation, it seemed but a natural and necessary precaution. It seemed, too, to excuse the removal not only of lighter personal baggage, but also of such substantial provisions as were essential to a prolonged stay of a considerable number of women and children. In due course of time, the entire fighting force of the garrison was mustered, with cartridge boxes filled and knapsacks packed, and towards the critical hour held on parade to be ready to move on an instant's warning. This again, being perhaps but the repetition of many similar occasions of special vigilance, excited no unusual comment. The loading of one of the schooners with the soldiers' families finally completed during the afternoon, she set sail under the orders of Lieutenant Hall, with her miscellaneous cargo of human freight, and still more miscellaneous lading of camp plunder, comprising almost everything in the household line, from boxes and barrels of provisions to cages of canary birds. Lieutenant Hall had orders to sail to Fort Johnson, but more definite instructions when he should hear the proper signal to come away and land promptly at Fort Sumter. At about sunset, Major Anderson stood on the parapet of Fort Moultrie in the midst of a group of officers to whom he had evidently made some serious communication. Just then Captain Abner Doubleday, the second in command, still without any knowledge of the movement, ascended the steps to invite the Major to tea. As he approached, the Major said to him, "I have determined to evacuate this post immediately for the purpose of occupying Fort Sumter. I can only allow you 20 minutes to form your company and be in readiness to start." The announcement, though a complete surprise, met a cordial reception and eager obedience from Captain Doubleday. In the allotted 20 minutes he reported his men in readiness to march, having in the meantime provided for the safety of his wife outside the walls. As the twilight deepened, Captain Foster, Assistant Surgeon Crawford, and Mr. Edward Mole, and the rear guard of 2 sergeants and 3 privates who were yet to remain in Moultrie stationed themselves at the 5 heavy guns, columbiads, which had been loaded and brought to bear on the route of crossing, having orders from Anderson to fire on any vessel attempting to interfere with the boats conveying the troops. Everything being reported in readiness for the movement, the garrison, under the personal command of Major Anderson, passed out of the main gates of Fort Moultrie and marched to where Lieutenants Meade and Snyder, engineer assistants to Captain Foster, had brought several barges or low rowboats and concealed them and their crews as well as might be behind an irregular pile of rocks which once formed part of the seawall. Over this intervening space, about a quarter of a mile, the command moved in discreet silence, with the good fortune to neither meet nor be observed by any human being. The lieutenants were ready with the boats and crews, and the company of Captain Doubleday was embarked with all possible celerity, piling the muskets together on the thwarts next to the rowlocks, and presently the boats propelled by the oarsmen towards Sumter were rocking on the billows of the bay. Chance also favored this part of the movement, for even at this most critical juncture, the enterprise was on the verge of discovery and possible interruption. of the two rebel guard steamers which had for days been employed in regularly patrolling the harbor to intercept such a movement as this, the Nina was at the moment detained at the Charleston wharf. The other, however, named the General Clinch, in honor of the distinguished father of the wife of Major Anderson, was seen approaching, towing a vessel toward the bar. Captain Doubleday took off his military cap, threw back his uniform coat to conceal the buttons, made his men take off their coats to cover the muskets, and generally to assume unsoldierly attitudes and dispositions. A wide circuit was taken to avoid the meeting, but without avail, and when the steamer stopped her paddle wheels within the nearness of 100 yards, it seemed impossible to escape detection. But in the dimness of the twilight, the size of the boat and the men in their shirt sleeves so much resembled parties of workmen who for weeks had been passing unmolested to and fro, that no further attention was paid to them, and to the infinite relief of officers and men alike, the General Clinch once more started her engines and passed on her course. The officers left in Fort Moultrie also anxiously watched the incident, every detail of which they could distinctly see through a glass, the while they stood nervously by a loaded 32-pounder, ready to fire on the guard boat had she undertaken to detain their comrades. Relieved thus unexpectedly from their momentary but intense anxiety, the boats passed without further encounter to the wharf at Fort Sumter. Here a new but happily transient excitement awaited them. It will be remembered that Foster had a party of over 100 workmen in Sumter engaged under his direction in repairing the fort. Their political sentiments had proved to be changeable, but for some days they had strongly manifested secession feelings. It being past the working hours and not yet bedtime, they were loitering idly about the works. The approaching boats attracted their attention, and they rushed in crowds down to the wharf as the landing troops began to mount the steps. As the situation explained itself to their astonished eyes, a feeble cheer or two from the few sincere Union men among their number was quickly drowned by the angry expressions of discontent from the great majority, some of whom wore secession cockades. "What are those soldiers doing here?" they asked in tones of ill-natured protest. Captain Doubleday, however, gave them no time to organize any movement of resistance. Forming his men in company, they leveled their bayonets, before which the crowd hastily gave way as the soldiers advanced to the main entrance and occupied the guard-room which commanded it, and placing sentinels, the captain, in a very few minutes, had the fort under military control. The empty boats were now sent back to Moultrie to bring Captain Seymour's company, which service they also accomplished without delay or interference. Anderson himself had in the meanwhile arrived in company with the engineer lieutenants. The concerted signal being given to Lieutenant Hall, the schooner stood for the Sumter wharf and unloaded the women, children, and camp baggage. With the exception of the little rear guard which yet remained in Moultrie, the whole force arrived before 8 o'clock at night. Major Anderson was able to tender his congratulations to the assembled officers on the successful accomplishment of a movement which the best informed conspirators would 3 days before have pronounced impossible, and which they could scarcely believe even when their own eyes had proof of it next morning. Having written a dispatch which briefly reported his movement to the authorities at Washington, the first question Major Anderson had to deal with was the presence of the mutinous engineer workmen. The probability of an attack from Charleston under the new condition of things rendered Fort Sumter a place of danger from which they were anxious to escape. Their secession sympathies rendered any forced service in behalf of the Union especially odious. Without delay, they asked to be discharged with permission to depart at once, and under Anderson's consent and orders, the schooner which had brought the soldiers' families carried the disaffected workmen away from Sumter back to Moultrie, leaving only the most trusty and loyal. A rowboat manned by volunteers also went back to Moultrie and brought to Sumter Mrs. Rippett, the housekeeper of the officers' mess, who, with her ready-prepared tea tables to which no guests appeared, had been left behind. This enterprise, too, was successful, and the officers' evening meal prepared in Moultrie was eaten cold in Sumter. The whole expedition had been carried on with such alacrity, secrecy, and concurrence of happy accident that even the denizens of the neighboring village of Moultrieville, a quarter of a mile distant, remained in ignorance of it that night, and no cessation or interruption of the peaceful occupation of Moultrie by those remaining in it occurred until about 4 o'clock the next afternoon. Captain Foster, his clerk, a few soldiers, and his engineer workmen remained overnight in Moultrie, engaged in carrying out the remainder of Anderson's verbal instructions. With the help of the engineer workmen, the empty schooners which yet lay at the wharf of Moultrie were loaded during the night with the various articles left behind in the haste of departure, the instruments of the regimental band, soldiers' clothing and private property, engineer implements and materials, ammunition, and stores, and dispatched under sail to Sumter in the early dawn. All Moultrie's guns were spiked during the night, its flagstaff was cut down before sunrise next morning, and all its guns bearing on Sumter disabled by burning the carriages, the rising smoke from these fires giving the Charlestonians their first evidence of the abandonment of the fort. During the morning, and while this work of removal and destruction was yet in progress, under the direction of Lieutenant Davis, who had come to his assistance with an armed guard from Sumter, Foster went to the city in his rowboat to close his bank accounts and secure the public money in his charge. With his own lips he confirmed the news of the transfer to Sumter, which had by this time begun to circulate, and witnessed the first manifestations of the storm of excitement and indignation which now broke out among the populace. No personal indignity was offered him, however, and he returned safely to Moultrie, leisurely paid off and discharged his workmen there, and near 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 27th, Captain Foster, Lieutenant Davis, and the guard under orders from Anderson finally withdrew from Moultrie. The charge and custody of the fort was turned over to the overseer of the engineer workmen, and thus this disputed stronghold of the great American Republic was left without flag, officer, soldier, or serviceable gun, without even the regulation ordnance sergeant, the all-sufficient Floyd formula for maintaining the property, claim, and right of the United States. And yet the conspirators vehemently insisted that this was an act of aggressive war on the independent state of South Carolina. As already said, the rising smoke from the burning gun carriages gave notice to the Charlestonians that unusual proceedings of some kind were going on in Moultrie, and as early as 8 o'clock in the morning rumors of the withdrawal began to circulate through the city, which were confirmed by the first arrivals from Moultrieville. Previous events had prepared the public mind for sudden excitements, and it was not long before the signs of a popular ferment became visible. A rush to the newspaper offices for information, impromptu gatherings of street-corner politicians, and loud and indignant talk everywhere of the alleged perfidy of the administration in general and of Major Anderson in particular. While the reporters hurried off to Moultrie to witness the final work of demolition and transfer still going on, the appearance of the militia uniforms on the street satisfied the citizens that the authorities were not idle. Indeed, after the continual threats universally indulged in during the preceding weeks, a failure to take aggressive measures under the circumstances would have seriously demoralized the insurrection. The real popular excitement which now for a day prevailed would not brook this, nor would it have been permitted by Governor Pickens. All his actions demonstrate that both in purpose and temper he was a revolutionist of a genuine and radical type, bold, unyielding, and without serious scruples as to questions of law and authority. Beyond his qualified control of the volunteer companies as commander-in-chief of the state militia under the Constitution of South Carolina, he had no military power of any kind, neither the legislature nor the convention, although both were in session, having made as yet any law, order, or direction in anticipation of the emergency. But all this was a matter of small moment to the impetuous and determined governor. He was no sooner apprised of the transfer to Sumter than he sent an aide to Major Anderson demanding to know by what authority he had acted, and insisting courteously but peremptorily that he should immediately return to Moultrie, reciting the alleged pledge of the President that the forts should not be reinforced. Anderson's reply was in good temper and based upon a proper and manly statement of his rights. He said that he could not and would not return, that he had not reinforced the command, but merely transferred his garrison from one fort to another, and that as commander of the harbor he had a right to place his men in any fort he deemed proper, that his removal had been on his own responsibility as the best means of preventing bloodshed. This discussion exhausted the subject and was continued no further, both parties turning their attention not so much to what either might desire to do, but what at the moment it was possible to accomplish. The much talked of and dreaded collision was plainly impracticable. Without as yet a single gun mounted for efficient service, and many of the embrasures simply closed with light boards, Sumter was in no condition to invite attack. With only a few improvised companies of volunteers, and these badly equipped and supplied, Charleston could not afford to risk an assault. A mob might have run over the Moultrie sandbanks, but it had no adequate preparations with which to overwhelm Sumter. With all his stubbornness of will, Governor Pickens combined an undercurrent of conservative prudence which took discriminating note of the probabilities of success or failure. For the present, therefore, he confined his enterprise to such measures as would meet no opposition. Before a single soldier moved from the city, the governor had ample means of knowing, from both the personal observation of newspaper reporters and the statements of Captain Foster while on his business visit to Charleston, that Moultrie had been permanently abandoned, with no thought whatever of immediate defense, and also that no troops had been sent to Castle Pinckney. He doubtless had this specific information, and acting upon it, he could with impunity seize both these places. He now issued written orders to have this done, once more and for the last time employing the pretext that these occupations were made with a view to prevent the further destruction of public property and to secure the public safety. While the volunteers, some 8 or 9 companies, were ordered to meet at their armories in the early afternoon, and the governor was dispatching excited telegrams to the minutemen in different parts of the state, a company or two of already assembled soldiers proceeded during the morning to business which had no need of special preparation. A cordon of troops was stationed around the United States arsenal, not indeed invading it, but quite as effectually taking possession of it by placing it under surveillance and guard. The other government property in the city was treated with less delicacy. The custom house, the post office, and the branch United States Treasury were taken into military possession and control. A week later, in a special message to the legislature, Governor Pickens placed on record his defense of these acts of war. All the steps that have been taken have been from necessity and with a view to endeavor to give security and safety in the present state of the country. The convention has by ordinance withdrawn the state from the federal union and by consequence imposed upon the executive the duty of endeavoring to sustain her dignity and her rights. And in this emergency, I confidently rely upon the legislature to sustain the executive in all proper measures. What a piece of involuntary satire this language of a revolutionary chief of a petty commonwealth becomes in comparison with the halting and negligent course of the President, to whom had been confided the dignity and rights of a powerful nation. To make his advent into Sumter impressive, Anderson had ordered the solemnities of a formal noonday flag-raising with parade, military music, and appropriate religious exercises at the foot of the flagstaff by the army chaplain of the post. That afternoon, about 4 o'clock, he and some of his officers from the parapet of Sumter and the excited Charlestonians from favorable lookouts in the city witnessed the hostile occupation of Castle Pinckney. As a piece of theatrical soldiering, this was the principal insurrectionary exploit of the day. 150 volunteers with their brand new equipments were put upon the guard boat Nina, which steamed away for the castle only 3/4 of a mile from Charleston. The curious crowd at the wharf watched them with eager interest until the steamer reached the landing, and the excited militiamen rushed valiantly down the gangplank of the vessel with fixed bayonets and around the circular brick walls of the work to its main entrance. The remainder of the spectacular performance, not in view to the Charlestonians, could be plainly seen by the observers on Sumter. They hallooed and hammered without effect at the great gates, which were closed and barred. Finally, the long-prepared scaling ladders, which now at length found occasion for service, were brought and planted, and reassured by the cover of leveled rifles, a dozen or two men scrambled over the walls and unbarred and opened the gates. The command entered and hauled up a red flag with a single white star, borrowed from the Nina, and the expedition had concluded its work of storming an undefended fort, there being only the engineer officer, Lieutenant Meade, the ordnance sergeant, and perhaps a dozen laborers in the work, who made no resistance. The occupation of Fort Moultrie was the concluding affair of the day. Governor Pickens had no idea whatever of hurling his awkward squads against even its deserted walls. His order was to take possession of Sullivan's Island, and if it could be done without too great loss after precautionary examination as to mines, etc., then Fort Moultrie itself should be occupied. The final abandonment took place about 4 in the afternoon, and the expedition to seize it did not leave Charleston Wharf until 7 in the evening. Neither difficulty nor delay was encountered in the examination, and in the course of an hour the preconcerted signal of 3 rockets announced to the city both arrival and possession. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. Recording by Kevin Callon Boyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. On Wednesday, December 26th at 3:00 p.m., it being about the same time of the same day that Anderson was completing his preparations to leave Moultrie, Messrs. Barnwell, Adams, and Orr, the 3 commissioners from South Carolina, reached Washington. They were by authority of the convention empowered to negotiate a treaty of peace and friendship between the embryo republic and the United States, to secure the delivery of the forts, arsenal, and lighthouses, to divide the public property and apportion the public debt, and generally to settle all pending questions upon the assumption that South Carolina was no longer a member of the Union, but an independent foreign state. Arrived at Washington, they found their friends no less hopeful that some, at least, of these important negotiations could be without delay conducted to a successful issue. 6 days had passed since the passage of the Ordinance of Secession, and that revolutionary declaration had been, to say the least, tolerated as an act of the people, without a word of official criticism, dissent, or even definition. 4 days had passed since the convention had given the commissioners their credentials, and yet the hourly communications of the telegraph had brought them no word of discouragement. On the contrary, their coming was expected, and the course of action to be pursued towards them had been officially deliberated upon and settled. President Buchanan had determined to assure them that he had no authority to decide what shall be the relations between the federal government and South Carolina, thus conveniently shirking his sworn duty to assert and maintain existing relations as defined by the Constitution and laws, and thereby officially raising a presumption that they had been or might be changed by the action of South Carolina. Shrinking from the doctrine of this message, that secession is revolution, he now, instead of enforcing the penalties of treason against these avowed revolutionists under the Constitution and law of nations, proposed to receive them as private gentlemen of the highest character and communicate to Congress any proposition they might have to make. This was certainly strewing the pathway of revolution with roses. The executive of the nation assaulted not only forgoes his power and duty of defense, but complacently volunteers to become the intermediary of the assailants for acknowledgement and recognition. There being no concealment about the temper and purpose of Mr. Buchanan, the arrival of the commissioners were promptly communicated to him, and he, with an equal promptness, appointed an interview with them at 1 o'clock of the next day, Thursday, December 27th. On their part, the commissioners deliberately settled themselves for business by taking a house and appointing a secretary. But at sunrise on Thursday, things were no longer as they had been at the previous sunset. Anderson's move on the military chessboard had changed not only the game of war, but yet more radically the game of politics. The Charleston authorities, bewildered by the event, probably expected treachery from the administration, and under this impulse delayed the transmission of the news northward. They, however, sent the information to the commissioners at Washington, who communicated it to Mr. Buchanan. If the president had any intelligible theory of the future, it was that he should be permitted to end his official term without war, that the Charlestonians would respect their promise not to attack Anderson, that Congress would tolerate the secession by South Carolina as a transient necessity and hold the other threatening states with some tempting compromise. This comforting dream was rudely dispelled by the news, and instead of enjoying quiet repose in a secure anchorage, he found himself adrift on a dreaded sea of troubles. Catching at straws, Buchanan's first impulse was to assume that Anderson had abandoned Moultrie in a panic, and to restore the status quo by ordering him back into that fort. He had the distinct impression that his orders did not contemplate or permit the change, showing either how ignorant he was of the Buell memorandum, which had passed under his personal notice only 6 days before, or how thoroughly that contradictory document had mystified him as well as others. Had the influences which were theretofore paramount in Washington yet remained, it is more than likely that this first impulse of the president would have been carried out. But things were changed at the Capitol as well as in Charleston. An embezzlement of near $1 million worth of Indian trust bonds had come to light and kept the federal city and the whole country in a ferment for nearly a week. A department clerk and a New York contractor were in prison, but the responsibility of the affair was brought home to Secretary Floyd so pointedly that the president had 3 days before requested his resignation. Floyd was in no haste to comply, and Mr. Buchanan was too timid to summarily dismiss his disgraced minister, who still exercised the functions of Secretary of War. Anderson's report, written at 8 p.m. on December 26th and sent by mail and not yet reached Washington. Floyd was therefore incredulous about what the commissioners told him, but took immediate steps to verify the rumor. "Intelligence has reached here this morning," he telegraphed to Anderson on the morning of the 27th, "that you have abandoned Fort Moultrie, spiked your guns, burned the carriages, and gone to Fort Sumter. It is not believed because there is no order for any such movement. Explain the meaning of this report." "The telegram is correct," replied Anderson. "I abandoned Fort Moultrie because I was certain that if attacked my men must have been sacrificed, and the command of the harbor lost. I spiked the guns and destroyed the carriages to keep the guns from being used against us." And he added, if attacked, the garrison would never have surrendered without a fight. Meanwhile, the cabinet was called together to deliberate on the unwelcome news. During the 2 weeks which had elapsed since the retirement of Cass and Cobb, a profound change had occurred among the president's advisers. Philip F. Thomas of Maryland, also a secessionist, was made Secretary of the Treasury, a substitution which brought no reform. But on the other hand, Jeremiah S. Black had been made Secretary of State and greatly transformed in the political sentiments and acts. and Edward M. Stanton, a man of iron will and hearty Union sentiment, nominated to succeed him as Attorney General. A new and healthier atmosphere pervaded the Executive Council chamber in the discussion of the crisis. A session of an hour ought to have sufficed to dispose of it. But the political condition of the nation was so abnormal, the public service so disorganized, and the executive so timid, that for 3 and 4 nights, from the evening of the 27th to the morning of the 31st, Anderson hung doubtfully in the balance between honorable approval and disgraceful censure. Though under the accusation of theft and the intimation of dismissal, Secretary Floyd came up to the help of the imperiled conspiracy with vigor and audacity. Dropping the cloak of unionism under which he had been hiding his misdeeds for a month, he maintained with vehemence the existence of a mutual pledge created by the President's Truce of the 10th, and claimed that Anderson had violated this pledge, alleging there was nothing in his instructions which could in any wise justify his removal to Sumter. Against this assumption, Mr. Black, the new Secretary of State, took much more radical ground than he had hitherto occupied. He insisted that Anderson's transfer was in perfect accordance with his orders, announced his unqualified approval of it, and asserted the duty of the administration to sustain it. In regard to the issue thus raised, the President exhibited his usual irresolution. He denied the technical existence of a pledge, but could not, of course, deny its spirit, and sided with Floyd in the belief that Anderson's zeal had outrun the limit of his instructions. The Buell Memorandum and the modifying order were sent for, and now for the first time underwent cabinet criticism. The studied ambiguity of these papers furnished arguments for both sides, the entire question turning upon the point whether Anderson had tangible evidence of a design to proceed to a hostile act. The passion of the cabinet members rose with their war of words. Floyd became more aggressive and submitted a written demand that he should be allowed at once to order the garrison to be withdrawn entirely from the harbor of Charleston, alleging that the government was dishonored in the violation of its most solemn pledges. Pending the discussion, the cabinet adjourned until evening. The President's audience to the commissioners had been postponed until the next day, but they were not idle. All that day and until midnight they were the center of the consternation, the hopes, and the counsels of the conspirators. Meanwhile, the official leakage, the Baltimore dispatches, and finally the issue of the afternoon newspapers had communicated Anderson's coup to the whole federal city. General Scott, confined to his sick room and writhing under the persistent disregard of his advice by the executive and his studied exclusion by the Secretary of War, sent his aide-de-camp to remind the President of the existence of such an officer as the General-in-Chief of the American armies. Since the formal order unaccompanied by special instructions assigning Major Anderson to the command of Fort Moultrie, no order, intimation, suggestion, or communication for his government and guidance has gone to that officer or any of his subordinates from the headquarters of the Army, nor have any reports or communications been addressed to the General-in-Chief from Fort Moultrie later than a letter written by Major Anderson almost immediately after his arrival in Charleston Harbor, reporting the then state of the work. So ran the message delivered to the President, giving him substantial food for reflection upon the methods of his Secretary of War. The spokesmen of the political factions also thronged to the White House with argument and counsel. The Republicans, of course, were obliged to remain aloof, as were also Mr. Douglas and his adherents. But the secession Democrats from the South were persistent in their appeals to have Anderson remanded to Moultrie or entirely withdrawn, while on the other hand, the administration Democrats from the northern states though few in number, were urgent that he should be approved and sustained in his courageous step. In the evening, the adjourned cabinet meeting resumed its deliberations and continued the session to a late hour. Reports went forth to the northern newspapers that night that before its close a vote of 4-3 had decided against ordering the troops back to Moultrie. This, however, was premature. Whether a vote was taken or not, the question did not reach a decision. What was done is described in the language of Mr. Buchanan. In this state of suspense, the President determined to await official information from Major Anderson himself. The President determined to await official information from Major Anderson himself. After its receipt, should he be convinced upon full examination that the Major, on a false alarm, had violated his instructions, he might think seriously of restoring for the present the former status quo of the forts. But the aggressive acts of the insurgents were continually outrunning the vacillating decisions of the President. During the afternoon and evening of Thursday, while the cabinet meetings and conspirators' caucuses were in session, and while Mr. Buchanan's irresolution was being tortured by the entreaties of the Southern radicals, and the remonstrances from his conservative friends of the North, active war, bloodless as yet, but active war no less, was being waged by Governor Pickens against the national sovereignty, and Fort Moultrie, Castle Pinckney, and Arsenal Post Office and Custom House at Charleston, for want of rightful assertion and protection, passed into the hands of the insurrection as already stated. Like the news of Anderson's transfer the day before, the information of this outrage upon the flag was suppressed by the Charleston authorities. Beyond its transmission, perhaps, to their friends in Washington, none of the transactions at Charleston on Thursday afternoon and night were permitted to be telegraphed to the North until about 10 o'clock on Friday morning, the 28th. Probably in the hope that the order for Anderson's return could be extorted from the President before he should be stung to resistance. The seizures at Charleston, made on the personal judgment of Governor Pickens, and against at least the implied consent of the convention, were of doubtful expediency for them. The Richmond Whig denounced them as a shameful outrage, and soundly berated South Carolina for not being content to go out of the Union peacefully. These, however, might still have been turned to advantage, but for the more serious blunder now committed by the commissioners themselves. Their promised interview with Mr. Buchanan, postponed from 1 o'clock on Thursday, on account of the Anderson news, was held at 2:30 on Friday the 28th. The President had at that afternoon heard of the Charleston outrages, and knew that from being the agents of a conspiracy, they had now become the emissaries of an insurrection. But he failed to note the declaration of the Constitution that treason against the United States consists in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. He determined to listen with patience to what they had to communicate. On their introduction, he stated that he could recognize them only as private gentlemen, and not as commissioners from a sovereign state, that it was to Congress, and Congress alone, they must appeal. He nevertheless expressed his willingness to communicate to that body, as the only competent tribunal, any propositions they might have to offer. It is difficult to imagine the feeling of the commissioners under this treatment, whether it was one of grateful relief or profound contempt. Instead of being cast into prison, they were admitted to a considerate social conference with this executive of a foreign nation and treated to friendly private advice how best to accomplish the objects of their mission. According to his explanations, the Constitution indeed forbade his recognizing their authority or deciding their claim, but he would give his claim point and dignity by referring it officially to Congress, with the sanction of a presidential message. Had sound judgment guided them, they would have seized eagerly upon the quasi-acceptance of their mission, which virtually gave them the president as an ally, divided and paralyzed Congress by an active and concerted intrigue, and made a conciliatory appeal to the commercial apprehensions of the northern cities and manufacturing districts. But instead, they now ventured their whole success upon a single desperate chance. Assuming a tone of anger and accusation, they impugned the honor of the government and asked explanations of Anderson's conduct under the childish threat of suspending negotiations which were not yet begun. And in conclusion, they added, we would urge upon you the intermediate withdrawal of the troops from the harbor of Charleston. Under present circumstances, they are a standing menace which renders negotiation impossible, and as our recent experience shows, threatens speedily to bring to a bloody issue questions which ought to be settled with temperance and judgment. The adoption of this ultimatum by the conspirators shows the strong confidence they had in their complete domination over the will of Mr. Buchanan. Unprepared for war, they abruptly closed their only avenue to successful intrigue. Feeling assured that all resistance from the president would break down, and that his infirm purpose would unconditionally yield their demand. But under wiser advice, Mr. Buchanan's hesitating decision finally went against them, and in that failure terminated the last and only hope of accomplishing peaceable secession. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Kevin Callon Boyle.
Chapter 6 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3 by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 6, The Cabinet Regime. The ultimatum presented by the commissioners was at once made the subject of a cabinet discussion, continued in the evening of the same day. No decision was arrived at, and the meetings would be without special interest, were it not for the report of one of the incidents that shows the feeling which divided the members into two irreconcilable factions. The scene is given in the language of one of the participants in the evening session of Friday, December 28th, who afterwards recounted the event in the council room of the White House. Secretary Stanton said, "The last I saw of Floyd was in this room, lying on the sofa which then stood between the windows yonder. I remember it well. It was on the night of the 28th of December, 1860. We had had high words and had almost come to blows in our discussion over Fort Sumter. Thompson was here. Thompson was a plausible talker, and as a last resort, having been driven from every other argument, advocated the evacuation of the fort on the plea of generosity. South Carolina, he said, was but a small state with a sparse white population. We were a great and powerful people in a strong, vigorous government. We could afford to say to South Carolina, see, we will withdraw our garrison as an evidence that we mean you no harm." Stanton replied to him, "Mr. President, the proposal to be generous implies that the government is strong, and that we, as the public servants, have the confidence of the people. I think that is a mistake. No administration has ever suffered the loss of public confidence and support as this has done. Only the other day it was announced that $1 million had been stolen from Mr. Thompson's department. The bonds were found to have been taken from the vault where they should have been kept, and the notes of Mr. Floyd were substituted for them. Now it is proposed to give up Sumter. All I have to say is that no administration, much less this one, can afford to lose $1 million of money and a fort in the same week." Floyd remained silent and did not reappear in that chamber. The cabinet was again convened on the evening of Saturday, December the 29th, but when it met, there was one vacant seat at the council board. During that day Floyd sent in his formal resignation, complaining that he had been subjected to a violation of solemn pledges and plighted faith. The resignation was accepted on the following Monday, and the War Department placed provisionally under the charge of Postmaster General Holt. To the 6 assembled counselors, Mr. Buchanan now submitted the draft of his reply to the commissioners. The precise terms and substance of this document remained unpublished, and we are compelled to gather its import from a rather elaborate written criticism of it by a member of the Cabinet. This indicates, however, with sufficient clearness that the paper, like all Mr. Buchanan's writings and conversations of that period, was contradictory, loose in expression, and entirely lacking in any clear presentation of issues or a straightforward decision of pending questions, a half defense and half apology, seeking simply to evade and shift just official responsibility. Of all the Cabinet members, Mr. Toucey alone approved the reply. Thompson and Thomas, with active sympathies in behalf of secession, assailed it as being hostile to South Carolina and calculated to provoke a conflict, while Black, Stanton, and Holt insisted that it ignobly yielded the rights and honor of the government to the rebellion which had assailed its flag and property. To all appearance unmoved by these searching and acrimonious discussions, the President seemed to adhere inflexibly both to the form and substance of the reply he had sketched, and the conference ended with every indication of a new and this time radical Cabinet crisis. It is not probable that either the Chief Magistrate or any or all of his constitutional advisers comprehended the novel relations and changing aspects of national politics. The heat of their daily strife warped their judgment, and the rancor of their discords obscured their vision too much for correct analysis. Upon a more remote and dispassionate study of these men, it comes out that President Buchanan's was a cold, secretive, rigid, unsympathetic character in which the two opposing qualities of stubbornness and timidity met and neutralized each other, leaving a colorless personality peculiarly subject to be moved by political drifts which he lacked the insight to perceive and the courage to resist. Two opposing currents in the Cabinet, one towards active disunion, represented by Cobb, Thompson, and Floyd, and recently Thomas, and the others towards a conservative unionism, represented by Cass, Black, Holt, and recently Stanton, had kept the President in an eddy with his darling political paradoxes about secession and coercion, enforcement and violence, executive duty and congressional power, revolution and compromise forever on his lips, and the ghastly and overwhelming phantom of civil war forever before his eyes. The end of December, therefore, when he was called upon to decide the fate of Anderson and Sumter, found him no further advanced than when, at the beginning of the month, he was writing his message. All the great political events which had happened, the significant congressional debates, his truce with rebellion, the rupture of his cabinet, proclamation of the insurrection, South Carolina secession, Anderson's movement, the Charleston seizures, and the actual presence of the insurrection in the executive mansion in the persons of the three commissioners, had swept by him not indeed unnoted, but utterly uncomprehended. Though seized by friend and foe alike and dragged time and again into the broad light of his state duties and responsibilities, he as constantly shrank back into the obscurity of his personal fears, refusing to exercise his executive functions. The wide drift in politics, however, now sweeping unresisted and with a rising current, not only in South Carolina, but in other cotton states as well, from discontent to conspiracy and from conspiracy to insurrection, while it left the President stationary in attitude and resolve, had quite a different effect upon the members of his cabinet. We have already seen how it drew out Cobb to personal service in rebellion, and drove out Cass as a protest against executive indifference and neglect. The same influence had now forced out Floyd, much against the inclination of that double-dealing politician. Nor did the influence end here. Though the king be dead, the king must live. A nation of 30 millions is a daily force with daily needs, and if the President refuses office, the next in authority must take up the task. With all Buchanan's protests that it was not his work, the national questions grew daily in magnitude and portent. On the 26th, it was the query of receiving the commissioners. On the 27th, the question of remanding Anderson to Moultrie. On the 28th, the demand to withdraw the garrison altogether. In a week it might be civil war, and in a month an army at the gates of the Capitol. Though the President might shirk the pressing issues, South Carolina and the Union assuredly would not. From the presidential election to the evacuation of Moultrie, Mr. Buchanan's policy had been, in substance, an effort to abstain as far as possible from affairs of state, and his written reply to the commissioners was a simple continuation of that policy. But this was now approved by only one member of his cabinet, the other 5 condemning it, though from motives radically unlike. Thompson and Thomas, importuned by their friends, could no longer postpone decisive action to favor the conspiracy, while Black, Holt, and Stanton dared no longer defer energetic efforts to maintain the government. With the adjournment of that cabinet meeting on Saturday night, December the 29th, therefore, it is scarcely too strong to say, terminated the real administration of James Buchanan and began what may be appropriately called the regime of the cabinet. It is true that he still continued to affix his official signature and draw his official salary, but the most that can be claimed for his rulership is that he performed the function defined by the French historian Thiers in his famous constitutional maxim of European monarchies: the king reigns, he does not govern. We look in vain through the remainder of Mr. Buchanan's term for positive, affirmative, executive acts. He simply assents to or refuses what is proposed by his ministers, and every strong manifestation of national authority seems to have been one which they did not permit him to prevent. The temper of his mind and purpose is accurately outlined in his own language in a special message which he transmitted to Congress on the 8th of January, and which was in its entirety little else than a lamentation over the woes and dangers of the country, and a despairing cry exhorting Congress to call upon the people to preserve the Union, apparently forgetting that that was the precise duty for which the people had elected him president, and which duty he had specifically sworn to perform. The dangerous and hostile attitude of the states towards each other has already far transcended and cast in the shade the ordinary executive duties already provided for by law, and has assumed such vast and alarming proportions as to place the subject entirely above and beyond executive control. The fact cannot be disguised that we are in the midst of a great revolution. In all its various bearings, therefore, I commend the question to Congress as the only human tribunal under Providence possessing the power to meet the existing emergency. To them exclusively belongs the power to declare war or to authorize the employment of military force in all cases contemplated by the Constitution, and they alone possess the power to remove grievances which might lead to war and to secure peace and union to this distracted country. On them and on them alone rests the responsibility. I therefore appeal through you to the people of the country to declare in their might that the Union must and shall be preserved by all constitutional means. In conclusion, it may be permitted to me to remark that I have often warned my countrymen of the dangers which now surround us. This may be the last time I shall refer to this subject officially. This is no longer the potential voice of a President of the United States administering government, but the cry of a bewildered functionary who has lost command, confidence, courage, and is even almost deserted by hope. Most radical of all the changes effected by these developments was that wrought in Jeremiah S. Black, Secretary of State. No one can read his famous opinion on coercion given to sustain the President's annual message without realizing the profound influence under which the conspirators controlled his legal reasoning and his official utterance at the date of November 20, 1860. But on the retirement of Mr. Cass, his elevation to the Secretaryship of State appears to have given him wider and truer views. Growing with his increasing national responsibilities, he now in the Sumter crisis seems to have risen to genuine leadership. On Sunday morning, December 30, convinced of the President's intention to adhere to his submitted reply to the commissioners, Mr. Black convened the Union section of the Cabinet. His inability to sustain further the President's contemplated action declared his intention to resign, in which resolve he was also joined by Mr. Stanton. After due discussion and reflection, Mr. Toucey carried the information of this threatened defection to the President. Mr. Buchanan's courage utterly broke down before the prospect of finding himself alone in face of the political complications which came crowding upon him. He at once sent for Mr. Black, and after a confidential interview, the details of which have never been revealed, he gave the objectionable draft of his reply to the Secretary of State, with liberty to make all changes and amendments which, in his opinion, might be necessary. It was the President's virtual abdication. Mr. Black hurried to the office of the Attorney General, and there, in the presence of Mr. Stanton, and doubtless with his advice and suggestion, wrote out a detailed and methodical memorandum covering the points at variance. It is a strong and patriotic paper, and had it been adopted by the Executive as the keynote of his annual message and enforced promptly by the Army and Navy, the rebellion might never have reached its final proportions. It not only deprecated any expression of regret that the commissioners should suspend negotiations, but roundly denied the right of South Carolina to send any such officials or agents. It stated that the Charleston forts belonged to the government and could not be made the subject of any adjustment or arrangement, but must be maintained by the power of the nation. On the subject of the President's pledge, it asserted with vigor that it deeply concerns the President's reputation that he should contradict this statement, since, if it be undenied, it puts him in the attitude of an executive officer who voluntarily disarms himself of the power to perform his duty, and ties up his hands so that he cannot, without breaking his word, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, and see the laws faithfully executed. The definition of coercion contained in this memorandum, when compared with the same writer's employment of the word in his famous opinion of November 20, 1860, is a burst of patriotic sunlight. The words coercing a state by force of arms to remain in the Confederacy, a power which I do not believe the Constitution has conferred on Congress, ought certainly not to be retained. They are too vague, and might have the effect, which I am sure the President does not intend, to mislead the commissioners concerning his sentiments. The power to defend the public property, to resist an assailing force which unlawfully attempts to drive out the troops of the United States from one of the fortifications, and to use the military and naval forces for the purpose of aiding the proper officers of the United States in the execution of the laws. This, as far as it goes, is coercion, and may very well be called coercing a state by force of arms to remain in the Union. Contrasting the language of Mr. Black, Secretary of State, endorsed and sustained by a mutinous cabinet majority, with the words of Mr. Black, Attorney General, acquiesced in by the tolerant cabinet majority of 6 weeks previous, we are able to measure accurately the immense change in the theory and purpose of the administration, which was now intended to be announced. But the reform did not stop even here. From a hearty and outspoken eulogy of Anderson, the memorandum proceeded to a vigorous recommendation of defensive measures. He has saved the country, I solemnly believe, when its day was darkest and its perils most extreme. He has done everything that mortal man could do to repair the fatal error which the administration have committed in not sending down troops enough to hold all the forts. He has kept the strongest one. He still commands the harbor. We may still execute the laws if we try. I entreat the President to order the Brooklyn and the Macedonian to Charleston without the least delay, and in the meantime send a trusty messenger to Major Anderson to let him know that his government will not desert him. The reinforcement of troops from New York or Old Point Comfort should follow immediately. If this be done, all may yet be not well, but comparatively safe. If not, I can see nothing before us but disaster and ruin to the country. Sheet by sheet, as rapidly as Mr. Black wrote this long memorandum, Mr. Stanton made a copy of it, and the original was sent to the President. Mr. Holt saw it later in the day and also gave it his unqualified approval. Mr. Buchanan amended his reply, embodying in it many parts of this document, but with a lingering pride of opinion, or perhaps deference to the haughty assumptions of the commissioners, he chose and used only the mildest and weakest phrases. Despite traceable infusion from Mr. Black's memorandum, his letter remained an humble apologetic argument, and not a manly and confident assertion of right, duty, and power. It still reiterated his purely defensive instructions, his anxiety to refer their propositions to Congress, his first prompting to remand Anderson to Moultrie, his deep regret that they deemed negotiations impossible. Yet it at least mentioned the insurrectionary seizure of forts and arsenal. It promised that Anderson should not be condemned without a fair hearing, that he would not withdraw the troops and that it was his duty to defend Fort Sumter as a portion of the public property of the United States against hostile attacks from whatever quarter they may come. By these narrow distinctions, the President of the United States escaped the impending disgrace of lowering the flag of the Union with not a hostile soldier in arms before it. When the commissioners on Monday, the last day of December, received this reply of the Cabinet over the signature of the President, they saw that their mission was ended, and yet they were without results, without promises, without prospects. They had rejected the proffered negotiations with Congress and sacrificed their visiting relations with the President. Worse than all, the letter indicated the advent of a new authority which had the courage to say no. It was the first fresh breeze of a northern reaction which might rise to a storm. Under the circumstances, there was nothing to do but to pocket their credentials and go home. To this they added the only other expedient the situation permitted, a bitter and insulting rejoinder to fire the Southern heart. Upon this second letter to the President, they apparently expended their united skill and emptied their accumulated indignation. They drew up a sententious arraignment of his official neglect of duty. They charged distinctly that in his interview with them his words had indicated a willingness to withdraw the troops and deliver them the forts in the harbor. Their allegations were only partly true, for the dissembling Floyd was responsible for the Boyle memorandum and the surrender instructions. They evidently thought Mr. Buchanan capable of treason, when his offense was personal timidity and consequent neglect of duty. As a succinct summary of events, no less than as the analysis of their complete web of intrigue and outline of expected successes, the following portion merits quotation. Some weeks ago, the state of South Carolina declared her intention in the existing condition of public affairs to secede from the United States. She called the convention of her people to put her declaration in force. The convention met and passed the ordinance of secession. All this you anticipated, and your course of action was thoroughly considered. In your annual message, you declared you had no right and would not attempt to coerce a seceding state, but that you were bound by your constitutional oath and would defend the property of the United States within the borders of South Carolina if an attempt was made to take it by force. Seeing very early that this question of property was a difficult and delicate one, you manifested a desire to settle it without collision. You did not reinforce the garrison in the harbor of Charleston. You removed a distinguished and veteran officer from the command of Fort Moultrie because he attempted to increase his supply of ammunition. You refused to send additional troops to the same garrison when applied for by the officer appointed to succeed him. You accepted the resignation of the oldest and most eminent member of your cabinet rather than allow the garrison to be strengthened. You compelled an officer stationed at Fort Sumter to return immediately to the arsenal 40 muskets which he had taken to arm his men. You expressed not to one but to many of the most distinguished of our public characters, whose testimony will be placed upon the record whenever it is necessary, your anxiety for a peaceful termination of this controversy, and your willingness not to disturb the military status of the forts if commissioners should be sent to the government, whose communications you promised to submit to Congress. You received and acted on assurances from the highest official authorities of South Carolina that no attempt would be made to disturb your possession of the forts and property of the United States if you would not disturb their existing condition until the commissioners had been sent and the attempt to negotiate had failed. You took from the members of the House of Representatives a written memorandum that no such attempt should be made. You sent orders to your officers commanding them strictly to follow a line of conduct in conformity with such an understanding. You knew the implied condition under which we came. Our arrival was notified to you, and an hour appointed for an interview. With the facts we have stated, and in face of the crowning and conclusive fact that your Secretary of War had resigned his seat in the Cabinet upon the publicly avowed ground that the action of Major Anderson had violated the pledged faith of the government, and that unless the pledge was instantly redeemed he was dishonored, denial was impossible. You did not deny it. You do not deny it now, but you seek to escape from its obligation. You have decided, you have resolved to hold by force what you have obtained through our misplaced confidence, and by refusing to disavow the action of Major Anderson, have converted his violation of orders into a legitimate act of your executive authority. This humiliating reminder of the commissioners sent to the President as a Parthian arrow while they sped by rail back to Charleston to report their discomfiture, too accurate in many points, both in statement and logic, to be completely refuted, and too offensive in language and intent to be either answered or tolerated, Mr. Buchanan took his only alternative by writing upon it the endorsement This paper just presented to the President is of such a character that he declines to receive it and returning it to the signers. The central cabal, however, was unwilling to lose the effect of the forcible indictment on public opinion, and Jefferson Davis seized an early occasion to incorporate the commissioner's rejoinder at full length in a Senate speech, thus giving it ample circulation in print in the Congressional Globe and the newspaper reports of Senate proceedings. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Jatkowski. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 7, The Star of the West. As we have seen, the fate of Sumter hung in doubt from the evening of December 27, 1860, the day on which the President first received news of Anderson's transfer, until the afternoon of December 31st, when he finally sent to the commissioners, in modified form, the answer dictated by Black and his Union colleagues refusing to withdraw the troops. During these intervening 3 days, public rumor was possessed but vaguely of the information of passing events, of the commissioners' demand, of the cabinet struggle, of Floyd's retirement, and of the final victory of the Union section of the cabinet. General Scott, excited like all others by these rumors, made an appeal to Floyd on December 28, apparently still not fully realizing that secretary's treachery. He wrote to him, begging to express the hope that Sumter might not be evacuated, but that on the contrary, troops, supplies, and ships of war might be sent to its support, repeating at the same time his former recommendations to garrison further the other Southern forts. Everybody's blood was astir with the Charleston news, and on the supposition that the Secretary of War was a loyal man, it was natural to expect that he too would catch the patriotic contagion, and in an impulse of national pride applaud and support Anderson. Waiting impatiently through all of Saturday, without response, the general was reluctantly forced to doubt, and wrote to Lars Anderson, the major's brother, at Cincinnati, assuring him of his admiration of the major's masterly transfer of the garrison, and that he had urged reinforcements within the last 24 hours. But, he added dubiously, with what effect remains to be seen, since the War Department had kept secret from the general its instructions to the major. By Sunday morning, December 30, General Scott more accurately comprehended the situation. He realized that treason was doing its work in official circles, and that the regular channels and agencies of the government could no longer be trusted. Considering the step justified by the emergency, routine having become useless and discipline dangerous, he wrote directly and confidentially to the President himself, urging that matters of the highest national importance seemed to forbid a moment's delay, and if misled by zeal he hopes for the President's forgiveness. Will the President permit General Scott, without reference to the War Department, and otherwise as secretly as possible, to send 250 recruits from New York Harbor to reinforce Fort Sumter, together with some extra muskets or rifles, ammunition, and subsistence stores? It is hoped that a sloop of war and cutter may be ordered for the same purpose as early as tomorrow. Again, the lapse of another long day, without any presidential order or indication of decision upon these momentous questions. But finally, on Monday morning, the general was reassured by a sign of military promise. The rumor of Floyd's resignation grew into an accepted fact. Upon this cheering news, he ventured once more to trespass for a moment on the indulgence of the President of the United States, with suggestions about a successor, about a system of communication with Anderson, and more especially about a proffer of assistance and facilities in reinforcing Sumter and providing other defensive aid coming from patriotic citizens of New York. It was under these circumstances, as well as the self-assertion and triumph of the Union elements of the Cabinet, that on Monday morning, December 31st, Postmaster General Joseph Holt became Floyd's successor. This choice, too, was dictated by the new powers at the helm. Mr. Stanton himself having gone to Mr. Holt's residence near midnight to urge upon him the acceptance of the post, to impress upon him the grave nature of the exigency, and the need of a man in that place whose sentiments they knew. Fortunately for the country, their choice was in every way justified. In the prime of life, with even, moderate temperament, with well-balanced judgment, and with tenacious patriotism, the new War Minister was in almost every particular the opposite of his predecessor. The newspaper dispatches of the day inform us that Mr. Holt had not been in the War Department 5 minutes when he sent for General Scott. It is certain that he promptly called the General-in-Chief to his aid, and he, who had for 6 weeks been excluded from all duty and authority, went eagerly to the service of the Imperial Union. The situation was hastily examined, the military resources calculated, and measures devised, somewhat too hastily as the result proved, to send relief and support to Anderson. The expediency and possibility of such an expedition had been long pondered and discussed, but hitherto without the professional advice of the General-in-Chief. In the contingency only 3 plans seemed feasible. These had already been more or less considered, each found liable to serious objection. The first was to send the Brooklyn with 300 drilled men from Fort Monroe. Not only would an armed ship with disciplined troops afford greater probability of success in reaching Sumter against resistance, but once there the Brooklyn could be utilized as a floating custom house to enforce a collection of the important duties in default of officials or facilities in the city of Charleston. The President and Cabinet favored this plan, and notwithstanding its grave defects, of which General Scott was well aware, and his great anxiety to have something done, he acquiesced in its adoption. The President permitting, and a zealous Cabinet majority and General-in-Chief cooperating, all delay was set aside, and Monday evening General Scott called in person to congratulate Mr. Buchanan that relief to Anderson was at length to go, and to inform him that he had at the moment in his pocket the necessary orders from the War and Navy Departments for the prompt manning and sailing of the Brooklyn. But at this juncture an unexpected postponement grew out of the Presidential hesitation. Having remained, during this eventful Monday, subjected to the events, solicitations, and importunings of the conspiring senators and representatives, he was by the weakness of his nature unable to emancipate himself abruptly from their habitual domination. It must have cost him a struggle to adhere to his official decision not to withdraw the garrison from Sumter, but he remained true to the newly adopted counsels of Black, Holt, and Stanton. That crisis was over. He had received the ultimatum of the commissioners, and on that afternoon had sent his own in reply. But with the argument closed and negotiation ended on that head, his fortitude again broke down. Under a frivolous pretext of social and friendly courtesy, and explicitly recognizing the absence of an official obligation, he suspended the orders for the relief expedition. To General Scott he explained that it was for the purpose of giving the commissioners time to make a reply, and that the delay for this purpose could not, in his opinion, exceed 48 hours. The general, with his habits of discipline, and schooled in old-time politeness, accepted the disappointment with becoming grace. To Thompson, however, still Secretary of the Interior, an active conspirator, Mr. Buchanan, at a late hour that same evening, upon request, gave the additional pledge that the order should not be renewed without being previously considered and decided in the Cabinet, that the executive consent and orders for this pressing reinforcement given to his 4 loyal ministers should at the last moment be virtually abrogated at the demand of one Cabinet traitor, exhibits an almost hopeless irresolution and irresponsibility. Meanwhile, that was a gloomy Monday afternoon for the conspirators. The commissioners had received the President's reply and found their mission at an end. Their elegant house in Franklin Row, hired for a month's diplomatic campaign, must needs be closed after a brief occupation for 5 days. The ambassadorial dignity of South Carolina, which grew in the hothouse atmosphere of Washington politics like Jonah's gourd had become the shelter of calls, receptions, and caucuses, was doomed to wilt ignobly and disappear. Congressional conspirators saw their friends depart from the Cabinet, and found the familiar doors of the departments shut to their industrious visits. There were rumors of new combinations, of sudden resolves, of significant orders. There was danger in the air, and they sounded the alarm to their respective states. The commissioners themselves were not free from the prevailing panic. In a dispatch to the President of the South Carolina Convention they telegraphed, "Holt has been appointed Secretary of War. He is for coercion, and war is inevitable. We believe reinforcements are on their way. Prevent their entrance into the harbor at every hazard." As it turned out, their warning was premature, but nevertheless received early fulfillment. The Union members of the Cabinet were not men to submit quietly to have victory thus rudely snatched from their grasp. The customary official receptions on New Year's Day precluded all public business. Before the expiration of the 48 hours' grace, however, on Wednesday, the 2nd of January, the Cabinet was once more convulsed in discussing the paramount question of reinforcements. The traitor Thompson was there as forlorn hope, making a most spirited opposition to sending troops. It proved of no avail. The arguments of Holt, the mingled eloquence and cynical invective of Black, and the impetuous denunciations of Stanton held the President to their view and purpose. Before the conclusion of the debate the ill-tempered reply of the commissioners, discussed in the last chapter, was brought and read to the council. If the resolute and impressive deliberation had already made the decision sure, the general indignation over this missive made its announcement dramatic. "After this letter," said Secretary Black in a tone of confident triumph, "the Cabinet will be unanimous." While the President, with the courage of desperation, and his mind filled with bloody visions of immediate storming of Sumter, added, "It is not all over, and reinforcements must be sent." Probably dreading the intervention of some new obstacle, the Union members of the Cabinet addressed themselves immediately to the task of getting off the relief expedition, without further specific orders from the President. During the delay which had occurred its proposed details had been more carefully examined and considered. General Scott had never favored the plan of sending the Brooklyn. Two insuperable objections appeared to his professional judgment. It was affirmed that the vessel, by reason of her deep draught, could not cross the Charleston bar unless under circumstances exceptionally favorable. Her arrival at low tide or during a storm would delay and most likely defeat her entrance by giving notice of approach in time to organize resistance. But the second objection was even more imperative. Fort Monroe was one of the two most important national strongholds on the whole Atlantic coast. As a guard to the entrance of Chesapeake Bay and as a base for both seaboard and inland operations, its possession outweighed that of other harbor defenses, excepting perhaps only the Turgis forts off the Florida headland. Both for its immediate and practical utility in a campaign and its international importance as an indication of power and symbol of sovereignty, it dwarfed Sumter to insignificance. This great fortress was manned by a slender and altogether insufficient garrison. To strip it of 200 men for the needed reinforcement would be to place it in extreme jeopardy. Doubtless this was the general's chief reason for rejecting the plan of sending the Brooklyn. Subsequent events abundantly vindicated his judgment. Within a week from that time the conspiring governor of Virginia made an official examination into the feasibility of capturing Fort Monroe, and found peremptory discouragement in the professional advice that with the troops then in that stronghold it would be useless to make such an attempt without a large force thoroughly equipped and well appointed, and which was not at the command of the State of Virginia. Wisely preferring that all regulars in Fort Monroe should be left there to place its security beyond the shadow of a doubt, General Scott desired that the reinforcement should consist of recruits which could without danger be sparred from Governor's Island in New York Harbor. The question of a suitable transport had been the chief difficulty in this plan, for which there now seemed to come an opportune solution. 3 patriotic citizens of New York had made a tender of immediate military assistance to the government, offering at their own expense to throw a garrison of 400 artillerymen, to be selected among the drilled New York military companies, as a special volunteer garrison into Fort Moultrie, to hold that particular post. It was a serious offer from responsible men, and planned by adequate professional skill. But as the emergency seemed scarcely to demand so extraordinary a step, and as it involved grave political questions and was liable to produce troublesome legal embarrassments, General Scott did not advise the President to accept it. The details and discussions of this proffered citizens' expedition disclosed to General Scott the meaning of securing his needed transport. The orders concerning the Brooklyn were therefore on this same Wednesday, January 2nd, rescinded, and a plan submitted to send the reinforcements from New York in a swift merchant steamer. The plan was believed to combine secrecy, celerity of movement, certainty of crossing the bar, the avoidance of any apparent purpose of coercion, and the vital security of Fort Monroe. In conformity with this decision, a telegram was dispatched to New York accepting the services of the steamer, and the Assistant Adjutant General of the Army was sent on the day following to organize and forward the expedition with all possible haste. It is the almost universal fate of such enterprises to encounter unforeseen difficulties and vexatious delays. In spite of these, at 9 o'clock on Saturday evening, January 5, 1861, the relief expedition sailed from the harbor of New York. In the substance of the orders which the commanding officer bore to Anderson, we learn its definite strength and plan. The chartered side-wheel merchant steamship Star of the West, running heretofore on regular coast service to New Orleans, now bore 200 well-instructed recruits from Fort Columbus, with arms, ammunition, and subsistence for 3 months to reinforce the garrison. Anderson was directed with these to fill up his 2 companies, to muster the residue as a detachment, and was promised further reinforcements if necessary. He was warned against false telegrams, and told that measures would soon be taken to enable him to correspond with the government by sea. He was assured of the approbation of his conduct by the highest in authority. Finally, he was directed to repel and silence with his guns any fire upon Sumter or upon any vessels or towboats bringing him reinforcements or supplies. If instructions of the tenor had been given Anderson during the weary time he had waited for, and almost implored them, they would have served a needful purpose. That very afternoon the War Department received a dispatch from him giving notice that 6 days previously the insurrectionists had, among other offensive preparations, begun the erection of a battery on Morris Island, which, it was well known, would command the main ship channel, and that they had extinguished all the harbor lights except the one on Sumter itself. Considering the time which had elapsed, there remained no reasonable doubt that the vessel would encounter a dangerous fire. But coupled with this intelligence was also the expression of Anderson's confidence that he and his command were safe. "Thank God we are now where the government may send us additional troops at its leisure. We can command this harbor as long as our government wishes to keep it." As communicating his gratitude at the improved defensive situation, and as an opinion arising out of the President's long-standing policy of non-reinforcement, the language is natural and proper. But the new and radical measures at Washington put Anderson at cross-purpose with the Cabinet regime, and to their sanguine hopes his word implied more than he perhaps intended to convey. The President had consented to the relief expedition, and General Scott and the Cabinet had hastened its departure, under the apprehension of an immediate assault on the fort. This news seemed to change the situation, and in consequence orders went from Washington to New York to countermand the sailing of the ship. It was too late, however. The Star of the West was already on her voyage. Ever since the revolutionary seizure of the forts and other government property, the Charlestonians had vibrated with anxious uncertainty between the extremes of exultant enthusiasm and depressing panic. The telegraph was busy with almost unintermitted dispatches, but from the best sources the news was untrustworthy and contradictory. The reports and advices of their own commissioners did not seem to hold good for even 24 hours. Under the influence of these recurring doubts and dangers, both governor and people had labored to make the best of their very slender military resources. With the departure of their commissioners from Washington, the hope of immediate peaceful adjustment faded away. Dispatches of warning, though often denied and explained, continued to reappear and multiply. While some pains at concealment had been taken, the half-public preparations of the expedition in New York afforded unmistakable notice to all who chose to inform themselves. Though the Star of the West was cleared for her regular trip to New Orleans via Havana, It was asserted that telegrams were sent based upon visible details of preparation, which carried to Charleston the correct notice of her destination. But the insurrectionists had an efficient sentinel on watch in the person of Secretary Thompson. He appears to have kept them fully advised on the changing moods of the President, so far as his vigilance could keep pace with them. With all his care, he was for a while deceived and narrowly escaped leading his friends into a false security. He publicly alleges that no decision was reached in the Cabinet meeting of January 2nd. The allegation is, however, distinctly denied by both the President and his colleagues. Suspected and shunned, he was kept in ignorance of the expedition, and continued to assure the Charleston conspirators of the absence of danger almost until its actual arrival. The day before the event he learned, and to his extreme mortification, that the reinforcements were at sea. He lost no time in sending a warning dispatch. As illustrating the uncertainty of this class of news, it is interesting to note that his first telegram was actually withheld and suppressed by the department messenger to whom it was entrusted. A second one was more successful, and about 5 o'clock on the evening of the 8th gave the Charleston authorities reliable information of the expedition, if, indeed, any doubt remained in their minds on that point. At 1:30 o'clock on the morning of January 9, 1861, the Star of the West reached the vicinity of Charleston Bar. The harbor lights being out and the buoy removed, the captain deemed it unsafe to attempt an entrance. It was near daylight before he could ascertain his exact position and make out the light on Fort Sumter. But by this time the presence of the vessel was discovered by the rebel guard boat stationed at the bar, which rapidly steamed away towards the city, burning rockets and blue lights to signal to the rebel batteries and force the arrival of the expected expedition. With the American ensign hoisted, and the troops all sent below, leaving only the crew of the vessel on deck, the Star of the West, as rapidly as she could, followed the retreating guard boat up the channel. The course was directly towards Fort Sumter, Fort Moultrie being about the same distance off and somewhat to the right. Morris Island, however, lay comparatively near and parallel to the channel, to the left of the ship's course. Near the northern end of this island the officers discovered a red palmetto flag which marked the site of a battery of 2 24-pound guns, though it could not be seen from the ship, the erection of which was begun 9 days previously. When the vessel was within 5/8 of a mile of this flag, and keeping as near it as the channel permitted, in order to avoid the fire from Fort Moultrie, the officers were unpleasantly notified of the existence of the masked battery by a shot across the bows of the steamer. The captain, according to orders, thereupon displayed from the fore a large army garrison flag, which it was hoped Anderson would recognize as a signal of succor, that he would promptly bring his own guns into service to protect the approaching ship. The speed of the ship was increased to its full extent, while the battery continued its fire as rapidly as possible, the gunners gradually obtaining the range of the vessel. Notwithstanding the fire, the steamer stood onward, and though the machinery and rudder narrowly escaped several balls, and a ricochet shot struck in the forechains, she had passed the battery without substantial injury, when a new danger presented itself. The channel now obliged her to proceed for some distance in a direct line towards Moultrie before she could bear away for Sumter. In addition to this, 2 steamers were seen to start towards her from near Fort Moultrie. One of them towing was what was supposed to be the lately surrendered armed revenue cutter William Aiken. This new risk of attack, coupled with the fact that the guns of Sumter gave them no voice of welcome or assistance, shook the courage of the captain of the vessel and the lieutenant commanding the troops, and decided them to abandon their attempt. It seems to be conceded upon the judgment of competent military authority that this decision was a grave error, and that the remaining chances was as favorable as those under which many a dubious military enterprise has won success. A trifle more of daring might have ensured preeminent historic fame to Captain McGowan and Lieutenant Woods, but under a higher guidance than individual or even national wisdom, the Star of the West turned upon her course, and once more repassing the Morris Island battery in safety, grated her retreating keel over Charleston Bar with the falling tides on that memorable morning of January 9th, 1861. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 8. Anderson's Truce. The general public had no means of knowing anything about the fitting out and sailing of the Star of the West until Monday morning, 36 hours after her departure. The first announcement of the fact was in the shipping news of the Sunday Herald, in small type at the bottom of the column. "Cleared. Steamship Star of the West. McGowan, Havana, and New Orleans." The Tribune of Monday morning gave the current reports. "This steamer cleared on Saturday for Havana and New Orleans. Rumors were rife that she was to convey troops to Charleston, but the story was ridiculed at the office of the owners, and they requested its contradiction. Several belonging to the vessel said that she was going to Charleston, and would take on troops in the stream during the night. The freight taken was nearly all pork, beef, and pilot bread." Between the publication of this news in New York on Monday morning and the actual arrival of the ship in Charleston harbor at daylight on Wednesday, there was not sufficient time for the mails to carry the newspapers to the garrison in Sumter. Something of a panic had prevailed, however, in Charleston for several days previous, growing out of the commissioner's warning of the 28th that troops were on the way. Sometimes it was said in the Harriet Lane, sometimes in the Brooklyn, and doubtless these rumors found their way to Sumter, and had put the garrison and officers on the qui vive. But of the intended or actual sailing of the Star of the West, neither Anderson nor his subordinates had any notice or suspicion beyond the general hope and possibility that relief might be attempted by the government. The meagerness of the garrison compelled the few officers to remain on watch throughout the whole of each alternate night, and at about daylight on the 9th Captain Doubleday had his flagging energies aroused by discovering from the parapet that a large steamer was actually entering the harbor. He watched her with increasing interest as she steamed up the channel, and when at length the rebel battery opened its fire upon her, all doubt vanished that this must be an expedition of relief. Anderson being still in bed, Doubleday hurried down to his room to impart the stirring news. Quickly taking the commandant's orders, he ran out, called the drummers, had the long roll beaten, and in a few minutes both men and officers were stationed at the guns. Some 40 of these were by this time mounted, 29 on the first tier and 11 on the barbette tier, and the garrison had therefore the means of opening a lively cannonade. It was an anxious moment, and could Anderson have had General Scott's orders, which the Star of the West was at that moment bringing, or had he given the Buell memorandum a liberal construction, the drama of war might have opened with a different scene. As it was, overprudence lost him the occasion to do a memorable and decisive act. In the uncertainty as to what the character and purpose of the vessel might be, he restrained the eagerness of some of his officers to fire, and while they waited in breathless anxiety for the further development of the conflict, the Star of the West suddenly put about and retreated to sea. Had she continued to approach, there is scarcely a doubt that Anderson would have aided her with his guns. Though the Morris Island battery was out of his reach, he could have replied effectually to the fire of Moultrie, and as the vessel had already passed the former, this diversion would have vastly increased her chances of a safe landing. But it is also probable that the captain of the ship and lieutenant commanding the troops were hastened in their flight by the failure of any sign of recognition or succor from Sumter. The blame of the fiasco, therefore, must be divided between the two commanders. For a lack of faith and daring in one, and want of quick resolution and prompt action in the other. The emergency had come upon Major Anderson, his officers and men so suddenly, and the whole transaction was of such short duration, that most probably their indignation was much more intense after the departure of the steamer than during the event itself. The vessel had only been under fire some 10 or 15 minutes, and taking out that the summons to arms and the assembling, there remained but little time to deliberate upon and decide a course of conduct which would in either case bear such weighty consequences in its train. Major Anderson immediately called a council of war to consider the action to be taken. No palliation could be urged in extenuation of studied insult and deliberate assault on the flag of the Union, and many of the officers were eloquent in their advice of instant retaliation. It was conceded that this might with propriety have been done while the fire was in progress, but the opportune moment had been lost. Anderson himself seems to have felt that his hesitation to return the rebel fire was hardly what the country, his officers, and even his own sense of honor demanded in such a trial, and proceeded to justify himself by producing his secret instructions and explaining how he felt himself bound by these repeated and imperative orders not to begin hostilities, and how the tenor of all the promptings of the government since his first arrival had been uniformly to the effect that he should suffer rather than repel indignities. Upon apparently a full discussion, a final vote was taken. 5 officers were for opening fire. These contended that the flag of the United States was fired on by hostile batteries, and that their simple duty as soldiers sworn to defend the American flag and the honor of their country was to revenge this insult to both. The others, 5 in number, deprecated precipitate measures as closing the door to any further compromise by which the threatening civil war could be averted, and referred to the orders of the War Department for authority. Nevertheless, this was such a flagrant outrage that it could not be passed over in silence. Since the council had rejected instant retaliation, there remained only the expedient of demanding an explanation of the offense. Anderson, therefore, wrote as follows to the governor: 2 of your batteries fired this morning upon an unarmed vessel bearing the flag of my government. As I have not been notified that war has been declared by South Carolina against the government of the United States, I cannot but think that this hostile act was committed without your sanction or authority. Under that hope, and that alone, did I refrain from opening fire upon your batteries. I have the honor, therefore, respectfully to ask whether the above-mentioned act, one I believe without a parallel in the history of our country or of any other civilized government, was committed in obedience to your instructions, and to notify you, if it be not disclaimed, that I must regard it as an act of war, and that I shall not, after a reasonable time for the return of my messenger, permit any vessels to pass within range of the guns of my fort. In order to save, as far as in my power, the shedding of blood, I beg that you will have due notification of this my decision given to all concerned." This letter reveals only too plainly the struggle which was going on in the mind of the commandant. He clearly felt that the case demanded, if not punishment, at least reparation, and that in asking for an apology he was making the utmost concession that was possible under the circumstances, and that upon this, at least, he must insist. The language shows an absence of all haste and the indulgence of all charity which might excuse the offence, and the calm and final assertion of a course of action, from which in the future he could not swerve. It proves conclusively that he appreciated how he was being pushed to the wall, and that at some point he must assert his official honor. Perhaps what had hitherto passed between himself and the Charleston magnates in their social relations led him to expect a disavowal and apology. If so, he was disappointed. Governor Pickens returned an elaborate reply, reciting the secession of the State, the alleged agreement with the President, Anderson's transfer to Sumter, and the attempts to reinforce the troops, and defiantly assumed the responsibility of the attack. Under these circumstances, he wrote, the Star of the West, it is understood, this morning attempted to enter this harbor with troops on board, and having been notified that she could not enter, she was fired into. The act is perfectly justified by me. In regard to your threat in regard to vessels in the harbor, it is only necessary to say that you must judge of your own responsibilities. The answer was laid before the council of war called together to hear and consider it. It would appear, however, that though this council deliberated, Anderson decided. Perhaps he had in the meantime once more conned that fatal Buell memorandum and Floyd's surrender instructions. Unlike the governor, he determined that he would not take the responsibility, and the same afternoon wrote the following rejoinder: "I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your communication of today, and to say that, under the circumstances, I have deemed it proper to refer the whole matter to my government, and that I intend deferring the course indicated in my note of this morning until the arrival from Washington of the instructions I may receive." Governor Pickens had communicated the transactions of the day to the Legislature, which was in session, and which promptly voted him resolutions of approval and support. When he also reported to them this final decision of Anderson, both he and they were no doubt highly elated at the moral victory which had again very unexpectedly fallen to their lot. They had accepted the gage and risk of battle, but instead of the shot and shell they anticipated, came the notice of a welcome delay which for some days at least would prolong the period of their uninterrupted preparation, and to the same extent diminish the time during which Sumter could be made to hold out. The governor was not slow to accord the requested permission to send a bearer of dispatches, who was on his way that same evening to carry the new aspects of the controversy to Washington. The feelings of the garrison, thus hanging in perpetual balance between peace and war, duty and expediency, disgrace and honor, perplexity and indignation, are indicated in a note from Foster. "The firing upon the Star of the West this morning by the batteries on Morris Island opened the war, but Major Anderson hopes that the delay of sending to Washington may possibly prevent civil war. The hope, although a small one, may be the thread that prevents the sundering of the Union. We are, none the less, determined to defend ourselves to the last extremity." In justice to Anderson, criticism of his conduct in this affair must be definitely stated. His neglect to reply to the batteries when they fired on the Star of the West can readily be excused on the ground of the suddenness of the issue and short duration of the opportunity. Whether that offense demanded subsequent retaliation at his hands was again a question which, considering the peculiar attitude of the government had placed him in, he might properly enough refuse to decide, and refer to his superiors. Whatever doubt existed in his mind was soon removed by the answer he received from the War Department. On the 16th of January, Secretary Holt wrote to him: "You rightly designate the firing into the Star of the West as an act of war, and one which was actually committed, without the slightest provocation. Had their act been perpetrated by a foreign nation, it would have been your imperative duty to have resented it with the whole force of your batteries. As, however, it was the work of the government of South Carolina, which is a member of the Confederacy, and was prompted by the passions of a highly inflamed population of citizens of the United States, your forbearance to return the fire is fully approved by the President." From a careful analysis of the long and complicated affair Anderson was required to deal with in Charleston harbor, the conclusion is irresistible that the conspirators expected him finally to fall a prey to their influence and wiles. They now interpreted this incident as a significant symptom that he was at least preparing to yield to that necessity so invitingly set forth in the surrender instructions of Floyd. They lost no time, therefore, in attempting to seize this important advantage. On the 11th of January, 2 days after the Star of the West affair, Governor Pickens sent a formal commission to Fort Sumter under a flag of truce. To give it dignity and moral force, he composed it of two of his principal state functionaries. the late Federal Judge A.J. McGrath, now calling himself Secretary of State, and General D.F. Jameson, recently President of the Convention which had adjourned, assuming to be Secretary of War of the new Republic of South Carolina. In his communication to Anderson, the Governor did not omit to impress upon him the exalted rank of these envoys, whom he represented as both members of the Executive Council and of the highest position in the State. When the Commandant had formally convened his council of officers to receive and hear these distinguished messengers, he found that they bore him a written demand for the surrender of the fort, but delicately worded to avoid irritating his military susceptibilities. A simple, rough order, which would wound a soldier's heart, had been by careful diplomatic phraseology softened until it became an instruction to urge upon Major Anderson "considerations of the gravest public character, and of the deepest interest to all who deprecate the improper waste of life, to induce the delivery of Fort Sumter to the constituted authorities of the State of South Carolina, with a pledge on its part to account for such public property as may be in your charge." In support of this summons, Judge McGrath addressed the improvised military council, 1 major, 3 captains, 1 first and 4 second lieutenants, and an assistant surgeon. He conjured Major Anderson "to listen to the refined dictates of humanity and avoid the shedding of blood, for, if not, thousands will howl around these walls and pull out the bricks with their fingers." He represented "that President Buchanan was in his dotage, that the government in Washington was breaking up, that all was confusion, despair, and disorder there, and that it was full time for us to look out for our own safety, for if we refused to give up the fort, nothing should prevent the Southern troops from exterminating us." He ended this tragical statement by saying, "May God Almighty enable you to come to a just decision." The direct statecraft of these simple soldiers easily detected the judge's sophistry. Disloyalty was treason, surrender was dishonor, and so they all voted, with manly and honorable constancy. Though Anderson felt a just indignation at the Charleston aggressions, he had constantly expressed his heartfelt desire for peace. His patriotism is the more admirable in that it sprung not from any personal combativeness, but from a deep conviction of a soldier's and citizen's obligation to his flag and country. Strong ties of kindred and society weighed not a feather against the requirements of law and discipline. His sword stood as a stubborn barrier at the gate of Sumter, but his sympathies overleaped it, and went out to his countrymen in an earnest wish for the restoration of harmony. History may deplore his error of judgment, but it cannot refuse him the meed of a humane patriotism in the step he now took. Refusing very properly to entertain the proposition that Sumter was a piece of property which could be "delivered," he wisely treated the government letter as a simple demand for military surrender. With this demand he told the commissioners he could not comply. Anxious, nevertheless, to do something on his own part to avert hostilities, he asked them why they did not first attempt diplomacy instead of war. He said if they would send a commission to lay their claims before the authorities at Washington, he would send another to represent the condition of the fort, and the government could then form its own judgment, and come to some decision." The commissioners could of course say nothing else than that they would submit the proposition to the governor. Foster's recollection of the incident is slightly different. He says the commissioners' "demand was mitigated to a proposal to send a joint commission to Washington, which was agreed to by Major Anderson." Bringing their interview to a close, they bore to the city the following written reply from Anderson: "Sir, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your demand for the surrender of this fort to the authorities of South Carolina, and to say in reply that the demand is one with which I cannot comply. Your Excellency knows that I have recently sent a messenger to Washington, and that it will be impossible for me to receive an answer to my dispatches, forwarded by him, at an earlier date than next Monday. What the character of my instructions may be, I cannot foresee. Should your Excellency deem fit, prior to a resort to arms, to refer this matter to Washington, it would afford me the sincerest pleasure to dispute one of my officers to accompany any messenger you may deem proper to be the bearer of your demand." This suggestion of Major Anderson was practically the tender of an armistice for the period of about 2 days, the time necessary to travel to Washington with contingent results impossible to calculate. Having already, 2 days previously, decided against retaliation, it involved him in no additional restraint, but it placed the Government at Washington in the awkward predicament of being compelled to give virtual notice of future relief expeditions during its continuance. Whether or not this point of advantage was perceived by the insurgents, it gave them such manifest opportunities for delay that Major Anderson's truce was eagerly accepted by Governor Pickens, and Attorney General Hayne on the part of South Carolina, and Lieutenant Hall on behalf of the garrison, were forthwith dispatched to Washington almost on the heels of the former messenger from the fort. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 from Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, Chapter 9. Up to Christmas, squad drill and the manufacture of scaling ladders had constituted the principal military preparation of the Charlestonians. They had provided by intrigue for the delivery of the arsenal which would supply them with muskets and cartridges of Sumter and Pinckney, where they would find an abundance of heavy guns. They did not think it possible that these intrigues could be thwarted or these supplies diverted from their possession and use. When, therefore, Anderson's transfer to Sumter came upon them so unexpectedly, they were, for the moment, helpless and defenseless. Hence their haste to secure the muskets in the arsenal and the remaining guns in Pinckney and Moultrie. But even possessed of these, their occupancy was only possible through Anderson's forbearance, and the harbor was open to the entrance of any ship. It was therefore with consternation that they received notice on December 31 of the change of regime and policy at Washington, of the commissioner's blunder and failure, of Holt's accession to the War Department, of his coercive purposes, and the alarming information, "We believe reinforcements are on the way." It is scarcely to be supposed that Governor Pickens at Charleston, though leader of an insurrection now 5 days old, and a military dictator, as no other authority had up to this time ratified his acts, received the news with complacency. He was, as has already been said, a revolutionist of the true type, an unhesitating, unyielding, radical leader. Inaugurated on the 17th of December, he had signalized almost every day of his incumbency by some act of revolutionary hardihood. With the ink of his official oath as governor of South Carolina and a citizen of the United States scarcely dry, he had on the 17th written his letter demanding Fort Sumter of President Buchanan. On the 18th, ordered and equipped the harbor guard boat. On the 20th, officially told Caleb Cushing there was no hope for the Union. On the 27th, occupied Moultrie and Pinckney, and on the 30th, taken possession of the arsenal. The other leaders of the insurrection were equally profuse of words, but much more cautious and tardy in acts. The chairman, calling the convention to order, had indeed said in the outset of this moment, "I can offer you no better motto than Danton's at the commencement of the French Revolution, to dare and again to dare, and without end to dare." But with such dramatic quotations on their lips, they were not in headlong haste to thrust their necks into the halter. They coolly tabled a number of belligerent resolutions, including even the governor's letter notifying them that he had occupied the abandoned forts, perhaps justifying themselves in this latter instance by his reassuring phrase, I hope there is no immediate danger of further aggression for the present." The Legislature, in still greater apparent confidence, had taken a holiday adjournment. The threatening news came to the Governor by telegraph late at night, December 31, 1860. They relied so confidently upon intrigue, upon the negotiation which the commissioners had gone to Washington to conduct, and especially upon the President's doctrine of non-coercion and policy of non-action, that this new turn of affairs took them as much by surprise as Anderson's movement a few days previous. There was an instantaneous flutter in the military dovecote. The Governor was ignorant of war, but equally a stranger to fear. At midnight of the expiring year he was busy giving orders about troops, supplies, batteries, bridges, guns. Pinckney and Moultrie were to be defended, Merlin's raised to protect 5 heavy guns bearing on Moffat's channel, temporary bridges constructed to secure a retreat, if necessary, from Sullivan's Island. A battery was as soon as possible to be raised on Sullivan's Island beyond Fort Moultrie, out of the range of the guns of Sumter, and another battery on Morris Island, also beyond the guns of Sumter, was to be erected immediately by Major Stevens of the Citadel Academy with a detachment of 40 cadets. Fort Johnson was to be occupied, and all communication with Sumter, except mails, to be cut off. Major General Schnurl was directed to carry out these details and to call into requisition and counsel the valuable aid and cooperation of Brigadier General Simons. In the excitement and panic which followed next day, even the convention was made to realize the necessity for prompt action. That body spent New Year's Day from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. in secret debate. The principal result of this long session was to confirm the dictatorship the Governor had now for 5 days been exercising without law. The ambitious republic, which professed itself so jealous of state and individual rights that it could not endure the grinding federal despotism, was only 11 days old, and yet it was already driven to this melancholy makeshift statement: Resolved, that whenever in the course of the struggle into which the state now seems likely to be drawn, hostilities may be waged or threatened against the city of Charleston or its neighborhood, and the Governor, upon consultation from the Executive Council, may deem the measure necessary, the Governor is hereby authorized to declare and enforce martial law, in whole or in part, in and over Charleston, its harbor, and neighboring villages, all the adjacent islands, including Morris Island, and all other places within 5 miles of the courthouse, to remove thence all persons whose presence he shall consider detrimental to the public service, to prevent the ingress of such persons, to regulate at discretion all travel to and forth, and otherwise to govern as in a camp, provided that such authority shall be at all times subject to be limited, controlled, or revoked by this convention or by the General Assembly. Brigadier General James Simons, upon whom a share of the responsibility of the military defense was thrust in so unlooked for and sudden a manner, was a man of candor and courage. Nothing short of these qualities could have induced him, in that hour of shams and atmosphere of bravado, bluntly to tell the Governor unpalatable truths, which he had laid before him forthwith in all their startling significance. Late in the evening of January 1, he wrote him the following report: Governor, I have carefully considered the orders extended to me by the Major General, which emanated from your headquarters yesterday, and the plan of military operations and line of defense therein set forth. I cannot sacrifice to matter of etiquette questions and issues of such momentous importance as now surround us. I feel it to be my duty to report to you my opinion of the military movements which have been initiated. First, the line of operations embraces 4 points: 1. Fort Moultrie, 2. Castle Pinckney, 3. Fort Johnson, 4. Morris Island. By the map which accompanies these papers, it will appear that your lines of communication with these, as at present established, are directly within the range and effective power of Fort Sumter, the citadel of the harbor, controlling every point. At the first return fire from Fort Sumter, your lines of communication are utterly cut off with every single post, except perhaps Castle Pinckney. Let me simply observe that you are indebted to the forbearance of the enemy for the liberty of transporting the reinforcements and supplies which you ordered at midnight, and which are to be sent this day at 2 o'clock to your battery, now in course of erection on Morris Island. A single gun from Fort Sumter would sink your transport and destroy your troops and supplies. These lines of communication are the prime consideration of a general. It is vain to say others will be adopted. It is enough that they do not exist now. And when the present resources fail, your troops will be wholly isolated and cut off from each other and the main. Second, Fort Moultrie. This post is wholly untenable. Lieutenant Colonel de Saussure, a brave officer, gave you prompt notice of this fact on the morning after his occupation. His report this morning shows you the irrefragable proof of his first report after nearly a week's occupation of the post. Moreover, he asked for supplies, which he applied to you for on the 30th ultimo. He urges me to supply these at the earliest practical moment. Suppose he has them, however, there is probably not a single man out of the whole force which he carried down who ever loaded a siege gun or perhaps ever handled a single gun of heavy caliber munition or implement mentioned in the report. I know and state as a fact that there is no ordnance force in his whole command. His post must, even under the most favorable circumstances, fall to the enemy after a very short and bloody contest. Suppose they evacuate the post. Where will they entrench themselves? Shall they resort to the sand hills? If the enemy be reinforced by 250 United States artillery, as is reported, he can land 200 men under the guns of Fort Moultrie and attack Lieutenant Colonel de Saussure's command, an unequal contest between disciplined veteran troops commanded by educated and experienced officers and raw militia who never saw battle. In the event of discomfiture to these very brave young men, how can they make good their retreat from these sand hills? Will it be said there will be a causeway to the mainland or other communication? The answer is the communication does not exist now, and the issue will be upon us in less than 30 hours. Third, Fort Johnson. This post is garrisoned by light infantry or rifles who never handled a heavy gun, if there be such gun, or any munitions in the dilapidated post they now occupy. At any rate, a few shells from the enemy at Fort Sumter will compel them to retire from their position. Fourth, Morris Island Battery. Suppose it completed, which it is not, nor will be in 30 hours. The armament is 3 24-pounders. The force is the Corps of Cadets from the Citadel and a Corps of Rifles, and these to be reinforced by 2 more Corps of Rifles, not one man of whom probably ever saw a 24-pounder manipulated or fired. When the Harriet Lane approaches bows on, the battery may fire a shot or two, never having been tried. The powder, the guns, or the range. It is not even problematical whether they will strike the enemy. She will steam by at 14 knots per hour, and in 15 minutes the reinforcements will be landed under the cannon of Fort Sumter. Why then all this preparation and expense, if the work cannot but terminate in disastrous failure? Suppose, however, the enemy be reinforced and not fire a gun in reply to the Morris Island Battery. He can demolish our other posts when he pleases from one of the most impregnable fortresses in the world, and so our posts live at his will and remain in our possession at his sufferance. Suppose, however, we succeed in preventing reinforcements from entering our harbor. This will not prevent the United States government from enforcing their revenue, for this can be done outside the bar by a war steamer as well as inside by the Harriet Lane. Suppose, however, all your plans succeed and Fort Sumter were in our possession, how would we raise the blockade of the war steamers outside? If the Harriet Lane is not fired into, the preparations are unnecessary, and if she is fired into, we have commenced open war. I ask your perusal of the report of Colonel Gwynn to me this morning. I have no transport at hand to send him, and have so notified him. I feel it to be my duty, under all the circumstances above mentioned, to express my conviction of the inexpediency of commencing actual hostilities on our side, in our present wholly unprepared state, with raw, undisciplined troops, without equipments, munitions, or proper arms, required to work armaments that need the highest skill and training. Nothing but bloody discomfiture must attend the opening campaign. You will now require me after this review to offer a better plan. Deferentially and with great diffidence, I recommend that a skilled and educated military man be selected for Major General in Chief to command all the troops, and that he should establish a plan of operations. Meanwhile, I would recommend that amplification of the ordnance and engineer departments be ordered, and the more effective organization of the commissariat and quartermaster's departments. With great respect, I pray Your Excellency at this moment of great peril to take into consideration what has been herein submitted, and to lay the matter speedily before a council of war in accordance with the custom of armies engaged in active operations. No comment could add to the force and point of the report of General Simons, which showed that on January 1, 1861, the Charleston insurrection was as weak and defenseless as a newborn infant. Officially announced 2 months before, it had during the whole time consisted of little else than bluster and intrigue. Governor Pickens was stung to the quick by this covert reflection on his own rashness, and replied in a letter next day defending his course with such excuses as were a virtual acknowledgment of the truths which had been told. Your extraordinary report I received last night, and have only to say that I do not pretend that the orders and disposition of forces in Charleston harbor are at all perfect or beyond the criticism of military rule. It was well known and sadly felt, as you state, that our troops were raw and inexperienced, but under all the circumstances I had no alternative left but to do what has been done. And if we are to occupy no place because our troops are raw and inexperienced, then we will have to abandon the state, for the same reason if forces that are regular are ordered to invade it. We calculated that if we were weak, so were our enemies to a certain extent. Their regular force is not strong enough to admit of immediate division or transfer. They would be compelled to call for volunteers also in the progress of events, and with all the feeling in the country, there would be great difficulty in this operation. The question was not whether we could maintain our position in Charleston harbor with the certainty of assistance and reinforcements being thrown in immediately, but whether in the present peculiar state of the country, and with the weak garrison as to numbers who are incapable of being divided or any detachment being sent out from it to occupy any post their guns might drive us from, whether under all these circumstances we were capable of maintaining our position for the present so as to prevent reinforcements and to sustain the direct and urgent request from our commissioners at Washington, hoping that every day might change events so as to enable us to protect the state in the attitude she has assumed of immediate independence. Notwithstanding this protest, General Simons found his immediate justification for having bluntly told the truth. An ordnance board to whom the report was submitted concurred in the positions assumed, together with the conclusion thence deduced, and General Searle having suddenly fallen ill, the governor was compelled to order General Simons to assume command of all the forces and defenses of the harbor. Nevertheless, the governor maintained his stubbornness in appearance, if not in reality. The expected expedition did not come as first announced, and Secretary Thompson had notified him of its permanent postponement. Under this inspiriting change of events, Governor Pickens made the following endorsement on the report of the Ordnance Board, January 3, 1861. The board concur in the military positions assumed by General Simons, together with the conclusions thence deduced, but leave the council of war to the discretion of myself. The conclusions of that report, I consider, would be to order troops from Fort Moultrie and Sullivan's Islands and Pinckney, and so abandon the attempt to keep out reinforcements, and in fact to yield without a struggle every point, and thus break down the spirit of our people and cover our cause with imbecility and probable ruin. I shall do no such thing, nor shall I yield to any council of war that may drive me to such conclusions. Such was the self-confessed weakness of the conspiracy at this juncture, which a few months later grew to a continental war. A single armed ship and 500 recruits backed by a presidential will would manifestly have seriously crippled and might perhaps have effectually crushed this local insurrection. Major Anderson had not failed to report the movement of the insurgents to construct the battery on Morris Island. Several steamers have been running to and fro, he wrote, and this afternoon about 80 soldiers with wheelbarrows, barrels, etc., and some draft horses were landed on Morris Island. They are evidently constructing a battery or batteries there. The lights in the harbor were put out last night. But under the President's conciliation policy, he did not feel himself at liberty to interfere with these offensive preparations. Pushed ahead by the unresting will of Governor Pickens, built by the superabundant supply of slave labor, and superintended by the bookish science of Major Stevens and his 40 boyish Citadel Academy cadets, this battery was able on January 9 to give the Star of the West the warm reception she encountered and to thwart the expedition of relief. That the insurgent victory was due rather to accident than to juvenile gunnery mattered little to the jubilant conspirators. The daring of Governor Pickens was justified, the spirit of the people was roused, the opening campaign a success, and the cause generally enveloped in a halo of cheap glory. If a detachment of boys could work this wonder in 9 days, might not a united and continued effort capture Sumter? No doubt reasoning of this kind dictated Governor Pickens's defiant reply to Anderson, but it also did more. The Star of the West had scarcely shown her heels to the Citadel Academy cadets when the governor sat down and wrote the following order to his best 3 engineer officers: "You are ordered to come together immediately and consider and report the most favorable plan for operating upon Fort Sumter, so as to reduce that fortress by batteries or other means in our possession, and for this consultation you are authorized to have with you Colonel Manigault, the State Ordnance Officer." The engineer board entered with alacrity into the governor's views, and on the following day, January 10, 1861, presented him their report and submitted a plan which they pronounced feasible. The details of that plan, with its mortar batteries on Sullivan's Island, at Fort Johnson, at Cummings Point, its heavy gun batteries on Moultrie, the blocking of all entrances to the harbor except Moffat's Channel, and the protection of that entrance by a heavy gun battery so as to secure as a final and crowning agency the slow but sure process of starvation, have but little interest for the general reader. It is enough that they considered the plan effective. We are unanimously and decidedly of the opinion that, discarding all other methods of attack upon that fortress, whether by surprise, by open assault, or by stratagem, as uncertain in their result, and as, even if successful, involving probably much sacrifice of life, our dependence and sole reliance must be upon batteries of heavy ordnance, at least until a deep impression has been made upon the garrison in its morale as well as in its physique, by an incessant bombardment and cannonade of many hours' duration. When this impression shall have been made, and a demand for surrender refused, we are of opinion that, with its battlements mutilated, its embrasures beaten in, and its garrison weakened by casualties and disheartened by surrounding circumstances, this strong fortress would fall with comparative ease before an assaulting party. There can be no doubt that the governor was highly pleased with the report. In the following autumn he had the perhaps pardonable vanity to inform the legislature in an opening message that his order originated it, and that upon that plan the batteries were erected which finally did reduce Sumter. If any doubt arose in his own mind as to the efficacy of this plan, it sprung from the question of a single but vital element of success — time. These batteries, these heavy guns, these ponderous mortars, these immense stores of shot and shell could not be called up by a magician's wand. This patient drill, this long cannonade, and perhaps this tedious process of starvation, would nothing occur during its slow lapse? At the opportune moment, the very day following this report, came, as the result of the McGrath and Jameson mission to the fort, already recited in the last chapter, the proposal of the commandant to refer this matter to Washington. In full view of the military situation as Governor Pickens then clearly understood it, and the need of time to perfect arrangements, it is no wonder he eagerly accepted Major Anderson's truce, or that in 10 days from that time both the Major and Captain Foster reported to the War Department the blocking of the main ship channels by hulks, the erection of extensive batteries, the increased energy and superior work of the insurgents, and, in short, the practical isolation and siege of Fort Sumter. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, From Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, Chapter 10. The conspirators had good reason to sound the note of alarm and show symptoms of dismay at the beginning of the Cabinet regime on December 31, 1860. Henceforth, the sway they had exercised over President Buchanan would be to a great extent lost to them. Hitherto, not alone in shaping a policy of non-coercion and preventing reinforcements, but in numerous minor matters as well, the complicity of Cobb, Floyd, and Thompson had enabled them to turn the varied agencies of the government against its own life, while active caucuses to inaugurate rebellion had been going on in at least 3 of the executive departments at Washington. Floyd especially lost no opportunity to favor the conspirators. He sold the Virginia Board of Army Commissioners 5,000 muskets, delivered 10,000 others from the Llewellyn Arsenal, New York, to an agent of South Carolina, and still 5,000 others from the Baton Rouge Arsenal to the governor of Alabama. He ordered advance quotas of arms to a number of Southern states. He sent a government inspector to inspect a purchase of arms for the governor of Mississippi. He allowed Virginia to have a model musket made at the Springfield Armory, to use and take copies of government patterns, drawings, machines, tools, etc. at Springfield and Harper's Ferry, and arranged to have the Washington Navy Yard manufacture a battery of howitzers and a lot of fuses for the same state. He furnished Senator Yulee a list of Army appointees from Florida. He sent Colonel Hardee to drill and review a camp of instruction for Governor Letcher of Virginia, and a little later gave him leave of absence practically to go into the service of the rebellion under the state of Georgia. He acquiesced in the acceptance of a militia volunteer guard to surround and ostensibly protect the Charleston arsenal, which guard, acting doubtless upon the original design, soon seized and held it for South Carolina. On the day of the Charleston secession ordinance, December 20, without the knowledge of the President, he ordered the transfer from the Pittsburgh arsenal to the southern coast, where they might be readily seized, of 123 cannon. This on the pretense of arming the fort at Ship Island, not yet completed, and the fort at Galveston, not yet begun. In this latter enterprise, however, he overshot his mark. Columbiads and 32-pounders cannot be secretly moved, and before the order was many days old, the President received emphatic telegraphic protests against it from prominent Pittsburgh citizens, a warning from his own state he did not feel at liberty to disregard. While Floyd, openly professing loyalty, was thus covertly playing into the hands of secession, his 2 colleagues were similarly busy. Thompson deemed it consistent with his government duties to go personally to Raleigh as a commissioner of the state of Mississippi to induce the state of North Carolina to secede, and a few days later to publish an open letter in the same behalf. Cobb had likewise employed his official time in writing a 6-column secession address, finished and dated 2 days before his resignation and printed a few days after. Under the new dispensation, these practices instantly came to an end. For the moment, Mr. Buchanan was in a patriotic mood, and under the urgent solicitations of Black, Holt, and Stanton, yielded consent to a number of measures he had for 2 months obstinately resisted. For the first time since his arrival in Washington, General Scott was permitted to notify commanders of forts and garrisons to be on the alert against surprise, and though this admonition came too late to inspirit and reassure many a wavering officer, it had the direct effect of saving one of the most important military posts in the Gulf. Reinforcements were resolved upon. The policy of defending the national capital was, on Holt's proposal, discussed and adopted. At least one member of the Cabinet placed himself in confidential communication with the leading Republicans and Unionists in Congress, and counsel and warning in behalf of the Government were freely interchanged and faithfully observed. Secessionists began to leave the departments, and conspirators no longer exclusively patrolled the corridors and antechambers of the Executive Mansion. Loyal men might again grasp the President's hand, and by cheering words nerve his feeble courage and despairing faith. Preeminent in his opportunities and services at this critical juncture was the new Secretary of War ad interim, Joseph Holt of Kentucky. He had been a lifelong Democrat and a stubborn partisan. As Postmaster General, and in the earlier phases of the disaffection, he had perhaps been negligent in submitting without more active protest to the absurd doctrine of non-coercion. But now placed at the head of the War Department and fully roused to the designs of the conspiracy, he made the most of the remaining opportunities for defense. Under his administration, the War Department was no longer a bureau of insurrection. Plots and plans of arsenals and forts and reports of their armament and supplies were refused to conspiring members and senators. The issue of advanced quotas of arms to disloyal governors was discontinued. The practice of selling government arms was abandoned. Floyd's order to send the Pittsburgh cannon south was promptly countermanded. The military precautions of General Scott were adopted and as rapidly as possible carried out. Above all, his moderate firmness in guiding the weak and vacillating will of President Buchanan was most opportune. It was soon put to the test. One of Mr. Holt's first acts was to revoke a piece of gross favoritism which Floyd had ordered to please a prominent secession senator. The senator flew into a rage and wrote a curt note to the President asking if this was with his approbation. The President, undecided as usual, sent for Mr. Holt, and on his entering the Executive Chamber handed him the note. Holt read it in his presence and immediately said, "Mr. President, I think we have had enough of this sort of thing. This sounds altogether too much like the crack of the slave driver's whip. It is a piece of absolute insolence in him to ask such a question. Of course, I understand that everything I do is by your authority. Every act I do and every order I give is for you alone and not for myself. I am but your agent and officer, and exercise no power or authority of my own whatever. This is a note which he had no right to address to you." "Certainly," said Mr. Buchanan, "I think so too, and I will say so to him." "Mr. President," replied Holt, "I must ask you to do more. I must ask you to address him a note saying without explanation that this is your own order. For, Mr. President, you know it is that, or it is nothing." Mr. Buchanan did it, and thereafter there was one fire-eater less haunting the presidential antechambers. Braced up by such resolute advice, the President held tolerably firm, and the Cabinet regime was gradually consolidated. It formed originally only a minority of the Cabinet, Black, Holt, and Stanton, Toucey, though loyal, being scarcely a positive factor in such emergencies. The affair of the Star of the West disclosed the active treachery of Thompson and drove him out January 8. No successor being nominated for the Interior Department to the end of the presidential term. The imperative representations of New York capitalists to Mr. Buchanan that they would furnish the government no more money unless he would consent to put a loyal secretary in the Treasury Department also brought about the resignation on January 9 of Philip F. Thomas, Cobb's successor, a decided though more quiet secessionist. On January 11, the Union element received a strong and valuable accession in the appointment of John A. Dix of New York as Secretary of the Treasury. He had been a reactionary Democrat and had publicly justified the discontent of the South as late as December 15. Since that date, however, the Charleston secession ordinance, the Sumter incident, and the firing on the Star of the West had awakened him to a truer perception of the crisis. Henceforth he knew but one duty, to oppose rebellion, and as Secretary of the Treasury he lent his earnest zeal to the service of the Union. A few weeks later he gave utterance to the most stirring battle cry of this exciting period, telegraphing to one of his revenue officials, "If anyone attempts to haul down the American flag, shoot him on the spot." We have already seen how the Cabinet regime planned and dispatched the expedition in the Star of the West. Acting under the assumption of success, the President had, on January 3, nominated a new collector for Charleston Harbor, a citizen of Pennsylvania, prepared at every personal risk to do his duty. It was a praiseworthy assertion of authority, and remains a valuable precedent, though by the failure of the expedition his confirmation was rendered useless. 3 ships of war were ordered to Pensacola to protect the Navy Yard there, and a little later a company of regulars was dispatched in the sloop of war Brooklyn to reinforce Fort Pickens at the same place, an expedition which connects itself with other episodes to be more particularly noticed hereafter. General Scott had vainly urged upon Floyd the reinforcement of the 2 great national forts at the extreme southern point of Florida. "There is only a feeble company at Key West," he wrote, "for the defense of Fort Taylor, and not a soldier in Fort Jefferson to resist a handful of filibusters or a rowboat of pirates." Repeated to the new Cabinet, this suggestion was quickly heeded. By the aid of Secretary Holt, a strong and loyal man, I obtained permission, January 4, to send succor to the feeble garrison of Fort Taylor, Key West, and at the same time accompany Major Arnolds from Boston to occupy Fort Jefferson, Tortugas Island. If this company had been 3 days later, the fort would have been preoccupied by Floridians. It is known the rebels had their eyes upon those powerful forts which govern the commerce of the Mexican Gulf, as Gibraltar and Malta govern that of the Mediterranean. With Forts Jefferson and Taylor, the rebels might have purchased an early European recognition. With the rising excitement came multiplied calls for military protection. The superintendent of the arsenal at Harper's Ferry wrote that he had reason to apprehend an assault. A picked company of 68 men was immediately ordered there from Carlisle Barracks. So, too, in consequence of various warnings, a company of recruits was sent to reinforce Fort McHenry at Baltimore, others to Fort Delaware, and defensive preparations were begun at Fort Monroe. Tidings also came of insurrectionary designs upon the arsenal at St. Louis, Missouri. Recognizing at once the value of every precaution in that quarter, the officer commanding the Department of the West received from General Scott very explicit orders on the 26th of January. That important depot contained at the time 60,000 stands of improved arms, 1.5 millions of ball cartridges, and 90,000 pounds of powder, several field pieces and siege guns, and various supplies, all entirely unprotected. The officer in immediate charge was, there is reason to suspect, then meditating its surrender to the conspiring state authorities. Obeying the urgent instructions of the General-in-Chief, General Harney rapidly concentrated troops until by the 19th of February there were nearly 500 men, regulars and recruits, at the arsenal. Among these, it is interesting to note, were Captain Nathaniel Lyon and his company. His presence proved invaluable in ensuring its final safety, and a few months later he rendered conspicuous service to the Union in the unfolding drama of Civil War. More important, however, than any of the foregoing were certain combined measures to secure the peace and safety of Washington City, namely the enlistment and organization of the volunteer militia of the District of Columbia, the concentration at the national capital of all the regular troops which could be spared, and the appointment of a congressional committee of investigation. In the early days of January 1861, there was universal excitement and alarm in Washington. The conspiracy had already made gigantic strides, and popular apprehension outstripped it. The signs of revolution were multiplying. The rash action of South Carolina had become contagious. States were seceding. Delegations were retiring from Congress with ostentation. Forts, arsenals, and custom houses in the South were being seized. Army and Navy officers of Southern birth and kinship were resigning to join the rebellion. On the other hand, these movements produced their inevitable counterpart in an eager awakening, an increased vigilance, and a sterner patriotic determination among the people of the Northern states. The national capital was the natural focus of all this excitement. Here were the representatives of the whole land. Daily congressional debates, nightly caucuses of both parties, an unusual congregation of prominent politicians to seek or render information, rumor with her busy tongue, and intrigue with her secret mask. On the whole, Washington was loyal from prudence and interest, but disloyal through personal association and the attraction of social influence. For many years, the cotton magnates had given the political tone in Congress, while their wives and daughters held sway in society. For the moment, the capital seemed to lean towards secession. Truculent harangues in Congress were applauded from the well-filled galleries, and the most daring of the fire-eaters were feasted and flattered. So strong was the Southern drift of local sentiment that the Federal city began to be confidently looked upon by the conspirators as the prospective capital of a Southern Confederacy. Nothing seemed wanting to the early consummation of such a scheme but the secession of Virginia and Maryland, of which the signs were becoming only too abundant. And reasoning from this to plausible consequences, the coolest heads began to fear a popular outbreak to seize upon the buildings and archives of the government, and as a final result, forcibly to prevent the inauguration of the President-elect. Such was the state of things when the cabinet regime came into power, and this danger formed the subject of their earliest discussions. The President affected not to share these apprehensions. Nevertheless, he acknowledged his duty and purposed to preserve the peace and authorized the necessary precautions. On the 9th of January, Colonel Charles P. Stone, chosen for that duty by General Scott, submitted a memorandum in which he sketched a plan for the defense of Washington, which was adopted, and under which Colonel Stone was appointed Inspector General and ordered to organize and drill the militia of the District of Columbia. This duty he faithfully discharged, and on the 5th of February following reported the existence of some 14 volunteer companies, constituting a total of 925 men, which can be at once called into service. Adding also the number of volunteers for service can be doubled within 7 days with proper facilities. These volunteers distinctly avowed Union sentiments and enlisted to serve and defend the government. Colonel Stone fully depended upon them, and their enrollment gave great support to the sentiment of loyalty in the community. Not underrating either the moral or military aid of raw levies of militia, General Scott was nevertheless too experienced a soldier to rely exclusively upon them in an emergency. He therefore obtained the President's consent to concentrate at the capital available regular forces to the number of 8 companies, a total of about 480 men, comprising 4 companies of artillery acting as infantry, 3 companies of horse artillery or flying artillery, and a company of sappers and miners, very superior soldiers from West Point, ordinarily employed there to illustrate practical engineering. It was a difficult matter to scrape together this little force, even for so vital a service. There were threats and dangers in all directions. I was opposed to stripping the seaboard so extensively of troops as it has been stripped of them. I did not think it was necessary, said the general, though these troops were not drawn off from any exposed frontier. I have brought 3 companies from Kansas. 1 company has been brought from Plattsburgh in the state of New York. A company that was driven out of the arsenal at Baton Rouge will be here, a company from the arsenal at Augusta, Georgia, and we bring 2 companies from West Point, making 8 companies in all. With these regulars the general felt secure. I regarded the local militia as insufficient to meet any serious danger, said he. Under a shower of brickbats and stones you can rarely prevent militia from firing. You cannot prevent any new troops from doing so, whether you call them regulars or militia. I do not like to deal in important cases with men who cannot be relied upon to stand and wait for orders, whereas with these companies he thought he could, perhaps, go through scenes of extreme peril and not fire a gun or shed a drop of blood. Edwin M. Stanton, appointed Attorney General on the 20th of December, was, with his ardent and positive nature, one of the most energetic and uncompromising Unionists in the Cabinet. For him, the expulsion of Floyd, the reinforcement of Sumter, and the other military precautions hastily ordered were not sufficient. Chafing under the President's painful tardiness, he turned to Congress as a means for exposing and thwarting the intrigues of the conspirators. His presence in the Cabinet at the date of the South Carolina secession, the Sumter transfer, the commissioner's visit, and his prominent participation in affairs since the Cabinet crisis had unveiled to him the most searching official and confidential view possible to be obtained. He realized fully how narrowly the President had escaped the disgrace of ordering Anderson back to Moultrie, and how seriously he had compromised his dignity and the authority of the nation in even unofficially receiving the rebel commissioners. He evidently had no abiding faith in the President's firmness. Sacrificing his party attachments to the paramount demands of national safety, he now placed himself in confidential correspondence with Republican leaders in Congress, giving and receiving advice as to the best means of preserving the government. The 8th day of January, being a patriotic anniversary, was chosen by Mr. Buchanan to address Congress in the special message heretofore quoted, transmitted to that body on the 9th. As before, it contained a characteristic mixture of true and false logic, of hopeful assertion of purpose, and of shirking excuse. Declaring in one breath his intention to collect the public revenues and protect the public property, he avowed in the next a virtual abdication of all power and duty, commending the existing revolution to Congress and asserting, on them and on them alone rests the responsibility. In his annual message, December 3, he had advocated the recognition and protection of property in slaves in all the common territories throughout their territorial existence. From this extreme Southern demand, he now so far receded as to recommend a compromise by letting the North have exclusive control of the territory above a certain line, and to give Southern institutions protection below that line. This state paper is cited here to notice another point. It submitted without comment the late correspondence between the President and the rebel commissioners. No sooner had this special message been read in the House than Mr. Howard of Michigan arose and offered a resolution to appoint a committee of 5 to make immediate inquiry whether any executive officer of the United States has been or is now treating or holding communication with any person or persons concerning the surrender of any forts, fortresses, or public property of the United States. Whether any officer of this government has at any time entered into any pledge, agreement, or understanding with any person or persons not to send any reinforcements to the forts of the United States in the harbor of Charleston, etc. Sundry other energetic investigations were also included. Such proposals are ordinarily mere partisan maneuvers, but this one had a deeper significance. Confidence in Mr. Buchanan was utterly gone, and this resolution, so pointedly questioning the President's dealings with treason, was immediately passed by more than a 2/3 vote. Republicans, Douglas Democrats, and Southern conservatives uniting in its support, showing the most hopeful reaction against the conspiracy yet manifested by either House of Congress. The committee was appointed, and Mr. Howard, an able and prudent man, made chairman. He has left us an interesting history of its origin and purpose. That committee was raised at the request of loyal members of the Cabinet. The resolutions came from them. and were placed in my hands with a request that I would offer them, and thus become, if they should pass, chairman of the committee. At first I refused to assume so fearful a responsibility, but being urged to do so by members and senators, I at last consented, on condition that the Speaker would allow me to nominate 2 members of the committee. I selected Mr. Dawes of Massachusetts and Mr. Reynolds of New York. Mr. Reynolds was elected as a Democrat, but he was true as steel and a good lawyer. I do not know that Mr. Stanton wrote the resolutions creating the committee. I did not see him write them. I never heard him say he wrote them. It would be easier, however, to persuade me that Mr. Jefferson did not write the Declaration of Independence than that Mr. Stanton did not write those resolutions. With this committee, Mr. Stanton and perhaps other members of the Cabinet continued in confidential relation and cooperation. This has been characterized as disrespect and treachery to their chief, but in the face of Mr. Buchanan's repeated neglect and avowed impotence to resist open insurrection, the act seems laudable. Thus organized and informed, the Howard Committee became a committee of safety and observation quite as much as of investigation. Its labors took a wide range, and after the lapse of some weeks it submitted 5 different reports. A majority of its members recommended 1. A bill to call forth the whole militia to defend and recover forts and other government property. 2. A bill to close insurrectionary ports. 3. A resolution to censure Secretary Toucey for having precipitately accepted resignations of Navy officers. The report also strongly criticizing his failure to call home the Navy to put down insurrection. 4. A resolution declaring the President had no power to negotiate with the rebel commissioners. The report declaring that with full knowledge that the authority of the government has been set at defiance, its dignity insulted, and its flag dishonored, he yet negotiates with treason and commits the government to a partial recognition of the revolutionary movement for its destruction. A final report by the chairman also ably refutes the President's theories concerning secession, declaring, "Nor can there be any heed given to any one of the false and deceitful issues attempted to be raised, such as coercing a state, making war upon a state. All these pleas are fallacious, deceitful, and false, if not traitorous." Towards the end of January, the committee had, by an additional resolution, been directed to investigate the rumored plot to seize the Capitol. After examining many on February 14 that they had found no substantial proof of such a combination, though the project had been frequently discussed. This investigation and report had a twofold effect. It quieted the apprehensions of the timid, at the same time that it afforded a warning to mischief makers that the authorities were alert and that such an enterprise would be extremely hazardous. Could the events of the next 3 months have been foreseen, the testimony elicited would have been more critically scanned and the witnesses more thoroughly examined. Though the plot against Washington and any intent to resist the inauguration of Mr. Lincoln were stoutly denied, there were ample admissions of the public uneasiness, of the widespread disaffection to the government, of the existence of a belief and hope in the speedy establishment of a Southern Confederacy, of significant talk in prominent quarters of buying the public buildings for its use, of military organizations in Baltimore and the country towns of Maryland, of caucuses to precipitate secession there, and of a determination to initiate it by such a pressure upon Governor Hicks of that State, hitherto firmly loyal, as would compel him to convene its legislature. In fact, the precise condition of things which bred the Baltimore riots in the following April is already clearly portrayed in this testimony taken in January. While the Howard Committee was yet pursuing its investigations, and as the day for counting the presidential vote approached, General Scott requested permission from the Secretary of War to bring several additional companies of regulars from Fort Monroe to be replaced by recruits. This would augment his regulars to some 700 men, which, with the police and the militia, he deemed sufficient for all contingencies. Before the day arrived, a confidential arrangement of signals was communicated to the officers, the regular troops being placed under command of Colonel Harvey Brown. General instructions were issued also in strict confidence and to officers alone. The militia were charged with the care of the various bridges of the Potomac. The regulars were already stationed at convenient points in the city, and minute orders were given. The several companies and detachments will have their arms and accoutrements so arranged that, by day or night, each man can at once seize his own. The harness and guns were to be ready for prompt service. In case of alarm, every man was to proceed instantly to a designated place, the artillery to their stables, the infantry to their parade grounds, while mounted messengers were ready to convey news to and orders from the General-in-Chief. Happily, no alarm occurred. On the 13th of February, an unusually large and brilliant throng filled the galleries of the House of Representatives to witness the proceedings of the presidential count. Vice President Breckinridge, one of the defeated candidates, presided over the joint convention of the two houses. Senator Douglas, another, was on the floor and moved to dispense with certain tedious routine. The sealed returns of the electoral votes cast by the chosen colleges of the several states on the 5th of December were opened and registered. The tellers officially declared the result already known, viz., that Lincoln had received 180 votes, Breckinridge 72, Bell 39, Douglas 12. Vice President Breckinridge thereupon announced that Abraham Lincoln of Illinois, having received a majority of the whole number of electoral votes, is elected President of the United States for 4 years, commencing the 4th of March, 1861. Elsewhere, we have shown that Mr. Lincoln was the indisputable choice of the American people in the presidential election of 1860, for the reason that if the whole voting strength of the three opposing parties had been united upon a single candidate, Lincoln would nevertheless have been chosen with only a trifling diminution of his electoral majority. In the proceedings narrated above has been set forth the complimentary fact that his election progressed through every stage of legal procedure, verification and attestation, recognized and unchallenged, until at its close the principal opposing candidate himself presided over the final inquest and formality, and by official proclamation became the witness of Lincoln's complete constitutional and legal right to exercise the powers and duties of the presidential office. With the official count of the electoral votes thus safely and peacefully completed, the next point of possible danger was the inauguration. And Secretary Holt and General Scott wisely determined to keep all available troops in Washington in order that that public ceremonial might also be accomplished without disturbance and with its usual simple pageantry. To the secessionists, the presence of this slight military force had been from the first the occasion of angry objection. "Here, sir," said De Jarnette in the House of Representatives on the 10th of January, "in sight of her, Virginia's, own blue hills, in sight of the tomb of Washington, is this ungrateful son, General Scott, planning his campaign and planting his batteries for her subjugation?" "I suggest," said Heinemann on the day of the presidential count, "that the same committee, the committee to wait on the President-elect, be directed to inform General Scott that there is no further need for his Janissaries about the Capitol, the votes being counted and the result proclaimed." The next day, February 14, Mr. Branch, member of the Select Committee of Five, offered a resolution declaring the quartering of troops around the Capitol impolitic and offensive, and that they ought to be removed. Mr. Burnett of Kentucky had, on February 11, offered an amendment asking the President the reasons that have induced him to assemble a large number of troops in this city and why they are kept here. The amendment passed the House, and being sent to President Buchanan, was by him referred to the Secretary of War. Mr. Holt replied on the 18th of February in a long and vigorous report to the President, telling the plotters against the government more salutary truth about the secession movement than they had been accustomed to hear from the Executive Department. Its history is a history of surprises and treacheries and ruthless spoliations. The forts of the United States have been captured and garrisoned, and hostile flags unfurled upon their ramparts. Its arsenals have been seized, and the vast amount of public arms they contained appropriated to the use of the captors, while more than $500,000 found in the mint at New Orleans has been unscrupulously applied to replenish the coffers of Louisiana. Officers in command of revenue cutters of the United States have been prevailed on to violate their trust and surrender the property in their charge, and instead of being branded for their crimes, they and the vessels they betrayed have been cordially received into the service of the seceded states. These movements were attended by yet more discouraging indications of immorality. It was generally believed that this revolution was guided and urged on by men occupying the highest positions in the public service, and who, with the responsibilities of an oath to support the Constitution still resting upon their consciences, did not hesitate secretly to plan and openly to labor for the dismemberment of the republic whose honors they enjoyed and upon whose treasury they were living. At what time the armed occupation of Washington City became a part of the revolutionary program is not certainly known. The earnest endeavors made by men known to be devoted to the Revolution to hurry Virginia and Maryland out of the Union were regarded as preparatory steps for the subjugation of Washington. Superadded to these proofs were the oft-repeated declarations of men in high political positions here, and who were known to have intimate affiliations with the Revolution, if indeed they did not hold its reins in their hand, to the effect that Mr. Lincoln would not or should not be inaugurated at Washington. Impressed by these circumstances and considerations, I earnestly besought you to allow the concentration at this city of a sufficient military force to preserve the public peace from all the dangers that seem to threaten it. To those, if such there be, who desire the destruction of the republic, the presence of these troops is necessarily offensive. But those who sincerely love our institutions cannot fail to rejoice that by this timely precaution they have possibly escaped the deep dishonor which they must have suffered had the capital, like the forts and arsenals of the South, fallen into the hands of revolutionists who have found this great government weak only because in the exhaustless beneficence of its spirit it has refused to strike, even in its own defense, lest it should be the aggressor. But Mr. Buchanan's nerves were too weak for such a healthy response to Mr. Burnett's resolution, and though Mr. Holt on February 20 wrote him a private note asking that his report should be allowed to reach the country simply as the views entertained by the War Department, even this request was not granted by the timid President, who substituted for it a very mild special message, the transmittal of which he delayed till Saturday, March 2, and Mr. Holt's report did not come to the public until specially called for by a House resolution of July 27, 1861. Meanwhile, Representative Daniel E. Sickles of New York had offered a resolution providing for celebrating Washington's birthday in the Hall of Representatives, which the House passed, after changing it by an amendment to recommend to the people of the United States to keep the 22nd of February as a national holiday. Secretary Holt and General Scott naturally took advantage of the occasion to make a military display, which they specially desired for its political influence, being determined to show plotting secessionists as much of the pomp and circumstance of war as their very slender resources in soldiers would allow. A grand parade of flying artillery, of infantry, of the Marine Corps, of every scrap and detachment in the city was therefore arranged. On the afternoon of the 21st, Secretary Holt issued the necessary orders, therefore, and having sent them to the National Intelligencer with injunctions to be properly published, left the department at an early hour and went to his dinner. Ex-President Tyler was at this time in Washington in attendance on the Peace Convention, of which we shall speak hereafter, and was making himself officious in spying out and thwarting military demonstrations in support of the government, and he now hurried to the Executive Mansion to protest against this parade. About 8 o'clock that night, Secretary Holt was surprised to receive a visit from President Buchanan, who, after some casual talk, formally requested his Secretary of War to revoke the orders to the Federal troops to join in the following day's celebration. Holt expressed his unfeigned regret. However, said he, "You are the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, and your wishes in the matter must be obeyed." but I greatly fear that the notices have been printed, and that it would be impossible to recall them. Nevertheless, I will do all I can to that end. The revocation was duly communicated to the officers, but could not reach the public, for, as Holt explained, the notices had been printed, and on the morning of the 22nd the streets of Washington showed an unusual degree of activity. The feverish state of the public mind, the notice of the parade, and the prompt appearance on the streets of companies of the district militia, whose movements the President's order did not affect, drew out a large concourse of people. Secretary Holt was sitting at his desk in the War Department about 10 or 11 o'clock in the forenoon, conversing with the President, who had come to him on some business, when Mr. Sickles, the author of the House resolution for the observance of Washington's birthday, brushing unceremoniously past the ushers, rushed into the room and said, "Mr. President, there are 10,000 people out on the streets of Washington today to see the parade which was announced, and I have just heard that it has been countermanded, and the report is exciting great indignation. I came to ask whether it is true, and if so, whether the parade may not yet be carried out." The President, by this time ashamed of what he had done, turned to Secretary Holt and said to him, "Mr. Secretary, can't you get up this parade?" Mr. Holt promised to try, and hurried to General Scott with the new direction, who was, as might have been expected, also indignant. "What can we do at this late hour?" asked he. "The officers have gone home, and the men are probably scattered." "Well," said Holt, "do the very best you can, and let us make all the display possible." In the afternoon the parade, though diminished in portions, took place, the column marching past the Executive Mansion, where Buchanan, Scott, Holt, and so much of the Cabinet as still remained loyal, appeared and received the marching salute. An official record of the incident might have been lost to history had not Mr. Buchanan, on the same day, felt it necessary to write a formal note to Tyler, excusing himself for changing his mind and his orders, and apologizing for having permitted the Army and Navy to carry the flag of the Union through the streets of the national capital on Washington's birthday. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, from Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, Chapter 11. Having briefly grouped together the more important measures of defense adopted by the Cabinet regime, we must recapitulate the events already described, namely, the firing on the Star of the West and her retreat, Anderson's threat of retaliation and his failure to keep it, Governor Pickens's demand for the surrender of Sumter and Anderson's refusal, Anderson's proposal to refer the question to Washington and the governor's acceptance, and finally the departure of the two messengers who arrived in Washington on the evening of January 13. The Star of the West had returned to New York, and the commander of the unfortunate expedition was on the same day writing his official report. Colonel I.W. Hayne, the governor's envoy, called on President Buchanan on the following day, the 14th. The President, doubtless already fully informed by Anderson's messenger, appears to have made no difficulty about receiving him in an informal and unofficial interview. He declined, however, to hold any conversation with him, and insisted that their transactions must be in writing. Colonel Hayne thereupon gave him notice that he bore a letter from the governor of South Carolina in regard to the occupation of Fort Sumter, and that he would deliver it the next day. Remembering the advantage he had hitherto derived from his tone of audacity, Governor Pickens persevered in the use of this favorite and usually successful weapon. "I have determined to send to you the Honorable I.W. Hayne, the Attorney General of South Carolina, and have instructed him to demand the delivery of Fort Sumter in the harbor of Charleston to the constituted authorities of the State of South Carolina. The demand I have made of Major Anderson, and which I now make of you, is suggested because of my earnest desire to avoid the bloodshed which a persistence in your attempt to retain possession of that fort will cause, and which will be unavailing to secure to you that possession. Such was the language of the Governor's letter to the President, adding at the close that South Carolina would account for the value of the fort. It had been the unremitting effort of the conspirators to reduce the controversy to a question of dollars and cents, and in this they were much encouraged by the language of the President himself, who in his reply to the rebel commissioners had placed his action on no higher grounds than that it was his duty to defend Fort Sumter as a portion of the public property of the United States. Meanwhile, the occurrences at Charleston and Hayne's Mission had been the subject of a conference by the senators from the Cotton States yet in Washington. Not anticipating a reinforcement of Sumter, but trusting in the peaceful consummation of their scheme of secession, they had determined in a caucus on January 5 that the states should go out at once and provide for an early organization of a Confederate government not later than 15th February. While they themselves proposed to remain in Congress until the 4th of March to keep the hands of Mr. Buchanan tied and defeat hostile legislation. But events were crowding them. They had not entirely succeeded in keeping the hands of Mr. Buchanan tied. Reinforcement had been attempted despite their vigilance and intrigue. A second effort might succeed. Thompson had been driven out of the cabinet, and now Governor Pickens, in his rashness, was about to precipitate hostilities and rouse the North. They sent a messenger to Colonel Hayne to remonstrate against this hot haste, which might expose their web of conspiracy to the shock of sudden war. They desired delay until they could consult more fully and devise further means to keep the hands of Mr. Buchanan tied. Colonel Hayne, having readily joined in their scheme, did not deliver the Governor's letter to the President as he had appointed. Instead thereof, and on the same day, 10 of the senators from the states of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, and Texas prepared an open letter to Colonel Hayne. In diplomatic phrases, they requested him to delay the delivery of the Governor's letter to the President. They had assurances, they said, that Sumter was held with no hostile or unfriendly purpose, but merely as property of the United States. We represent states, they continued, which have already seceded from the United States, or will have done so before the 1st of February next, and which will meet your state in convention on or before the 15th of that month. Our people feel that they have a common destiny with your people, and expect to form with them in that convention a new confederation and provisional government. We must and will share your fortunes, suffering with you the evils of war if it cannot be avoided, and enjoying with you the blessings of peace if it can be preserved. We therefore trust that an arrangement will be agreed upon between you and the President, at least till the 15th of February next, by which time your and our states may, in convention, devise a wise, just, and peaceable solution of existing difficulties. If not clothed with power to make such an arrangement, then we trust that you will submit our suggestions to the Governor of your state for his instructions. Until you have received and communicated his response to the President, of course your state will not attack Fort Sumter, and the President will not offer to reinforce it. This letter was written on January 15, and to give an air of deliberation and dignity to a correspondence invented purely for the purpose of consuming time, 2 days were allowed to elapse for its pretended consideration. On the 17th, Colonel Hayne prepared a reply. I am not clothed with power to make the arrangement you suggest, he wrote, but provided you can get assurances with which you are entirely satisfied that no reinforcements will be sent to Fort Sumter in the interval, and that public peace will not be disturbed by any act of hostility towards South Carolina, I will refer your communication to the authorities. If your proposition is acceded to, you may assure the President that no attack will be made on Fort Sumter until a response from the Governor of South Carolina has been received and communicated to him. A plain evidence that this whole correspondence was nothing but a scheme of delay is afforded in the fact that it took these senators 2 days more, until January 19, to write a note of half a dozen lines, submitting it to the President and asking its consideration. Mr. Buchanan fell easily into the trap of dilatory diplomacy. Though undoubtedly bound by Anderson's truce of the 12th, of which he received notice on the 13th, he could, according to its terms, have ended it by a return messenger to Charleston. The Cabinet was apparently in a mood to send a second relief expedition and reinforce Sumter at all hazards, for Secretary Black, in a forcible letter of inquiry to General Scott, asked on January 16 what obstacles exist to prevent the sending of such reinforcements at any time when it may be necessary to do so. Major Anderson has a position so nearly impregnable that an attack upon him at present is wholly improbable, and he is supplied with provisions which will last him very well for 2 months. In the meantime, Fort Sumter is invested on every side by the avowedly hostile forces of South Carolina. It is in a state of siege. If the troops remain in Fort Sumter without any change in their condition, and the hostile attitude of South Carolina remains as it is now, the question of Major Anderson's surrender is one of time only. The authorities of South Carolina are improving every moment and increasing their ability to prevent reinforcement every hour, while every day that rises sees us with a power diminished to send in the requisite relief. I am persuaded that the difficulty of relieving Major Anderson has been very much magnified to the minds of some persons. The Star of the West did pass the battery and did overcome the difficulties of the navigation, meeting with no serious trouble from either cause. They have tried it. We can say probatum est, and there is an end of the controversy. I am convinced that a pirate or a slaver or a smuggler who could be assured of making $500 by going into the harbor in the face of all the dangers which now threaten a vessel bearing the American flag would laugh them to scorn. Would the South Carolinians dare to fire upon any vessel which Major Anderson would tell them beforehand must be permitted to pass on pain of his guns being opened upon her assailants? But suppose it impossible for an unarmed vessel to pass the battery, what is the difficulty of sending the Brooklyn or the Macedonian in? I admit that the state of things may be somewhat worse now than they were a week ago, and are probably getting worse every day, but is not that the strongest reason that can be given for taking time by the forelock? Clearly, Secretary Black was in an altogether different frame of mind from that in which, as Attorney General, he penned his famous opinion on coercion. If the current of events had educated him into a logic so faultless and an enthusiasm so eager, it is fair to assume that the patriotic Holt, the belligerent Dix, and the impulsive Stanton entertained substantially identical views. Unfortunately, the contemporary records are very meager. There is a dispatch from Holt to Anderson of the same date with the letter quoted above. He is told that he rightly designates the firing into the Star of the West as an act of war without provocation, that his forbearance to return the fire is fully approved by the President. Your late dispatches, as well as the very intelligent statement of Lieutenant, have relieved the government of the apprehensions previously entertained for your safety. In consequence, it is not its purpose at present to reinforce you. The attempt to do so would no doubt be attended by a collision of arms and the effusion of blood, a national calamity which the President is most anxious, if possible, to avoid. Whenever, in your judgment, additional supplies or reinforcements are necessary for your safety or for a successful defense of the fort, you will at once communicate the fact to this department, and a prompt and vigorous effort will be made to forward them. This was perhaps as little as could in magnanimity be said to a brave and conscientious commander. On the other hand, it was doubtless all that could be obtained from a president once more taking counsel of his fears instead of his duty. We learn from Mr. Buchanan's own memorandum that on the afternoon of the same 16th of January, Senator Clement C. Clay of Alabama called upon him on behalf of the seceding senators, and after some general talk about Fort Sumter, turned the conversation upon Major Anderson's truce. Premising that there was a truce agreed upon so long as Colonel Hine was there, to which the President assented, Clay went on to say that the Senators wanted Hayne to remain a few days and submit a proposition to the Government of South Carolina to agree that Major Anderson should be placed in his former position, and that the truce might be extended until the meeting at Milledgeville, or even till the 4th of March. Mr. Buchanan replied in substance that he could consider no proposition unless it were in writing, that he would not withdraw Anderson from Sumter, and that the truce would only continue until Colonel Hayne left here, which I supposed would be in a few days. The President writes further that in the course of conversation I told him that I felt as much anxiety to prevent a collision and spare the effusion of blood as any man living, but this must be done in consistency with the discharge of all my duties as laid down in my annual message and my late special message. The anxiety of the seceding Senators for delay even till the 4th of March is here plainly admitted. The inference is also irresistible that the loyal Cabinet members were discouraged at finding Mr. Buchanan again in communication with the emissary of a governor who had wantonly fired on the flag, and a cabal of conspirators who were about to send him notice of their intent to set up a government in rebellion, and with sublime effrontery asked him to promise them a safeguard for the act. The correspondence between the Senators and Colonel Hayne was sent to the President. 2 more days were lost in considering and discussing it, and on January 22 he instructed Mr. Holt to reply. The President has no authority to enter into such an agreement or understanding. As an executive officer, he is simply bound to protect the public property, so far as this may be practicable, and it would be manifest violation of his duty to place himself under engagements that he would not perform this duty either for an indefinite or a limited period. At the present moment, it is not deemed necessary to reinforce Major Anderson because he makes no such request, and feels quite secure in his position. Should his safety, however, require reinforcements, every effort will be made to supply them. In regard to an assurance from the President that the public peace will not be disturbed by any act of hostility toward South Carolina, the answer will readily occur to yourselves. To Congress and to Congress alone belongs the power to make war, and it would be an act of usurpation for the executive to give any assurance that Congress would not exercise this power, however strongly he may be convinced that no such intention exists. Both parties could derive comfort from this reply. The President that he had rejected the suggested arrangement until the 15th of February, the senatorial cabal that he had practically granted it by entertaining their mediation in disavowing any present intention to reinforce Sumter, and in tacitly adopting and indefinitely prolonging Anderson's truce. Neither are we to forget the undercurrent of interviews, solicitations, and private manipulations which were again working upon the scanty courage of President Buchanan. The scheme of dilatory diplomacy was succeeding. The month of January was rapidly slipping by during this parade of etiquette, this interchange of request and refusal, this bandying of theory and argument. Meantime, the tide of rebellion was rising day by day. Batteries were building at Charleston, forts were being seized by order of the governors of the Cotton States, the South was becoming a vast camp, a rebellious military league was preparing to unite in provisional government at Montgomery, Alabama. The senatorial cabal took care to continue and prolong the correspondence. They sent Mr. Holt's letter to Colonel Hayne, and he in turn went through the dumb show of referring it to Charleston. This communication, he said, was far from satisfactory, but since they expressed their confidence that Sumter would not be reinforced nor the public peace disturbed, he would still withhold the governor's letter and refer the whole matter to the authorities of South Carolina. Pending the reference, we must notice another episode which now combined with this senatorial intrigue. One of the most important naval and military stations of the United States was that of Pensacola, Florida. Here was a large and valuable navy yard. Near it on the mainland, Fort Barrancas, built for a garrison of 250 men, but occupied by only a nominal garrison of 46 men under Lieutenant Adam J. Slemmer. Fort McRae, built for a war garrison of 650 men, but occupied by a single ordnance sergeant. And on Santa Rosa Island, immediately opposite, Fort Pickens, built for a garrison of 1,260 men, entirely empty. These were all strong and defensible works, and among the first whose occupation was originally recommended by General Scott, October 29, 1860. Hence, when under the Cabinet regime he received permission to act, he wrote to Lieutenant Slemmer, January 3. The General-in-Chief directs that you take measures to do the utmost in your power to prevent the seizure of either of the forts in Pensacola Harbor by surprise or assault, consulting first with the commander of the Navy Yard, who will probably have received instructions to cooperate with you. Secretary Toucey sent a similar order to Commodore Armstrong in command of the Navy Yard. These orders arrived on the 9th. Lieutenant Slemmer, young, ardent, and patriotic, immediately called upon Armstrong, who, having served his country half a century, was slow from age and infirmity, and indifferent through the influence of 2 or 3 of his disloyal subordinate officers. Nevertheless, the lifelong habits of strict discipline and the peremptory instructions just received induced him to place the steamer Wyandotte of 6 guns and the storeship Supply, as also 30 ordinary seamen from the yard, at the service of the lieutenant. With this help, Slemmer now repeated the strategy of Anderson. Spiking the guns and destroying the remaining powder in Forts Barrancas and McRae, he transferred his command with all available supplies to Fort Pickens on Santa Rosa Island. The 9th, the 10th, and the 11th of January were occupied in this work, and the transfer was substantially completed, notwithstanding the efforts of the 2 or 3 subordinate officers of the Navy Yard, who were in complicity with the rebels to delay and thwart the movement. Lieutenant Slemmer was not a moment too quick. The Florida Convention passed an ordinance of secession on the 10th, and 2 days afterwards a regiment of Florida and Alabama volunteers, headed by 2 commissioners under authority of the governor of Florida, appeared at the Navy Yard gate and demanded its surrender. There were a few hasty formalities, Commodore Armstrong first managing to destroy his signal books. Then the flag was hauled down, and the Navy Yard, as well as the Marine Hospital and the 2 abandoned forts, were occupied by the rebels. Slemmer's promptness, however, had saved Fort Pickens and the 2 ships. A considerable rebel force was shortly afterwards concentrated to take it, but its leader, Colonel Chase, was a former engineer officer and had himself built the fort. Knowing its strength, he explained that he would not risk an assault upon it with less than 5,000 men, and submitted to an imputation of cowardice with which he was taunted at a council of war, rather than make a futile attack. The prompt and gallant course of Lieutenant Slemmer was like a little gleam of sunshine in the overshadowing gloom of defection and treason in the South. The telegraph was already in the hands of the rebels, and the news only reached Washington after a lapse of some days, and then through private channels. Secretary Toucey had indeed, in anticipation of danger, ordered several ships to Pensacola, the St. Louis of 20 guns from Vera Cruz on December 24, the Macedonian of 22 guns from Portsmouth on January 5, the Sabine of 50 guns from Vera Cruz on January 9. But none of these arrived on time. It was now determined to send immediate reinforcements to Slemmer to enable him to hold Fort Pickens. The Brooklyn, which returned to Norfolk after her useless succor to the Star of the West, was therefore ordered to take on board a company of regulars from Fort Monroe under command of Captain Bogdas of the artillery and proceed on this errand. The orders were issued on the 21st, and she sailed from Hampton Roads on the 24th of January. At this juncture of the antagonistic sentiments of loyalty and treason were convulsing the legislature of Virginia, then in extra session at Richmond. Among other temporizing expedients, that body appointed ex-President John Tyler and Judge John Robertson commissioners to procure promises from the general government on one hand and the seceding states on the other, to abstain from any and all acts calculated to produce a collision of arms during a certain peace convention of the states proposed and urged by Virginia, of which we shall speak in a future chapter. On this mission, Mr. Tyler reached Washington and held an interview with Mr. Buchanan on the 24th of January. He found him in a mood of mixed despondency and stubbornness. He said he could give no pledges, that it was his duty to enforce the laws, and the whole power rested with Congress. He complained that the South had not treated him properly, that they had made unnecessary demonstrations by seizing unprotected arsenals and forts, and thus perpetrated acts of useless bravado which had quite as well been left alone. But the ex-president talked him into a more complacent humor. The states, he said, would account for the public property they had seized. This and other arguments soothed Mr. Buchanan. He promised to refer Tyler's mission to Congress with a strong recommendation to that body to avoid the passage of any hostile legislation. Mr. Tyler was quick to note the impression he had made. A moment's reflection satisfied me that if the message contained the recommendation to Congress to abstain from hostile legislation, I was at liberty to infer a similar determination on his part of a state of quietude. On the following day Mr. Tyler was chatting familiarly with Secretary Black and Attorney General Stanton, who were making him a call of ceremony, when a dispatch was handed to him that the Brooklyn had sailed with troops from Norfolk. He handed the dispatch to his visitors, but they at once became discreetly noncommittal. "I am attached to the Law Department," said Stanton, "and not in the way of knowing anything about it." Secretary Black said he had heard and believed that the Brooklyn had sailed with some troops, but he did not know when she sailed or to what point she was destined. But the ex-president was not to be put off. He wrote a hurried note to Mr. Buchanan, asking to be informed on what day the Brooklyn received her orders, on what day she sailed, and whether she has recruits for any Southern port, and if so, for which. His persistent inquisitiveness was only partially satisfied. At midnight he received a note in reply, in which Mr. Buchanan told him that her orders were issued on the Monday or Tuesday preceding, that she goes on an errand of mercy and relief, and that her movements are in no way to be connected with South Carolina, all of which information Tyler transmitted by telegraph next morning to his co-commissioner, Judge Robertson, at Charleston. This much being known, it was easy enough to divine the destination of the Brooklyn. Her orders, however, were still a subject of uncertainty. The ships long since ordered to Pensacola were arriving. Together the forces began to assume formidable proportions. The fleet before Fort Pickens could, upon an emergency, have thrown 500 or 600 men into the fort, without including the company from Fort Monroe. Might not the Brooklyn carry instructions to Lieutenant Slemmer or some other officer of known energy to assume the offensive and retake or destroy the Navy Yard and the two strong forts on the mainland? It was a critical moment for the revolting states. Now, if ever, they needed a few weeks of undisturbed consolidation. Even the impetuous governor of South Carolina was clamorous for quiet and for speedy organization. "Urge Mississippi," he wrote to his commissioner, "to send delegates to the Montgomery meeting of states at as early a day as possible, say 4th February, to form immediately a strong provisional government. It is the only thing to prevent war, and let that convention elect immediately a commander-in-chief for the seceding states." The senatorial cabal therefore added their own redoubled efforts to those of ex-President Tyler to keep the hands of Mr. Buchanan tied. One of their number, Mr. Mallory, had hurried to Pensacola to inspect the situation. From him there now came a dispatch dated January 28 to Senators Slidell, Hunter, and Bigler, thus shrewdly coupling the influence of a Pennsylvania Democrat to that of the leading conspirators, with an urgent request that they would lay it before the President. This dispatch expressed an ardent desire to preserve the peace, as well as the most positive assurance from himself and Colonel Chase that no attack would be made on the fort if its present status should be suffered to remain. Under these combined importunities, the fortitude of Mr. Buchanan broke down. Despite his repeated declarations, through Mr. Holt's note of January 22, in his conversation with Mr. Tyler January 24, and again in his special message to Congress January 28, that he would make no pledges, he once more bound himself in what may for convenience be called the Fort Pickens Truce. By his direction, the following joint instructions from the Secretaries of War and Navy were on the 29th of January telegraphed to the combined forces at Pensacola Harbor. Upon receiving satisfactory assurances from Mr. Mallory and Colonel Chase that Fort Pickens will not be attacked, you are instructed not to land the company on board the Brooklyn unless said fort shall be attacked or preparations made for its attack. The provisions necessary for the supply of the fort you will land. The Brooklyn and the other vessels of war on the station will remain, and you will exercise the utmost vigilance and be prepared at a moment's warning to land the company at Fort Pickens, and you and they will instantly repel any attack on the fort. Mr. Buchanan asserts that this arrangement received the approbation of every member of his cabinet. It would be difficult to reconcile the statement with their other acts and opinions, except upon a single hypothesis, that perhaps they tolerated it as his stubborn resolve in preference to some more pernicious and compromising decision. But the assertion is positively contradicted by Mr. Stanton, who distinctly states that Judge Black, General Dixon himself, had opposed that order. Mr. Buchanan also declares that General Scott expressly approved this joint order before it was issued, and in corroboration quotes from a private note written by Mr. Holt to himself of that date. I have the satisfaction of saying that on submitting the paper to General Scott, he expressed himself entirely satisfied with it, saying there could be no objection to the arrangement in a military point of view or otherwise. General Scott, on the other hand, disavows all knowledge of the joint instruction and all recollection of such an interview with Mr. Holt. These differences form a curious historical dispute, but they do not change the essential character of the act. Whether or not the President's decision was sustained by official advice, it remains a glaring instance of executive vacillation and a deplorable surrender of almost vital military advantages, which embarrassed not only his own but also the succeeding administration. General Scott has left us a conclusive professional criticism of the measure. It was known at the Navy Department that the Brooklyn, with Captain Vogdes on board, would be obliged in open sea to stand off and on Fort Pickens, and in rough weather might sometimes be 50 miles off. Indeed, if so at sea, the fort might have been attacked and easily carried before the reinforcement could have reached the beach in open sea, where alone it could land. Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Holt, and myself were all landsmen and could know but little of the impossibility of landing troops on an open sea beach with a high wind and surf. Mr. Toucey, Secretary of the Navy, with officers about him of intelligence and nautical experience, ought to have said plumply that if Vogdes was not to land except in case of attack upon Fort Pickens, he might as well have remained at Fortress Monroe, as the prohibition placed the fort, so far as he was concerned, at the mercy, or as the event showed, on the want of enterprise on the part of the rebel command at Pensacola. The Fort Pickens truce concluded, the senatorial cabal permitted Colonel Hayne to resume the duties of his mission to the President concerning Fort Sumter. Their manipulation of this negotiation is once more revealed by a comparison of dates in the correspondence. Colonel Hayne referred the matter to Governor Pickens on January 24. The governor wrote his instructions in reply on the 26th, but in order not to embarrass the Fort Pickens transaction, the ordinary 24 hours transmission was stretched out to 4 days. On January 31, Colonel Hayne directed his first official communication to the President. After stating the occasion of delay, he said, "You will perceive that it is upon the presumption that it is solely as property that you continue to hold Fort Sumter that I have been selected for the performance of the duty upon which I have entered. I do not come as a military man to demand the surrender of a fortress, but as the legal officer of the State, its Attorney General, to claim for the State the exercise of its undoubted right of eminent domain, and to pledge the State to make good all injury to the rights of property which arise from the exercise of the claim. South Carolina, as a separate independent sovereign, assumes the right to take into her own possession everything within her limits essential to maintain her honor or her safety, irrespective of the question of property, subject only to the moral duty requiring that compensation should be made to the owner. Repudiating, as you do, the idea of coercion, avowing peaceful intentions, and expressing a patriot's horror for civil war and bloody strife among those who once were brethren, it is hoped that on further consideration you will not, on a mere question of property, refuse the reasonable demand of South Carolina, which honor and necessity alike compel her to vindicate." He concluded by setting forth that either the assertion or exercise of the right to send reinforcements to Sumter would be regarded as a declaration of war. The noteworthy feature of this missive is, however, that Governor Pickens's characteristic urgency was all at once abated. If the President were not prepared to give an immediate answer, he might send it within a reasonable time to Charleston, and Hayne might close his mission and return. It was nearly a week later that the President gave his reply through Secretary Holt, who wrote on February 6, "The proposal then now presented to the President is simply an offer on the part of South Carolina to buy Fort Sumter, contents as property of the United States, sustained by a declaration, in effect, that if she is not permitted to make the purchase, she will seize the fort by force of arms. The title of the United States to Fort Sumter is complete and incontestable. Were its interests in this property purely proprietary, in the ordinary acceptation of the term, it might probably be subjected to the exercise of the right of eminent domain. but it has also political relations to it of a much higher and more imposing character than those of mere proprietorship. It has absolute jurisdiction over the fort and the soil on which it stands. This jurisdiction consists in the authority to exercise exclusive legislation over the property referred to, and is therefore clearly incompatible with the claim of eminent domain now insisted upon by South Carolina. This authority was not derived from any questionable revolutionary source, but from the peaceful cession of South Carolina herself, acting through her legislature under a provision of the Constitution of the United States. This seems to have ended the argument on the subject. A few days later, Colonel Hayne, imitating the rebel commissioners, sent a splenetic epistle to the President and left the city. The administration, acting on the theory that Mr. Holt's reply of February 6 terminated Anderson's truce, turned their attention anew to a second relief expedition to Sumter. Several plans were discussed, and one apparently adopted. The evidence as to its origin and preparation is vague and conflicting. Captain Ward of the Navy was to take 3 or 4 small steamers belonging to the Coast Survey and endeavor to make his way to Anderson with supplies and reinforcements. Mr. Buchanan claims to have initiated it on the 31st of January. An order concerning it dated February 21 shows that its time of sailing was even then uncertain. The governing causes in this instance may perhaps be best inferred from a letter of Holt to Anderson, February 23, which discloses an abandonment of the attempt. A dispatch received in this city a few days since from Governor Pickens, connected with the declaration on the part of those convened at Montgomery claiming to act on behalf of South Carolina as well as the other seceded states, that the question of the possession of the forts and other public property therein had been taken from the decision of the individual states and would probably be preceded in its settlement by negotiation with the government of the United States, has impressed the President with a belief that there will be no immediate attack on Fort Sumter, and the hope is indulged that wise and patriotic counsels may prevail and prevent it altogether. The labors of the Peace Congress have not yet closed, and the presence of that body here adds another to the powerful motives already existing for the adoption of every measure, except in necessary self-defense for avoiding a collision with the forces that surround you. Dilatory diplomacy had done its allotted work. While Mr. Buchanan refused a truce in theory, he granted one in fact. Between the 12th of January and the 6th of February, the insurrection at Charleston worked day and night in building batteries and preparing men and material to attack Sumter. In other states, the processes of secession, seizure, drill, equipment, and organization had also been going on with similar activity. Receiving no effective discouragement or check, the various elements of rebellion had finally united in a provisional Congress at Montgomery, which 2 days later perfected a provisional government for the rebellion. There can be no severer criticism of this delusive policy of concession and inaction than the course and argument of Governor Pickens, as shown in a letter written by him to the President of the new Provisional Congress at Montgomery on the 13th of February, on being informed that it had taken charge of the questions and difficulties between the government and the rebellion. I am perfectly satisfied that the welfare of the new Confederation and the necessities of the State require that Fort Sumter should be reduced before the close of the present administration at Washington. Mr. Lincoln cannot do more for this State than Mr. Buchanan has done. If war can be averted, it will be by making the capture of Fort Sumter a fact accomplished during the continuance of the present administration, leaving to the incoming administration the question of an open declaration of war. This, then, was to be the harvest of conciliation, of the wise, just, and peaceful solution which the senatorial cabal had promised, of a patriotic horror for civil war and bloody strife which Colonel Hayne had invoked, of the allurements of accommodation which Governor Pickens had so temptingly blended with his threats of violence and assault. Having lulled Mr. Buchanan into confidence, he proposed its sudden and secret violation, and in the same breath with his encomiums on peace, officially advised the shedding of blood, not upon any present necessity, but for the prospective gain of an improved vantage ground towards the new administration. Prudential reasons deferred the scheme for the moment. 6 weeks later it was adopted and enacted by the provisional government of the conspiracy. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 from Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, Chapter 12. In the main, the secession incidents and proceedings enacted in South Carolina were imitated and repeated in the other Cotton states. There are several governors initiated the movement by early official action, proclamations, messages, and orders. The office holders at each state capital formed a convenient local junto of conspiracy. The program in each case ran through essentially the same stages. There was first the meeting of the legislature, prompted and influenced by the state officials and the senators and representatives in Congress. Then, under a loud outcry of public danger, which did not exist, hasty measures to arm and defend the state, large military appropriations, and extensive military organization. Next, an act to call a convention, ostensibly to consult public opinion, but really for the occasion to rouse and mislead it. In each of the Cotton states, the Breckinridge Democracy, the most ultra of the three factions, was largely in the majority. Again, the long political agitation had brought into power and prominence the most radical leaders of this extreme party. These leaders were generally disunionist at heart, even where they had not been active and persistent conspirators. They now took up with alacrity the task of electing a secession convention. That the people were not with them a month before the presidential election is proved by the replies of the several governors to South Carolina, which are cited in a previous chapter. Nothing but the election itself had occurred to change that feeling. No threat, no act, no law, no catastrophe. Had governors and officials remained silent, the people would have felt no want and seen no danger. But when official action began the agitation, first by proclamations, then by legislative enactments, and lastly by forcing the issue upon the people through an election for delegates, there came an inevitable growth and culmination of excitement. In this election, it was the audacious, the ambitious, the reckless element which took the lead, gathered enthusiasm, and organized success. It must be remembered that this result was reached under specially favoring conditions. The long slavery discussion had engendered a brooding discontent, and the baseless complaint of sectional injustice had grown through mere repetition from clamor into belief. The presidential election left behind it the sharp sting of defeat, not in form and in law, but nevertheless in essential characteristics. The South was controlled by a landed aristocracy. The great plantation masters dominated society and politics. There was no diffused and healthy popular action as in the town meetings of New England. Even the slaves of the wealthy proprietors spoke with habitual contempt of the poor white trash who lived in mean cabins and hoed their own corn and cotton. Except in Georgia, the opposition to the secessionist program was either hopelessly feeble or entirely wanting. The Bell and Douglas factions had bitterly denounced Lincoln and the Republicans during the presidential campaign. Disarmed by their own words, they could not now defend them. The seaboard towns and cities of the South, jealous of the commercial supremacy of the North, anticipated in independence and free trade a new growth and a rich prosperity. Over all floated the constant dream of Southern utopias, an indefinite expansion southward into a great slave empire. Under these various causes, the election in most instances went by default. Three special agencies cooperated with marked effect to stimulate the movement. Very early, each Cotton state sent commissioners to each of the other Southern states and in every case the most active and zealous secessionists were of course appointed. These commissioners attended, harangued, and intrigued with the various deliberative assemblies, and thus constituted a network of most industrious propagandism. Another potent influence was the assembling of military conventions, that is, convocations of the militia captains, majors, colonels, and would-be generals to spur on or intimidate lagging legislatures and conventions. Finally, the third and most effective piece of machinery was the state delegations in Congress assembled in Washington City at the beginning of December and sending a running fire of encouragement or orders home to the capitals of their states. Even with all this organization acting intelligently and persistently for a common end, from 2 to 3 months were required to work up the people of the Cotton States to an acquiescence in the rebellion the conspirators had for years been planning. Without being exactly of contemporaneous date, it happened that in general the month of November witnessed the assembling of the legislatures and the making of necessary laws and appropriations. The month of December was mainly occupied by the election of delegates to the state conventions. In this stage, the voice of central authority from Washington was begun to be utilized. While the election excitement was at its highest ferment, there came from Washington, under date of the 14th of December, the revolutionary circular signed by about one-half the Southern senators and representatives in Congress, quoted elsewhere. This circular announced that argument was exhausted, that hope was extinguished, that the Republicans would grant nothing which would or ought to satisfy the South, and that the honor, safety, and independence of the Southern people required immediate separate state secession and the organization of a Southern Confederacy. The effect of a congressional firebrand of such dimensions thrown upon the inflammable temper of the Cotton States at such a juncture may be easily imagined. Their people could not know that no single assertion in this circular was warranted by the facts, that Congress had not deliberated, that the compromise committees had not reported, and that the Republicans had in no shape presented or declared an ultimatum. The circular had been issued for a purpose and served that end completely. Few Southern voters or speakers could dare to stand up and deny in Georgia or Alabama the accusation made by these honorable signers in Washington. But the central cabal did not stop with this single pronunciamiento. By this time, the revolution, both local and central, had gained an accelerated momentum and was rushing to its climax. Non-coercion was promised, Cass was driven from the cabinet, the president was overawed, Congress was demoralized. Secession had secured a free path and counted on an easy victory. The program seems to have been to attain separation by easy stages during the remainder of Mr. Buchanan's term, and not to organize the new Confederacy till after the 4th of March. But about New Year's, the central conspiracy received a serious check. There was a cabinet crisis. Buchanan momentarily asserted himself. Floyd was in turn driven from the cabinet. The Unionists gained control of it, and Holt was made Secretary of War. This portended loyalty, decision, energy, reinforcements. Immediately there came a shower of telegrams and orders from the Washington fire eaters to the Cotton State leaders, proclaiming danger and urging action. The central cabal was called together, deliberated earnestly, and perfected and hastened the plot. At a caucus held on January 5 in one of the rooms of the Capitol building itself, it is said, the decisive and final revolutionary program committed itself to the following distinct points and plan. First, immediate secession. Second, a convention at Montgomery, Alabama, not later than the 15th of February, to organize a confederacy. Third, that to prevent hostile legislation under the changed and loyal impulses of the President and his reconstructed cabinet, the Cotton State senators should remain a while in their places to keep the hands of Mr. Buchanan tied. Finally, and most important of all, the caucus appointed a committee consisting of Senators Jefferson Davis, Slidell, and Mallory to carry out the object of this meeting. The future chief of the great rebellion was chosen to preside over its primary organization. If there had been any hesitation in the several state conventions about taking the final plunge, we may suppose that it disappeared when the program outlined in this Central Caucus of January 5 at Washington was transmitted. We find that nearly the whole secession movement very speedily followed. Mississippi passed her ordinance on January 9, Florida on January 10, Alabama on January 11, Georgia on January 19, Louisiana on January 26, and Texas, where peculiar conditions existed, on February 1. Immediately connected with the passage of these secession ordinances, and in some instances even preceding them, another step in the insurrectionary scheme was taken. Each governor who organized the revolution in his state, now finding a little army of impulsive volunteers and ambitious officers at his nod and beck, ordered 2 or 3 regiments to the nearest fort or arsenal, where an ordnance sergeant or an attenuated infantry or artillery company of Federal soldiers was representing the government title rather than the government power. The insurgents demanded possession and made a display of force. The officer in charge yielded to the inevitable. He received the demand for surrender to the state. He complied under protest. There was a salute to the flag, peaceable evacuation, and he was allowed unmolested transit home as a military courtesy. By this process, there was a quick succession of captures through which all the military strongholds and depots in the Cotton States, excepting Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, Fort Pickens in Pensacola Harbor, Fort Taylor at Key West, and Fort Jefferson on Tortugas Island, passed to the occupation and use of the rebellion, giving it a vantage ground for defense and a store of war material for offense, which for the first time since the presidential election gave the revolution a serious and formidable strength. We have thus far described the secession movement throughout the South in its general aspect. It is worthwhile to glance at some of its features more in detail. The state of Florida was the most zealous follower of South Carolina. She has a magnificent geographical area, which, with a climate favorable to a class of subtropical products, is enough to make her eventually the garden state of the South. But this immense domain was virtually a wilderness, notwithstanding that her earliest permanent settlement was almost 3 centuries old. Her white population did not reach the ratio of 1 representative in Congress. There was not a single town of 3,000 inhabitants within her borders. She therefore became an easy prey to her ultra-pro-slavery leaders, who were the first to applaud and second the Charleston insurrection. Florida is with the gallant Palmetto State, wrote her governor November 9, and his message to the legislature November 26 clamored for secession from our faithless, perjured Confederates. Under the manipulations of such an executive, backed by the equally aggressive advice and exertions of her 2 United States senators, prominent among the conspirators at Washington, she went through the forms of a convention and the passing of a secession ordinance January 10. Her governor, with total disregard of authority, had already seized the arsenal at Apalachicola on January 5. Fort Marion, and the Ordnance Depot at St. Augustine on the 7th, as well as a schooner belonging to the Coast Survey. There were in the arsenal no arms, but 500,000 musket cartridges, 300,000 rifle cartridges, and 50,000 pounds of gunpowder. On the 8th, he ordered the seizure of the Navy Yard and unoccupied forts at Pensacola, which was accomplished on the 12th. However insignificant in her political power, the gain of Florida was nevertheless of great military and strategical value to the rebellion. In Mississippi, the revolutionary sentiment had long been fostered by her most able and influential politicians. Jefferson Davis, eager to wear the mantle of Calhoun, had 2 years before announced the new rebellion. His speech at Vicksburg, November 27, 1858, is thus reported in the Daily Mississippian. Before concluding his remarks, he would anticipate the interrogatory which his audience might be disposed to propound to him in view of the fast-growing strength of the abolition party as to what policy he would recommend in the event of the triumph of that party in 1860. He was for resistance, stern resistance. Rather than see the executive chair of the nation filled by a sworn enemy of our rights, he would shatter it into 1,000 fragments before he had an opportunity of taking his seat. The government is at an end the very moment that an abolitionist is elected to the presidency. The governor of Mississippi also was one of the most advanced revolutionists in the South. He declared himself ready for action as early as August 30, 1860. I assure you that I do sympathize and expect to continue to act with those who dare all and hazard all, rather than see Mississippi become a dependent province of a black Republican government and hold her constitutional rights by the frail tenure of black Republican oaths. When sparks cease to fly upwards, Comanches respect treaties, and wolves kill sheep no more. The oath of a black Republican might be of some value as a protection to slave property. With Jefferson Davis in the Senate to conspire and advise, and Governor Pettus at home to order and execute, the fate of Mississippi could not long remain in doubt. The legislature had in the previous winter provided a military fund of $150,000. Early in October, the state made a purchase of arms, which at Jefferson Davis's request and with Floyd's concurrence were obligingly inspected by a government officer. The legislature was convened to meet November 26 to consider the propriety and necessity of providing surer and better safeguards for the lives, liberties, and property of her citizens than have been found or are to be hoped for in black Republican oaths. Commissioners to other states were appointed and an election ordered, in pursuance of which a convention met January 7 and passed a secession ordinance on January 9, 84 yeas to 15 nays. The proceedings, as in other states, were secret and precipitate. Military organization was stimulated to the utmost, and on the 20th, the unfinished fort on Ship Island and the Marine Hospital on the Mississippi River were seized by the insurrectionists at the governor's orders. The state of Alabama had, by her dominant partisanship on the slavery question, been carried farther towards revolt than the other cotton states. Her legislature on February 24, 1860, with but 2 dissenting voices, provided by joint resolution that in case of the election of a Republican president, the governor should at once by proclamation order an election of delegates to a convention to consider and do whatever, in the opinion of said convention, the rights, interests, and honor of the state of Alabama requires to be done for their protection. A fund of $200,000 was appropriated for military contingencies, and the governor was further authorized to send delegates to any future convention of the slave states. A week after the November elections, the governor in a public letter announced that he would exercise this power to inaugurate revolution as soon as the choice of Lincoln should be made certain by the vote of the Electoral College on December 5. In the same letter, he made a labored argument that Alabama ought to secede at once and cooperate afterwards. His proclamation was in due time issued, and the delegates were elected on December 24. A spirited canvass seems to have been made. Judge Campbell of the United States Supreme Court addressed the voters in an earnest letter against disunion. Partisans separated themselves into three groups designated respectively as submissionists, cooperationists, and straight-out secessionists. The southern half of the state, embracing the cotton lands and strong slave counties on the Gulf, was intensely revolutionary. The northern end, reaching up towards the commerce of the free states, was or believed itself to be conservative and union-loving, and the final popular decision was supposed to hang in considerable doubt. The meeting of the convention at Montgomery, January 7, soon dispelled this idea. On the first day, it unanimously adopted a resolution declaring in substance that Alabama cannot and will not submit to the administration of Lincoln and Hamlin. That any of the members after such a vote should have hesitated to commit themselves to the full scope of the conspirators' program shows the confused perception of their own attitude and intention. They did not appear to realize how helplessly they were drifting in the current of rebellion. Upon such material, the radical secessionists concentrated their influence. Outside pressure gathered in overwhelming force. Telegrams poured in upon them in profusion. They came so thick and fast they seemed like snowflakes to fall from the clouds, said one of the members. Crowds besieged the doors. The governor had on January 4, without warrant, seized Mount Vernon Arsenal and Forts Morgan and Gaines at Mobile, and had caused the banks to suspend payment, and he now asked to be justified in these usurpations. News arrived that Florida and Mississippi had seceded. Application was made for military help to seize Pensacola. In the midst of the excitement came telegrams of the firing on the Star of the West at Charleston and its attending incidents. Before these combined influences, conservative resolves and combinations gave way, and an ordinance of immediate secession was prepared. The ubiquitous Yancey, fresh from his northern disavowals of the Scarlet Letter, was on hand in the role of leading conspirator and came near precipitating revolution in the convention itself by his flaming declamation. The cooperationists were pleading for delay when he indiscreetly threatened the penalties of treason against any factious minority which should venture to disobey an ordinance of secession. The northern members flared up under the taunt. Will the gentleman go into those sections of the state and hang all who are opposed to secession? Will he hang them by families, by neighborhoods, by counties, by congressional districts? Who, sir, will give the bloody order? Are these to be the first fruits of a Southern republic? Coming at the head of any force which he can muster, replied another member, aided and assisted by the executive of this state, we will meet him at the foot of our mountain, and there with his own selected weapons, hand to hand and face to face, settle the question of the sovereignty of the people. The flurry was quieted, however, and the ordinance reported on the third day of the session. The conservatives endeavored to substitute a project of slave state convention and a basis of settlement with the North, but it was voted down 54 to 45. After this, the radicals had easy sailing, and on January 11 the ordinance passed 61 to 39. It is touching to read the expressions of regret, of doubt, of protest with which the opposition members reluctantly gave in their adhesion and parted from their government and their flag, under the final and fallacious promptings of state pride and the baneful heresy of paramount state allegiance. And this lingering sorrow of delegates was followed in many localities by the lingering condemnation and remonstrance of their constituents. 4 weeks later, Hon. Jeremiah Clemens wrote from Huntsville, "There is still much discontent here at the passage of the ordinance of secession, but it is growing weaker daily, and unless something is done to stir it up anew, will soon die away." Adding also, "Last week Yancey was burned in effigy in Limestone." But it was all of no avail. The people writhed helplessly in the toils of their false leaders. The state of Georgia was then, and is still, regarded as the empire state of the South. Her action, therefore, became an object of the greatest solicitude. Her leading men were known to be divided in sentiment. The North looked with some confidence there for a conservative reaction, but they were leaning on a broken reed. With all their asseverations of loyalty, the Unionists of that state were such only upon impossible conditions. As a Union man, wrote B. H. Hill in September, "I shall vote in November. As a Union man, I shall hope for the right. As a Southern man, I shall meet the enemy and go with my state." Alexander H. Stephens, equally unsound in his allegiance, was ultra-radical on slavery. He believed it the normal condition of the Negro and looked forward to its spread into every state in the Union. Supporting Douglas, he repudiated squatter sovereignty. Herschel V. Johnson was an old-time resistance advocate. This kind of leadership was quasi-disunion, especially under the assaults of aggressive and uncompromising revolutionists like Toombs, Iverson, Cobb, and Governor Brown. Nevertheless, the popular voice, which sometimes restrains the rashness of the leaders, was yet in doubt and compelled the policy of slow approaches to insurrection. Governor Brown, therefore, in his message of November 8, went only to the extent of recommending retaliatory legislation and that the state should be armed. The vote at the presidential election had been Breckinridge 51,889, Bell 42,886, Douglas 11,590. The statutes required a majority vote for electors, hence there was no choice by the people. In conformity with law, the legislature was obliged to appoint them, and accordingly it chose January 29 a college favorable to Breckinridge. In the interim, the legislature was convulsed with the topics of the hour. Stephens made a famous plea for union, Toombs an equally fervid harangue for disunion. Meanwhile, the members had listened to an insidious suggestion, apparently midway between the two extremes. "The truth is, in my judgment," writes Stephens, "the wavering scale in Georgia was turned by a sentiment, the keynote to which was given in the words, 'We can make better terms out of the Union than in it.' It was Mr. Thomas R. R. Cobb who gave utterance to this keynote in his speech before the legislature 2 days anterior to my address before the same body. This idea did more, in my opinion, in carrying the state out than all the arguments and eloquence of all others combined. A formidable outside pressure in the shape of a military convention and a large secession caucus was also organized and led by Governor Brown. The legislature could not resist the impetuous current. A military appropriation of $1 million was made November 13, and a convention bill passed on the 18th. Perhaps the most hotly contested election campaign which occurred in any Southern state now took place for the convention, in the course of which 52 members of the legislature joined in a cooperation address urging a conference of Southern states instead of immediate secession. The vote was cast January 2, and encouraged by the apparent success, Governor Brown on the following day ordered the seizure of Fort Pulaski and placed the telegraph under surveillance. The convention assembled at Milledgeville on January 16, and the respective factions mustered their adherents for the combat. The struggle was short and decisive. In place of a brief and direct secession resolution, the conservatives offered to substitute a proposition to hold a Southern conference at Atlanta, also setting forth certain indispensable amendments to the Constitution of the United States. It is almost needless to say they were exacting and advanced to a degree not before suggested in any quarter. The Georgia platform, hitherto proclaimed by Mr. Stephens as his creed, was left far behind. That was a simple affirmance of the settlement of 1850. These new guarantees embraced provisions which would in practice have legalized slavery in the free states. There was no more hope that the North would accept them than that it would set up a monarchy. Radical as was this alternative, the straight-out secessionists would not even permit a vote to be taken upon it. The secession resolution was rushed through under the previous question, 166 yeas to 130 nays. On the following day, an inquiry into the election for delegates was throttled with similar ferocity, 168 to 127. After this, all opposition broke down, and on January 19, the secession ordinance was passed, 208 yeas to 89 nays. It was finally signed by all the delegates but 6, and even those promised their lives and fortunes to the cause. Governor Brown on January 24 set up the cap sheaf of insurrection by sending 600 or 700 volunteers to demand and receive the surrender of the Augusta arsenal, declaring with sarcastic etiquette in his demand that the state is not only at peace, but anxious to cultivate the most amicable relations with the United States government. The state of Louisiana followed in the main the action of the already mentioned Cotton states, except that it was more tardy. Her governor and her senators in Congress were as pronounced as the other principal conspirators, but her people as a whole were not yet quite so ripe for insurrection. The state of Louisiana, wrote one of the secession emissaries, from the fact that the Mississippi River flows through its extent and debouches through her borders, and that the great commercial depot of that river and its tributaries is the city of New Orleans, occupies a position somewhat more complicated than any other of the Southern states, and may present some cause of delay in the consummation and execution of the purpose of a separation from the Northwestern states and the adoption of a new political status. Here, as elsewhere, however, the executive sword was thrown into the vibrating scale. First, the governor's proclamation calling an extra session of the legislature to meet December 10. Then, on the plea of public danger, an appropriation to arm the state. Next, on pretext of consulting public opinion, a convention bill. Then, having volunteers, the seizure of Baton Rouge barracks and arsenal, January 10, and Forts Jackson and St. Philip, January 15, and other federal property, and finally the terrorism of loudmouth revolution. When the convention met, January 23, the tide was already as irresistible as the waters of the Mississippi. A proposition for a slave state conference was voted down 106 to 24. Another to provide for a popular vote, defeated by 84 to 43, and on January 26, some of the cooperation delegates, having prudently silenced their scruples, the secession ordinance was passed, 113 yeas to 17 nays. 2 exceptional incidents occurred in the action of Louisiana. One was the unanimous adoption of a resolution recognizing the right of the free navigation of the Mississippi River and its tributaries by all friendly states bordering thereon, and also the right of egress and ingress of the mouths of the Mississippi by all friendly states and powers. The other was that one of her federal representatives, John E. Bouligny, remained true to his oath and his loyalty and continued to hold his seat in Congress to the end of his term, the solitary instance from the Cotton States. It is a significant feature in the secession proceedings of the 6 Cotton States which first took action that their conventions in every case neglected or refused to submit their ordinances of secession to a vote of the people for ratification or rejection. The whole spirit and all the phenomena of the movement forbade their doing so. From first to last, the movement was forced, not spontaneous, official, not popular, and its leaders could not risk the period of doubt which a submission of the ordinances would involve, much less their rejection at the polls. To this general rule, Texas, the seventh seceding state, formed an exception. Governor Houston opposed secession and as long as possible thwarted the conspirators' plans. By a bolder usurpation than elsewhere, they nevertheless assembled an independent and entirely illegal convention, passed an ordinance of secession February 1, and held an election to ratify or reject it February 23. Long before this, they had, in substance, joined the state to the rebel Confederacy, and the popular vote showed a nominal majority for secession, though the partial returns and the voting amid a local revolution afforded no trustworthy indication of popular sentiment. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, From Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3 by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, Chapter 13. Following the successive ordinances of secession passed by the Cotton States, their delegations withdrew one by one from Congress. In this final step, their senators and representatives adopted no concerted method, but went according to individual convenience or caprice, some making the briefest announcement of their withdrawal, others delivering addresses of considerable length. These parting declarations contain nothing of historical interest. They are a mere repetition of what they had said many times in debate, complaints of Northern aggression and allegations of Northern hostility. They failed to make any statement or acknowledgement of aggressions and hostility on the part of the South against the North. The ceremony of withdrawal, therefore, was formal and perfunctory. Pre-announced and recognized as a foregone conclusion, it attracted little attention from Congress and the public. Only two cases were exceptional. That of Mr. Bouligny, the representative from Louisiana, who, as already mentioned, remained loyal to the Union and retained his seat in the House, and that of Senator Wigfall of Texas, who radically and outspokenly disloyal, yet kept his seat in the Senate, not only through the remainder of Mr. Buchanan's term, but even during the special session assembled according to custom to confirm the nominations made by the new president immediately after his inauguration. One of the remarkable coincidences of the secession conspiracy is that on the same day which witnessed the meeting of a peace convention in Washington, to deceive and confuse the public opinion of the North with discussion of an impossible compromise, the delegates of the seceded states convened at Montgomery, Alabama, to consolidate rebellion and prepare for armed resistance. It is not impossible that this was a piece of strategy purposely designed by the secession leaders, for the Washington Peace Conference, despite its constant avowals of a desire to promote union, was originated and managed by the little clique of Virginia conspirators, whose every act, if not preconceived, at least resulted in treasonable duplicity. The secession conventions of the Cotton States had appointed delegates equal in number to their former senators and representatives in Congress. These met in Montgomery, Alabama, on the 4th day of February, 1861, to form a Southern Confederacy. The Washington caucus, it will be remembered, suggested the 15th of the month. but such had been the success, or rather the want, of opposition to the movement, that it was probably considered advisable to hasten the program, and indeed of only having preliminary secession complete by the 4th of March, to finish the whole structure of an independent government before the inauguration of Lincoln. Thus far Mr. Buchanan had not offered the slightest impediment to this insurrection. It might reasonably be inferred that this inaction on his part would continue to the end of his term. Mr. Lincoln would be powerless until officially invested with the executive duties, and thus the formal organization of a Southern Confederacy could proceed at convenient leisure and in perfect immunity from disturbance. The meeting at Montgomery had its immediate origin in the resolutions of a committee of the Mississippi legislature adopted January 29, and it is another evidence of the secret and swift concert of secession leaders that in 6 days thereafter the delegates of South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Florida were assembled for conference. The delegates from Texas joined them later on. An organization was effected by choosing Howell Cobb chairman, and the body called itself a Provisional Congress, though it was merely a revolutionary council, invested with no direct representation of the people, but appointed by the secession conventions. Its reactionary spirit was shown in returning to the antiquated and centralizing mode of voting by states. This same rule under the old Congress of the Confederation had produced nothing but delay and impotence, and earned deserved contempt. And these identical delegates, after incorporating the rule in their provisional scheme of government, immediately rejected it when framing their permanent one. We may infer that they employed it at the moment because it was admirably suited to the use of cliques and the purpose of intrigue. Very little more than half the delegates of 4 states could carry a measure, and the minority of total membership could exercise full power of legislation. A project of government was perfected on February 8, and the name of the Confederate States of America was adopted. The first project was provisional only, to serve for 1 year, and the Provisional Congress retained legislative power for the same period. The temporary continuance of certain United States laws and officials was provided for. On the following day, February 9, it elected Jefferson Davis of Mississippi president and Alexander H. Stephens of Georgia vice president of the new Confederacy. The body then set itself more seriously at work to prepare a permanent constitution which should go into effect a year later. This labor it completed and adopted on the 11th of March. In their permanent constitution, as in the provisional one, they adhered closely to the letter and spirit of the Constitution of the United States, making few changes other than those which the pretensions and designs of the rebellion made essential. The new Constitution professed to be established by each state acting in its sovereign and independent character, instead of simply by we the people. It provided that in newly acquired territory the institution of Negro slavery as it now exists in the Confederate States shall be recognized and protected by Congress and by the territorial government. Also for the right of transit and sojourn for slaves and other property, and the right to reclaim slaves and other persons to service or labor. It did not, as consistency required, provide for the right of secession or deny the right of coercion. On the contrary, all its implications were against the former and in favor of the latter, for it declared itself to be the supreme law of the land, binding on the judges in every state. It provided for the punishment of treason, and declared that no state should enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, lay duties, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, make any compact with another state or with a foreign power, a sweeping practical negation of the whole heretical dogma of state supremacy upon which they had built their revolt. Stephens, being a member of the Congress, was sworn into office as vice president February 10. Davis, with becoming modesty, remained absent during the election. Being sent for, he arrived and was formally inaugurated on February 18. His inaugural address presents few salient points. In later times, he has disavowed the fiery and belligerent harangues the newspapers reported him to have made on his way to assume his new duties. Perhaps the most important announcement of his inaugural was the opinion that the new Confederacy might welcome the border slave States. But beyond this, he continued, if I mistake not the judgment and will of the people, a reunion with the States from which we have separated is neither practicable nor desirable. Mr. Davis, in his Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, written 15 years after the war, takes some pains to make the very remarkable assertion that the South did not rebel, secede, and fight to preserve and extend slavery, but only to maintain the equality of the States. The generation which fought the war needs no proof of the incorrectness of this declaration, but the historian of the future, without such contemporary knowledge, may think this claim, so gravely put forth by the leader of the South, possesses some critical value. It is therefore worth a moment's attention. Of what did the equality of the States consist? 1. In a portion of local sovereignty and independence. 2. Of a federal representation in government. 3. Of federal rights of citizenship. An attempt to specify the details of rights and privileges embraced under these three general heads would fill a volume. They include a right to territorial area, to state boundaries, to a state constitution, to state laws, to a governor and executive officers, a legislature, a judiciary, to senators and representatives in Congress, to presidential electors, to elections, to taxation, to police, to a portion of eminent domain, to state and national citizenship, and no end of other powers and incidents. Out of this mass of equal rights, or equality as he would call it, equality local, equality national in government, equality individual under national laws, he, as a member of the Committee of 13 in the crisis of the secession controversy, made but one distinct allegation of privation or denial, namely the right to take slave property into federal territories and national protection for it when there. If Mr. Davis could show that the North claimed the right for itself and denied it to the South, his claim, meager, almost microscopic as it is, would be proved. But his argument totally fails when it is remembered that the North freely permitted and guaranteed to the South every property right in the territories which she claimed for herself, and that she only denied to the South, as she denied to herself, property right in slaves anywhere except under exclusive state jurisdiction. So much for theory, but what of practical and popular belief as the basis of popular action in secession and rebellion? It would be impossible to repeat the multitude of assertions of Southern writers, speakers, addresses of officials, and formal resolutions of parliamentary and legislative bodies. On this point, we must be content to let Mississippi, in her secession convention assembled, refute the afterthought of the ex-president of the rebel Confederacy. In her declaration of the immediate causes which induce and justify the secession of the state of Mississippi from the federal Union, she said, "Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest in the world. A blow at slavery is a blow at commerce and civilization. That blow has long been aimed at the institution and was at the point of reaching its consummation. There was no choice left us but submission to the mandates of absolute abolition or a dissolution of the Union, whose principles had been subverted to work out our ruin. We must either submit to degradation and the loss of property worth $4 billions of money, or we must secede from the Union." This was adopted Saturday, January 26, 1861, by the convention assembled at Jackson, Mississippi, which ordained secession. If we needed any comment on this formal announcement by the Convention of Mississippi, one is conveniently furnished in the address of the commissioner whom that state sent to urge Georgia to secede. Said he, "Mississippi is firmly convinced that there is but one alternative, this new union with Lincoln, black Republicans, and free Negroes without slavery, or slavery under our old constitutional bond of union without Lincoln, black Republicans, or free Negroes either to molest us." These formulas of the paramount value of the institution so abound in the literature of the secession period that it seems a waste of space to quote others, and yet there is one of such prominence and authority that we cannot forbear to add it. The Vice President of the Confederate States, Alexander H. Stephens, chosen like Davis because he felt the desire and could speak the hope of the South, made a speech in Savannah a few weeks after his inauguration in which he explained the benefits and improvements of the new Confederate Constitution. In this he said, "The prevailing ideas entertained by him, Jefferson, and most of the leading statesmen at the time of the formation of the old Constitution were that the enslavement of the African was in violation of the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. The substratum of our society is made of the material fitted by nature for it, and by experience we know that it is best, not only for the superior but for the inferior race, that it should be so. It is indeed in conformity with the ordinance of the Creator. It is not for us to inquire into the wisdom of his ordinances or to question them. For his own purposes he has made one race to differ from another, as he has made one star to differ from another star in glory. The great objects of humanity are best attained when there is conformity to his laws and decrees, in the formation of governments as well as in all things else. Our Confederacy is founded upon principles in strict conformity with these laws. This stone, which was rejected by the first builders, is become the chief of the corner, the real cornerstone in our edifice." Superficially, it appeared that the new government had been agreed upon among the leaders with unusual harmony and unanimity, and such is the impression conveyed in the books written many years after by the two principal chiefs. But plausible reports have come down by tradition that no previous legislative body had ever developed an equal amount of jealousy and bitterness to that which manifested itself in the Provisional Congress, that there were more candidates for president than states in the Confederacy, Georgia alone having furnished 4 aspirants, and that the rivalry between Toombs and Cobb, in fact, brought about the selection of Davis, who had openly expressed his preference for the post of general-in-chief of the future rebel armies. Cobb might indeed dispute the prize of leadership with Davis, and especially with Toombs, who was of all the candidates least suited for such a position. It was Cobb who was the master spirit of secession intrigue in Buchanan's cabinet. It was Cobb who carried the wavering Georgia Convention into secession. It was Cobb who reappeared as the dominating power in the Montgomery Congress. Practically, it was Cobb who, by recent secret manipulations, had made the Confederacy possible and erected the Confederate Constitution. He might, without vanity, aspire to become its chief officer, yet, with a truer recognition of the fitness of things, the choice of the delegates fell upon Davis, who, for a longer period and with deeper representative characteristics, had been the real embodiment and head of the conspiracy. Jefferson Davis was born in Christian, afterwards Todd County, Kentucky, June 3, 1808. Soon afterwards, his father removed to Mississippi, but the boy was sent to complete his education, begun by home and academic studies, to Transylvania University, where he remained till the age of 16. Appointed in that year a cadet at the Military Academy at West Point, he received the thorough training of that institution, graduating in June 1828. He was then attached to the Army and served as a lieutenant of infantry in the Black Hawk War and other campaigns against the Indians. He resigned his military commission in 1835, having attained the grade of first lieutenant of dragoons. Returning to Mississippi, he secluded himself in plantation life, devoting his time largely to political studies calculated to qualify him for a public career. In 1843, he launched himself on the side of Mississippi polities by a speech in the Democratic State Convention, which attracted considerable notice. From the first, he became a central party figure in his state, was made a presidential elector in 1844, and chosen a representative in Congress in 1845. When the Mexican War broke out, Davis's military training and experience naturally carried him into the campaign as colonel of a volunteer regiment called the Mississippi Rifles, and he rendered valuable service and won deserved distinction in the storming of Monterey and the Battle of Buena Vista. Returned from the war, the governor of Mississippi appointed him to the United States Senate to fill a vacancy. When the next legislature met, it confirmed the governor's choice by electing him for the remainder of the term, and a subsequent legislature reelected him for the full term succeeding. From the beginning to the end of his public career, Davis posed as a disciple of Calhoun and an advocate of the extreme doctrine of states' rights. His maiden speech in the Mississippi Convention of 1843 was to recommend Calhoun as an alternative presidential candidate. His parting address on leaving the Senate in 1861 drew a contrast between Calhoun as the advocate of nullification and himself as the advanced defender of secession. So also when President Polk offered him a commission as Brigadier General of Volunteers to reward his military service in Mexico, the quixotism, which was a marked feature of Davis's character, moved him to employ the incident for the ostentatious championship of states' rights. He declined his offer, his biographer says, on the ground that no such commission could be conferred by federal authority, either by appointment of the President or by act of Congress. His next states' rights exploit occurred in 1851. A strong party in Mississippi, violently opposing the compromise measures of 1850, organized a resistance movement in that state and undertook upon that issue to elect General Quitman governor in 1851. A preliminary election, however, in the month of September showed them to be some 7,000 votes in the minority, whereupon Quitman withdrew from the contest. Jefferson Davis immediately resigned his full term in the United States Senate and took up the canvass for governor of Mississippi, which Quitman had abandoned. Davis's short campaign was brilliant but unsuccessful. He was beaten about 1,000 votes by Henry S. Foote, the Union candidate, who had also resigned the remainder of his senatorship to make the contest. The defeat appeared to have a salutary influence upon Davis's politics, but it proved transient. In the presidential campaign of 1852, a forlorn hope of the states' rights fanatics nominated Quitman for president. Davis, with a wiser calculation, forsook his reckless friends and supported Pierce, and for this adhesion Pierce gave him a seat in his cabinet as Secretary of War. The history of the Kansas trouble shows how faithful he was in this position to pro-slavery interests, and when Buchanan succeeded Pierce, he again became a senator for Mississippi and assumed the leadership of the ultra-Democrats. Years afterwards, he explained that in abandoning for a while his extreme course, he was conforming his actions to the decision which Mississippi pronounced in 1851 in favor of the Union. His opinions, he said, the result of deliberate convictions he had no power to change. When, therefore, he entered the cabinet of President Pierce in 1853 as Secretary of War, and then when again on the occasion of President Buchanan the legislature of Mississippi returned him to the Senate, he was, by his own declaration and by the evidence of his subsequent words and deeds, only an acting Unionist who at heart cherished the belief of federal usurpation and hoped and labored for the hour of confederated state resistance. It may not be without interest to call attention at this point to a few coincidences in the careers of Jefferson Davis and Abraham Lincoln. They were both born in Kentucky, Davis in the southwestern, Lincoln near the central part of the state. They were both near the same age, Davis being less than 9 months the elder. Both were taken in their early years from their birthplaces, Davis's parents emigrating south to Mississippi, Lincoln's north to Indiana and Illinois. Both were soldiers in the Black Hawk War, Davis as lieutenant of regulars, Lincoln as captain of volunteers. Both were candidates for presidential electors in 1844. Both were soon elected to Congress, Davis in 1845, Lincoln in 1846. Both were successful politicians and popular orators. Both were instinctively studious, introspective, self-contained. Both rose to distinction through the advocacy of an abstract political idea. Both became the chiefs of opposing sections in a great civil war. These are the only points of resemblance, and the contrasts running through their lives are bold and radical. It is unnecessary to present them in detail. They are comprehended and expressed in their opposing leaderships. If chance or fate had guided their parents to exchange their routes of emigration from Kentucky, if Lincoln had grown up on a southern cotton plantation and Davis had split rails to fence a northern farm, if the tall Illinois pioneer had studied trigonometry at West Point and the pale Mississippi student had steered a flatboat to New Orleans, education might have modified, but would not have essentially changed either. Lincoln would never have become a political dogmatist, an apostle of slavery, a leader of rebellion. Davis could never have become the champion of universal humanity, the author of a decree of emancipation, the martyr to liberty. Their natures were antipodal, and it is perhaps by contemplating the contrast that the character of Davis may be best understood. His dominant mental traits were subtlety and will. His nature was one of reserve and pride. His biographers give us no glimpse of his private life. They show us little sympathy of companionship or sunshine of genial humor. Houston is reported to have said of him that he was as ambitious as Lucifer and as cold as a lizard. His fancy lived in a world of masters and slaves. His education taught him nothing but the law of subordination and the authority of command. A Democrat by party name, he was an aristocrat in feeling and practice. He was a type of the highest Southern culture and most exclusive Southern caste. In political theory, he was a sophist and not a logician. With him, consent of the governed in the South was truth. Consent of the governed in a territory was error. Rebellion in a state must be obeyed. Rebellion in a territory must be crushed. Constitutional forms in Kansas in the interest of slavery were sacred law. Constitutional forms in the Union in the interest of freedom were flagrant usurpation. A majority in a state was enthroned freedom. A majority in the nation was insufferable despotism. But even his central dogma became pliant before considerations of self-interest. In his own state, a majority of 7,000 against Quitman in September he treated as a dangerous political heresy to be overthrown by his personal championship. A majority of 1,000 against himself in November he affected to regard as a command to stultify his own opinions. His beliefs were at war with the most essential principles of American government. He denied the truth of the Declaration of Independence, denied the right of the majority to rule, denied the supremacy of the national Constitution. His narrowness was of that type which craved the exclusion of Northern teachers and the official censorship of school books to keep out abolition poison. It was in perfect keeping with his character and imperfect illustration of the paradoxical theories of his followers that holding the lash over 50 or 100 slaves or exercising an inflexible military dictatorship over 9 millions of his people, he could declaim in fervid oratory against the despotism of a majority. One of his most salient traits was the endeavor to maintain a double position on the question of disunion. His leadership of the resistance party in Mississippi in 1850-51 gave him a conspicuous starting point as an instigator of sedition, and while laboring then and afterwards to unite the South in extreme political demands and in armed preparation for war against the Union, if those demands were not complied with, he has constantly declared that he was no disunionist. Of course, he could do this only by setting at defiance the plainest meaning of words and the clearest significance of acts. As the slavery contest drew to its culmination, his recklessness of assertion and antagonism of declaration on these points reached an extreme, entitling them to be classed among the curiosities of abnormal mental phenomena. As a blind man may not be held responsible for his description of a painting, or a deaf mute be expected to repeat accurately the airs of an opera, so we can only explain Jefferson Davis's vehement denial of the charge of hypocrisy and conspiracy through a whole decade by the supposition that he was incapable of understanding the accepted meaning of such words as patriotism, loyalty, allegiance, faith, honor, and duty. On no other hypothesis can we credit the honesty of convictions and sincerity of expression of sentiments so diametrically opposed as the following, which occur in the same speech. Neither in that year, 1852, nor in any other, have I ever advocated a dissolution of the Union or a separation of the State of Mississippi from the Union, except as the last alternative, and have not considered the remedies which lie within that extreme as exhausted or ever been entirely hopeless of their success. I hold now, as an announced on former occasions, that whilst occupying a seat in the Senate, I am bound to maintain the government of the Constitution and in no manner to work for its destruction, that the obligation of the oath of office, Mississippi's honor, and my own require that, as a Senator of the United States, there should be no want of loyalty to the constitutional Union. Whether by the House of Representatives or by the people, if an abolitionist be chosen President of the United States, you will have presented to you the question of whether you will permit the government to pass into the hands of your avowed and implacable enemies. Without pausing for your answer, I will state my own position to be that such a result would be a species of revolution, by which the purposes of the government would be destroyed, and the observance of its mere forms entitled to no respect. In that event, in such manner as should be most expedient, I should deem it your duty to provide for your safety outside of the Union with those who have already shown the will and which would have acquired the power to deprive you of your birthright and reduce you to worse than the colonial dependence of your fathers. As when I had the privilege of addressing the legislature a year ago, so now do I urge you to the needful preparation to meet whatever contingency may befall us. The maintenance of our rights against a hostile power is a physical problem and cannot be solved by mere resolutions. Not doubtful of what the heart will prompt, it is not the less proper that due provision should be made for physical necessities. Why should not the state have an armory for the repair of arms, for the alteration of old models, so as to make them conform to the improved weapons of the present day, and for the manufacture on a limited scale of new arms, including cannon and carriages, the casting of shot and shells, and the preparation of fixed ammunition? That man is not to be envied whose reason can be quieted by a casuistry capable of discovering consistency between these and analogous propositions. From declarations of this quality he could prove his record black or white as occasion demanded, and in face of direct threats of secession in Mississippi deny in the United States Senate without wincing that he had avowed disunion sentiments. Montgomery, having witnessed the glories of such an inauguration pageant as could be extemporized, Davis proceeded to the appointment of his cabinet. Robert Toombs of Georgia was made Secretary of State, C.G. Memminger of South Carolina Secretary of the Treasury, L.P. Walker of Alabama Secretary of War, S.R. Mallory of Florida Secretary of the Navy, J.H. Reagan of Texas Postmaster General, and J.P. Benjamin of Louisiana Attorney General. Various acts of the Provisional Congress authorized the new executive to continue the organization of the provisional government of the Confederate States. A regular army of about 10,000 men was ordered to be established, a navy of 10 steam gunboats authorized to be constructed or purchased, 100,000 volunteers for 12 months authorized to be enlisted, and existing state troops to be received into the provisional army. A loan of $15 million was authorized, and an export duty on cotton of 1/8% per pound levied to pay principal and interest. Among the first executive acts, Davis assumed control of military operations in the several seceded states, and as Secretary of War, March 9, made a requisition of 11,000 volunteers for contingent service at Charleston, Pensacola, and other points. Agents were dispatched to Europe to purchase material of war and to obtain, if possible, a recognition of the Confederate States by foreign powers. As a matter of the greatest immediate necessity, a commission of 3 persons was appointed to proceed to Washington to bring about the peaceful acquiescence of the United States in the dismemberment of the Union. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 14, Failure of Compromise. We have seen under what discouraging circumstances the House Committee of 33 entered upon its allotted work of preparing a congressional compromise. The extreme Southern members had in advance announced the futility of any such effort, while the central cabal of the conspirators, in open contempt of the Dunn resolution, issued their secession manifesto of December 14th. Nevertheless, the committee continued to meet from time to time, and with commendable industry attacked the chaos of conflicting propositions referred to it by the House or submitted by its members. But a very few meetings rendered it evident that its labors were foredoomed to failure. 2 of the members, Boyce of South Carolina and Hawkins of Florida, refused to attend even a single session. Reuben Davis of Mississippi attended to carry out his purpose, which, as announced openly in the House, was to act as a spy upon its proceedings and to prevent its being made a means of deception to arrest the present noble and manly movements of the Southern states. After the occupation of Sumter and the accession of the Cabinet regime, with its change of policy and its earnest efforts in defense of the Union, the members of the committee from the Cotton States, with the exception of Hamilton of Texas, absented themselves in a body. Insofar, therefore, as it concerned the seceding States, the proceedings became a mere formality, since the faction designed to be conciliated refused to take part in or be bound by its transactions. If this maneuver on the part of the malcontents was designed to produce discord between Republicans and Union members from the border States, it failed of its object. The chairman, Thomas Corwin, was by nature a peacemaker, genial, eloquent, witty, and eminently conservative in temper and purpose. There were radically different views in the committee, which all discussion failed to harmonize in any effective shape, but the deliberations were amicable and furnished throughout no occasion for disruption or explosion. The general effect upon the border State men was undoubtedly good, and convinced them better than could have been done in the open house or by mere personal intercourse that the Black Republicans were not so terrible as they have been painted. The border State men were, for the most part, sincere Unionists. The only danger in their case was that they might take fright at merely imaginary intentions of radicalism ascribed so freely and so gratuitously by the South to the North. This danger the labors of the committee helped to dissipate, and, on the other hand, the designs of the fire-eaters themselves were cleverly unmasked by its proceedings. Charles Francis Adams, the Massachusetts member, submitted a resolution on the 8th of January affirming that the peaceful acquiescence in the election of a chief magistrate in accordance with every legal and constitutional requirement is the paramount duty of every good citizen of the United States. One would have thought that so simple and so sound a declaration could encounter no objection, but the uncertain temper of the times in matters of political faith and duty is illustrated in the fact that the Virginia member at once moved to amend by reducing the positive term paramount duty to the phrase high and imperative duty. It was thus modified to meet tender Southern susceptibilities. But many who believed themselves conservatives shrank from even this diluted loyalty. 7 members from slave States entered on the journal of the committee their refusal to vote for it, on the ground that it did not tend to promote adjustment or contemplate congressional action. The sessions of the committee, doubtless hastened by the secession of State after State during the first fortnight of the new year, came to a termination with the report of the chairman on the 14th of January, 1861. With the explanation that, though not unanimous, a majority of a quorum had in each instance been obtained, he submitted to the House a series of 6 propositions as follows. First, a series of declaratory resolutions affirming in substance: 1. Slavery exists by law and usage in 15 States, and we recognize no outside authority to interfere with it. 2. The fugitive slave law should be faithfully executed. 3. There is no cause for dissolution of the Union. 4. States must observe their constitutional obligations. 5. The Union must be preserved. 6. Personal liberty bills and kindred legislation should be revised, and all rights of traveling or sojourning citizens of other States should be secured. 7. John Brown raids should be prevented. Second, a joint resolution requesting all States to revise their statutes and repeal all laws in conflict with, or tending to hinder or embarrass, the fugitive slave law. Third, a bill to amend the fugitive slave law, giving the fugitive a jury trial in the State from which he fled, with aid of counsel and process for procuring evidence, at the cost of the United States, and to be delivered to claimant, or returned to the place of arrest, according to judgment, at the expense of the United States. Fourth, a bill to amend the Act for the rendition of fugitives from justice, giving federal judges, instead of governors of States, authority to act on requisitions. Fifth, a bill to admit New Mexico as a State with or without slavery. Sixth, a joint resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States to the effect that no amendment to interfere with slavery within the States shall originate with any non-slave-holding State, or become valid without the assent of every one of the States composing the Union. These propositions had undoubtedly been adopted in committee by the surrender of strong prejudices and feelings, and as between members assenting to them formed a substantial compromise. But accompanying this report of the chairman were no less than 7 minority reports, signed in the aggregate by 14 members, dissenting from the main report on grounds verging towards either extreme of the general dispute. Add these 14 dissenters to the habitual absentees representing the Cotton States, and it at once became manifest that the apparent majority report was in reality only an opinion of a minority of the committee, and that, as a practical fact and truthful basis of legislation, the committee should simply have reported its inability to reach any mature and binding conclusion. The review of the matter was tacitly taken by the House of Representatives, since these propositions were not brought to a vote in that body until near the close of the Secession, long after congressional compromise ceased to have any virtue as a healing remedy. While Mr. Corwin's report was purely negative, while it shrank from truth and danger, and so far from doing good was calculated still further to mislead the public into a false confidence, his contact with the rebel sentiment of the committee had fully informed and awakened him to these startling signs of rebellion. He communicated his foreboding in a private letter 2 days afterwards to the President-elect. I have been for 30 days in a committee of 33. If the states are no more harmonious in their feelings and opinions than these 33 representative men, then, appalling as the idea is, we must dissolve, and a long and bloody civil war must follow. I cannot comprehend the madness of the times. Southern men are theoretically crazy. Extreme Northern men are practical fools. The latter are really quite as mad as the former. Treason is in the air around us everywhere. It goes by the name of patriotism. Men in Congress boldly avow it, and the public offices are full of acknowledged secessionists. God alone, I fear, can help us. 4 or 5 states are gone, others are driving before the gale. I have looked on this horrid picture till I have been able to gaze on it with perfect calmness. I think, if you live, you may take the oath. And at this point the sincere but despairing statesman, not daring to trust himself in expressing his evident loss of faith in the Union, abruptly changes the subject. The Senate Committee of 13 fared no better. It will be remembered that it was ordered by vote of the Senate on December 18th and appointed by the Vice President on the 20th. The announcement of the committee brought Senator Jefferson Davis to his feet with a request that the Senate would excuse him from serving. The position which I am known to occupy, he said, and the position in which state I represent now stands, render it altogether impossible for me to serve upon the committee with any prospect of advantage. The Senate voted to excuse him, but on the following day, to the general surprise, it was moved to reconsider this vote in order that he might serve. Several Republicans pressed for an explanation of this change of purpose, when it came out that his friends from his section of the country, entertaining the same opinions with himself, had caucused with him on the subject and had prevailed upon him to withdraw his objections and go on the committee. This action, although strange at the time, becomes intelligible enough when we remember that it occurred on and following the day of the South Carolina secession ordinance, while Mr. Buchanan was deliberating on Governor Pickens' letter demanding Sumter, and while Floyd was writing his surrender instructions. In short, when the conspirators' intrigue was in its most promising stage of progress. This being the situation, it was their manifest policy not only to keep a position which might furnish them useful information, but also lure on the administration with the tempting bait of compromise and to throw upon the Republicans and the North the burden of rejecting proffers of peace and goodwill. That Davis did not himself originally see the point was probably owing to a want of some information about the events occurring thick and fast at the moment he made his objection. That he appreciated the force of the advice is shown by his ready acceptance of it. It needed but little deliberation to develop the irreconcilable antagonism of principles and purposes which existed in the committee, and the record of its proceedings is of historical interest only so far as it shows the individual positions of such members as reduced their political schemes to writing and submitted them for its action. The following is believed to be a fair and brief summary of the proposed constitutional amendments in the order in which they were presented. Toombs Plan. Recognition and protection to property in slaves everywhere except as limited and prohibited by state laws, surrender of fugitive slaves without writ of habeas corpus or jury trial, no enactment of congressional laws concerning slavery without consent of a majority of senators and representatives from slaveholding states, no alteration of these or other constitutional provisions on slavery, except of the African slave trade, without consent of each and every slave state. Jefferson Davis's plan. Property in slaves shall stand on the same footing in all constitutional and federal relations as other property. Crittenden's plan. 1. Restoration and extension of the Missouri Compromise line. No abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia without compensation and voters' consent, or during its existence in Virginia and Maryland. No other congressional prohibition or abolition of slavery. Right of transportation and compensation for rescued fugitives. No future constitutional amendment to affect this or other slavery provisions. 2. Certain amendments of fugitive slave law, complete suppression of the African slave trade. 3. Prohibition of slavery north of 30 degrees 30 minutes, power to divide New Mexico at the discretion of Congress and admit states thus formed, with or without slavery. Douglas's plan. The status of each territory as now existing by law to remain unchanged, to be admitted as a state, with or without slavery, on attaining 50,000 population, each territory in the meanwhile to have a delegate in the House and a delegate in the Senate, no further acquisition of territory except by a 2/3 vote of each House of Congress, its status, when acquired, to remain unchanged until it attains 50,000 population, then to become a territory, the judicial power and the fugitive slave law to apply to territories and new states. No elective or office-holding franchise for the African race. Power to acquire territory for colonization at government expense. No power to abolish slavery in federal places within slave states. No abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia without compensation or voters' consent, or during its existence in Virginia and Maryland. No congressional prohibition of transportation. Complete suppression of the African slave trade. Compensation for rescued fugitives. No future constitutional amendments on slavery. Seward's plan. No constitutional amendment to authorize Congress to abolish slavery in states, jury trial for fugitives, Congress to request a revision of obnoxious state legislation. Bigler's plan. Extension of line of 36 degrees 30 minutes, with slavery and provision for 4 states south of it, and freedom and provision for 8 states north of it. No abolition in the District of Columbia while slavery exists in Maryland or Virginia. No future slavery amendments. Rice's plan. Repeal all territorial governments, divide the federal territories by the line of 36 degrees 30 minutes, call that portion north of it the state of Washington, and that south of it the state of Jefferson. Make provision in each case that whenever any portion within an area of 60,000 square miles contains 130,000 inhabitants, a new state may be formed and admitted with such boundaries as Congress may prescribe. Without examining in detail the votes on these varied and conflicting propositions, it is enough to say that not a single one of them commended itself to the committee as a practical basis of compromise, and, after 4 meetings, the chairman reported to the Senate on the 31st of December, 1860, that the committee have not been able to agree upon any general plan of adjustment. So far, therefore, from bringing about harmony of views and action, the labors of the Committee of 13 had served only to define and sharpen political differences. Notwithstanding all this discouragement, however, the idea of compromise was clung to with tenacity. The declared conviction of parties as they stood admitted of no arrangement, but it was argued that extreme views should not be permitted to plunge the country into civil war. The necessity for agreement was freely conceded, but the embarrassment of the situation lay in the difficulty of defining who it was that held the extreme views which were to be abandoned. The politicians and representative men of the border states were naturally most anxious and officious in the interest of a compromise. The border states had a close interest and sympathy with the South because, like them, they possessed the institution of slavery and were therefore sensitive to whatever touched or threatened its welfare or safety. But they were also bound to the North by advantages of commerce and intercourse, and their personal and political relationships extended alike to each section. Moreover, they rightly divined that in case of a conflict they would be apt to become the heaviest sufferers, since their soil must be the inevitable battlefield. To these motives were added that of appreciating the varied benefits of the general government, and the patriotic one of sincerely entertaining a deep-seated attachment to the Union. It has been stated that Butler of Virginia and Powell of Kentucky were the originators of these two committees of Congress. The real leader of the compromise movement in its larger aspect was Senator John J. Crittenden of Kentucky. His 72 years made him venerable in appearance. He had been, in addition to holding lesser offices, a member of 2 cabinets, governor of his state, and 6 times senator of the United States. His full sheaf of political honors justly rendered him a man of national rank and authority. Without the brilliant qualities of Clay, he was deemed the most acceptable successor to that eminent statesman, and he now hoped to repeat the latter's memorable public service in stilling the great political storm of 1850. 3 days after the report of the Committee of 13, Mr. Crittenden once more brought forward his compromise plan, previously submitted both to the Senate and to the committee, which declared that provision ought to be made, by law, without delay, for taking the sense of the people and submitting to their vote the following resolutions as the basis for the final and permanent settlement of these disputes that now disturb the peace of the country and threaten the existence of the Union. Sir, said he, in explanation, it may be that we are spellbound in our party politics and in opinions which they have generated and fastened and bound upon us against our will. But I appeal with confidence to that great source from which we derive our power. When the people are in danger, and the people's institutions, I appeal with confidence to them. If we are at fault, if we cannot combine the requisite majority here to propose amendments to the Constitution which may be necessary to the settlement of our present difficulties, the people can. Give us their voice and their judgment, and they will be our safest guides. Considering Mr. Crittenden's representative character, his far-reaching political influence, his unconditional devotion to the Union, his honorable record against the abrogation of the Missouri Compromise and against the Lecompton fraud, his condemnation of the heresy of secession and non-coercion, and, in addition to all, his persuasive eloquence in private and in public, great hopes were for a while entertained that his name and figure would become a successful rallying point for agreement. Persons who thought this, however, failed to note the well-defined attitudes to which the contending parties had separated. Mr. Crittenden's plan was brought to a test vote on the 16th of January, 2 days after the report of the House Committee of 33. Its main feature was the reenactment of the Missouri Compromise, which had been repealed at Mr. Douglas's insistence, and the application of its provisions to all remaining federal territory, that is, that slavery should exist south of the line 36 degrees 30 minutes and be prohibited north of it. The resolutions also provided that the prohibition should extend to future acquisitions north of the line, and upon motion of Mr. Powell, an amendment was adopted that slavery should also exist in future acquisitions south of the line. It has been argued in favor of the plan that it definitely settled the status of all federal territory. But under this amendment, the plan became what would be simply the preliminary chapter of a new conflict between the sections for a new balance or a preponderance of power through annexation. This was pouring oil on the fire instead of quenching it. The Republican senators and the Republican party that had won the presidential victory at the November election upon the distinct issue of no extension of slavery could not accept the proposition in this shape. They could not even do so without the Powell Amendment. They were compelled to insist that the South must submit to the legally expressed will of the majority. To recede from this was not only the destruction of the Republican party, it was the abandonment of government. The Republican senators therefore laid down their ultimatum in an amendment offered by Mr. Clark of New Hampshire to strike out the Crittenden resolutions and amendment and substitute the following declaration: that the provisions of the Constitution are ample for the preservation of the Union and the protection of all the material interests of the country, that it needs to be obeyed rather than amended, and that an extrication from our present dangers is to be looked for in strenuous efforts to preserve the peace, protect public property, and enforce the laws, rather than in new guarantees for particular interests, compromises for particular difficulties, or concessions to unreasonable demands. That all attempts to dissolve the present Union or overthrow or abandon the present Constitution, with the hope or expectation of constructing a new one, are dangerous, illusory, and destructive. That in the opinion of the Senate of the United States, no such reconstruction is practicable, and, therefore, to the maintenance of the existing Union and the Constitution should be directed all the energies of all the departments of the government and the efforts of all good citizens. If the Republicans were not willing to accept the Crittenden Compromise, the extreme Southern senators were still less so. Upon the question being taken in the Senate, 6 of the latter refused to vote, and thus took upon themselves the responsibility of effectually killing the Crittenden resolutions by allowing the Clark substitute to be adopted. Yeas 25, nays 23. The conspirators acted on the assumption that their plans were now sufficiently ripe to enable them to venture on so bold an expedient. Mr. Crittenden was greatly cast down by the result, but not yet entirely despondent. Notice was given of a motion to reconsider the vote, and on the following day he telegraphed to friends in North Carolina, "In reply, the vote against my resolutions will be reconsidered." Their failure was the result of the refusal of 6 Southern senators to vote. There is yet good hope of success. The conspirators were, however, not only better informed, but inflexibly resolved that so far at least as they were concerned, the veteran statesman's prediction should not be verified. Compromise, thus twice defeated, was nevertheless so prevalent an idea, or rather seemed so necessary an expedient, that it once more made its appearance in a new shape, and again for a season claimed the attention of the country and of Congress, through the deliberations of an assembly, somewhat anomalous in character and authority, known to history as the Peace Convention. The particulars of its origin have never been made public, though it is stated that the call was mainly the work of ex-President Tyler. On the 19th of January, the legislature of Virginia passed a series of resolutions inviting the other states of the Union to send commissioners to meet in Washington on the 4th day of February, to unite with Virginia in an earnest effort to adjust the present unhappy controversies, in the spirit in which the Constitution was originally formed, and consistently with its principles, so as to afford to the people of the slaveholding states adequate guarantees for the security of their rights. One of the resolutions suggested the Crittenden plan as a basis of such adjustment. If the convention should recommend amendments to the federal Constitution, it was to communicate them to Congress for the purpose of having the same submitted by that body to the several states for ratification. The resolutions further provided that in the meanwhile ex-President Tyler should call upon President Buchanan, and Judge John Robertson should visit the seceded states, to induce both parties to abstain from a collision of arms. The result of Tyler's mission has already been mentioned. Buchanan, professing to have no authority to bind the hands of the government, nevertheless gave an implied promise by sending a special message to Congress, transmitting the Virginia resolutions, and asking that body to abstain from legislation calculated to produce a collision of arms during the contemplated convention. Judge Robertson's visit to the seceded states proved worse than barren. The Cotton states were all willing enough to promise to keep the peace, because they had already made their movement seizing the forts and arsenals, and were now standing on the defensive. As to commissioners, they promised to send them to Montgomery instead of Washington. Replies made by governors and legislatures were framed not to promote union, but to work on the sympathies of Virginia for rebellion, and had their intended effect. Starting out as an apostle, Robertson came home a pervert. "So far as my opportunities have enabled me to judge," says his report, "the people and authorities of the Southern Confederacy are resolved, inflexibly, and with unparalleled unanimity, to meet all the consequences of the step they have taken. Judging from the same opportunities, I believe that at this time they ardently desire to be reunited with the states whose institutions, interests, rights, and feelings are similar to their own, with those states and with them only. For Virginia most especially, They express and manifest the highest respect and deference. They are, to a far greater extent than I had ever conceived, by birth bone of her bone and flesh of her flesh. Her ancient flame they regard as their rightful inheritance. When the Peace Convention organized, commissioners from 14 states, namely Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio, Indiana, Iowa, and Kentucky, appear to take their seats. At subsequent periods, 7 additional states, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Missouri, New York, Maine, Illinois, and Kansas, also sent commissioners, so that before the close of the proceedings 21 states were represented, some of the commissioners having been appointed by the legislatures and others by the governors. The body was not only respectable in the standing and talents of its members, but comprised many names highest in leadership. Lot M. Morrill of Maine, George S. Boutwell of Massachusetts, David Dudley Field of New York, Frederick T. Frelinghuysen of New Jersey, David Wilmot of Pennsylvania, Reverdy Johnson of Maryland, George W. Summers of Virginia, James Guthrie of Kentucky, Salmon P. Chase of Ohio, Stephen T. Logan of Illinois, James Harlan of Iowa, and others. But from the first it was a half-hearted, lame, and deceptive movement. The very conditions of its existence crippled and paralyzed it. The call was to afford to the people of the slaveholding states adequate guarantees for the security of their rights. The Northern states denied any such necessity. They thought they saw in this scheme only a new effort on the part of the slaveholding interests to extort that which it had failed to gain at the polls, and by the subsequent threat and movement of secession. There was considerable hesitation in sending Northern delegates, and it was finally done merely to parry misconstruction and the imputation of sectional hostility. The representation was incomplete. California, Oregon, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin were absent from the North, the 7 seceded states and Arkansas from the South. The assemblage had neither legal authority nor full popular confidence. It adopted the absurd and illogical method of voting by states, thereby reducing its representative character at least 1/2, and setting each separate delegation into active discord. It developed all the usual weaknesses of deliberative bodies, irrelevant talk, personal jealousy, and parliamentary tricks. Its worst derelictions, however, were the prevailing vices of the period, want of candor, and the evasion of palpable and overshadowing interests. Ex-President Tyler was called upon to preside over the convention, and Guthrie of Kentucky placed at the head of the leading committee. By February 15th, this committee reported a series of propositions to form a constitutional amendment, the chief feature of which was a reenactment of the Missouri Compromise. In other words, to divide the present territories by the parallel of 36 degrees 30 minutes, prohibiting slavery north and permitting it south of that line, and imposing such restrictions upon the acquisition of new territory as to amount to a virtual interdiction. These, with a number of secondary features and several minority reports and amendments, were debated until the 27th, when these main features of the committee's project were substantially adopted by the close vote of 9 states in the affirmative and 8 states in the negative. According to this vote, it seemed that the convention had agreed upon the Crittenden plan, but the result was only an apparent one. The previous afternoon, February 26th, had demonstrated the failure of the convention, for on that day a test vote was taken, and the line of 36 degrees 30 minutes rejected, 8-11. Delaware, Kentucky, Maryland, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee voting aye. Connecticut, Illinois, Iowa, Maine, Massachusetts, Missouri, New York, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Virginia voting no. The sentiment and attitude of the members may be classified under 4 heads. 1. A very small minority of the Southerners demanding extreme concessions to slavery and, as the alternative, bent on secession. 2. Republicans who demanded acquiescence in Lincoln's election. 3. Southern Unionists asking moderate guarantees for slavery, but who could not promise that guaranteeing them would bring back the seceded states. 4. Northern Unionists willing to concede almost anything for compromise. This divergence of opinion rendered the action of the convention wholly negative. Every proposition met abundant objection but no sufficient support. Troublesome queries were thrust aside, not answered. The convention would vote neither on the right of secession nor on the duty of coercion. All these circumstances, of course, lessened the public interest in its final action. The deliberations were held with closed doors, but the substance of its daily proceedings found report in the leading newspapers. The rejection of the line of 36 degrees 30 minutes on February 26th was the logical termination of its labors, and precisely what produced the reversal of its action, and the adoption of that identical plan on the following day has never been satisfactorily explained. The journals show that the vote of Illinois was changed, the vote of New York not counted, merely upon technical grounds, and the vote of Missouri not cast, for reasons not being given. An adjourned evening meeting, and some informal caucusing which intervened, both of which are mentioned, may have had their occult influence. At all events, the change of attitude and the adoption of a positive proposition was merely formal, and reflected neither the conviction nor will of the convention, the affirmative vote being less than a majority of the states represented. Nevertheless, it was treated as a genuine compromise. 100 guns were fired to celebrate the event, and the proposed amendment was gravely transmitted to Congress. Only 5 days of the session yet remained, and the House refused even to receive it. In the Senate it elicited some debate, and Mr. Crittenden assumed its championship, moving to substitute it for his own renewed and pending proposition. The Senate, however, clearly understood its worthlessness and, by ayes 7, noes 28, voted down the amendment. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. Chapter 15. The Constitutional Amendment. Though the efforts for a compromise which we have related failed in the specific form in which they were presented to Congress, they were not entirely barren of result. At a point where it was least expected, they contributed to the adoption by Congress of a measure of adjustment which might have restored harmony to the country if the movement of the Cotton States had not been originated and controlled by a conspiracy bent upon rebellion as its prime and ultimate object. The report of the Committee of 33 was made about the middle of January, but at that time none of its 6 propositions or recommendations commanded the attention of the House. The secession stage of the Revolution was just culminating. All was excitement and surprise over the ordinances of the Cotton States and the seizure, without actual collision or bloodshed, of the several Southern forts and arsenals. The retirement of the Southern members of Congress and the meeting of the revolutionary leaders to unite and construct their provisional government at Montgomery prolonged what was to the public a succession of dramatic and spectacular incidents, resembling the movements of a political campaign rather than the serious progress of a piece of orderly, businesslike statesmanship. The North could not yet believe that the designs of the Cotton State hotspurs were so desperate. The more conservative congressmen from the North and from the border states still hoped that good might come if an effort of conciliation and compromise were once more renewed. Accordingly, near the close of the session, February 27, 1861, Mr. Corwin, chairman of the House Committee of 33, brought forward one of the propositions which had been reported more than a month before from his committee. The original report proposed, in substance, an amendment of the Constitution providing that any constitutional interference with slavery must originate with the slave states and have the unanimous assent of all the states to become valid. Mr. Corwin, by an amendment, changed the phraseology and purport to the following. Article 13. No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any state with the domestic institutions thereof, including that of persons held to labor or service by the laws of said state. This amendment was adopted by the House on February 28, yeas 133, nays 65. The Senate also passed it during the night preceding the 4th of March, though in the journals of Congress it appears dated as of March 2nd. The variation is explained by the fact that the legislative day of the journal frequently runs through 2 or more calendar days. In that body the vote was, yeas 24, nays 12, and it was approved by President Buchanan probably only an hour or two before the inauguration of his successor. Mr. Lincoln alluded to this amendment in his inaugural address, reciting its substance and giving it his unreserved approval. "I understand," he said, "a proposed amendment to the Constitution, which amendment, however, I have not seen, has passed Congress, to the effect that the Federal Government shall never interfere with the domestic institutions of the States, including that of persons held to service. To avoid misconstruction of what I have said, I depart from my purpose not to speak of particular amendments so far as to say that, holding such a provision to now be implied constitutional law, I have no objection to its being made express and irrevocable." The new administration soon after transmitted this joint resolution to the several States to receive their official reaction, but nothing came of it. The South gave no response to the overture for peace, and in the North it was lost sight of amid the overshadowing events that immediately preceded the outbreak of hostilities. While no practical benefit grew out of the constitutional amendment, other measures were adopted by Congress which proved of value later in the struggle. The retirement of the Southern members gave the Republicans a certain power of legislation in both branches, though under conditions which required them to be circumspect and conservative. Indeed, their policy during this stormy and difficult period was to remain strictly on the defensive. They must wait patiently until Mr. Buchanan's term should expire and until Mr. Lincoln could be inaugurated and assume control of the executive functions. We find, therefore, in the congressional debates only so much party assertion as declared that they would not recede from the position taken by the party and endorsed by the people in the presidential election. Indeed, it may be said that they did not fully maintain their position. They consented to the passage of the bills organizing new territories of Colorado, Dakota, and Nevada, without insisting that they should contain a prohibition of slavery. While this might be regarded as an important concession, and was claimed by Douglas as an abandonment of the Chicago platform, yet by this moderation they perhaps also secured the admission of Kansas into the Union as a free state, which greatly strengthened their power in the Senate. So again, on the other hand, they yielded a point to which perhaps it might have been more prudent to adhere. The Select Committee of 5 and the Military Committee of the House had recommended 3 measures of considerable present and prospective importance. One was a bill to provide for calling forth the militia, designed to supply the President with military power to execute the laws. Another to provide for the collection of duties on board a ship, where the custom house could not be used, was intended to meet pending difficulties in Charleston harbor. Another was a proposition to amend the Force Bill of 1795. If these acts had become laws, they might, perhaps, have furnished the incoming administration with at least a part of the legal authority for which Lincoln was obliged to call the special session of 1861. But the Republican senators and representatives adhered to their course of inaction and abstained from passing these bills, with the double view of avoiding sectional irritation and to leave the new administration free to develop its own policy. Mr. Buchanan's administration had been as unfortunate in its financial management as in its treatment of the slavery question. "No nation has ever before been embarrassed from too large a surplus in its treasury," said he in his inaugural address. His Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Cobb, soon removed this embarrassment. When he took charge of the department, the Treasury was full to overflowing. When he abandoned it to go into secession, even the senators and representatives in Washington could not get enough cash on their salaries to pay their board bills. "Today," says the Washington correspondent of the New York Tribune, under the date of December 6, 1860, "the Speaker's warrants on the Treasury in favor of the pay of members of Congress were presented and refused for want of funds. This disgraceful state of affairs was brought to light by a selfish device invented by some of the members in the scramble for pocket money." Under the date of December 7th, the same paper relates, "Some members of the House of Representatives were sharp enough to get the Speaker's certificates for pay and mileage and present them personally at the Treasury, instead of collecting them through the Sergeant-at-Arms, thus securing their own dues, while others have been denied even pro rata, the Secretary already acknowledging an exhaustion of means." The speech of the chairman of the Committee of Ways and Means on December 10th confirms the newspaper statement. Members are aware, said he, that the government has not been able to pay, for the last week or two, our own salaries, and many other demands at New York and other places. We look in vain to the reports of Secretary Cobb for any proper explanation of this descent of the government within 4 years, from abundance to bankruptcy. The financial revulsion of 1857, the Utah expedition, and the secession movement are mentioned, but they do not afford a clear solution of the problem. Mr. Cobb dryly states the figures and leaves the public to form its own opinion. His report shows that on July 1, 1857, the public debt was only $29,060,386.90, and that the balance in the Treasury was $11,710,114.27. On July 1, 1860, the public debt, permanent and temporary, was $64,769,703.08, and the balance in the Treasury was only $3,629,206.71. The actual liabilities of the government had been increased $49,790,223.74. In other words, the public debt had been nearly trebled during 3 years of peace and almost normal prosperity. Thus the public credit was already undermined long before the secession panic exerted any influence. From July 1, 1860 onward, the decline was quick and disastrous. On September 8, 1860, Secretary Cobb negotiated 10 millions of 5% 10-year bonds at par and a slight premium. But this, his last financial transaction, failed in part. Only $7,022,000 was actually paid in. The remaining bidders refused to fulfill their engagements. His report of December 5, 1860, recommending an unconditional pledge of the public lands for an issue of Treasury notes, was calculated to alarm rather than reassure capitalists. 3 days afterwards, he resigned to embark in active rebellion. Congress, on December 17th, authorized an issue of 10 millions of Treasury notes at rates of interest offered by the lowest responsible bidder, but did not pledge the public lands. Mr. Cobb's successor, Philip F. Thomas, appointed December 12, 1860, also a secessionist and thereby ill-suited to strengthen the public credit, advertised 5 millions of these Treasury notes. The bids were opened on December 28, 1860, when, in addition to the revolutionary reports from the Cotton States, the rumor of a conspiracy by the rebels to seize Washington and the public archives was prevalent. The desperate straits of the government are shown in the first response by the capitalists. Less than half of the amount advertised was bid for at all. Only $121,100 was bid for at rates under 10%, $39,000 at 10 and under 12, $1,787,000 at 12, and from 12 the remaining bids ran up to 36%. The whole offer would have proven a substantial failure had not a few patriotic gentlemen in New York, not losing sight of their financial advantage, used personal solicitation to make up a combination bid for $1.5 million at 12%, on the condition, however, that the sum should be used 4 days later to pay the January interest on the public debt, which would otherwise have suffered default. This half-financial, half-patriotic exertion of a few leading bank firms saved the national credit from dishonor, and the newspapers once more sharply contrasted from what height to what depth it had sunk by recalling the fact that at the beginning of Buchanan's administration, Secretary Cobb bought up the 6% of 1868 at 16% premium in order to get rid of the surplus in the Treasury. Seeing the resolute action of these bankers in the crisis, other capitalists so far recovered from their panic that they now came forward and by private agreement upon 12% interest took the balance of the 5 millions for which, a few days before, they had been too timid to bid at all. In the new cabinet complications at this juncture, Secretary Thomas in turn resigned, and on January 11, 1861, President Buchanan, upon financial compulsion as related, appointed John A. Dix, then postmaster at New York, to succeed him. Personally acquainted with New York merchants and bankers, Mr. Dix could make a stronger appeal to their interest to support the government with financial aid. A new $5 million offer of Treasury notes, the remainder authorized by the act of December 17, 1860, had been advertised before Thomas's resignation. Dix meanwhile assumed the duties of the Treasury Department and inspired public confidence by his personal worth and openly declared loyalty. The bids were opened January 19, 1861, and exhibited a decided improvement of financial credit. More than 12 millions were bid for, at rates of interest ranging from 8 3/4 to 20%, the bulk being from 10 to 12%. Dix awarded $3,230,000 at rates of interest under 11%, and the remainder at 11%. The public liabilities, maturing and current, were now, however, accumulating with such rapidity that he was compelled to recommend a new loan. An act of February 8, 1861, authorized him to issue 25 millions of 6% 10 to 20 years bonds. 8 millions were advertised and awarded to bidders on February 23. Financial courage had so far returned that 14 millions were bid for, and at rates which enabled him to sell the whole 8 millions at an average of a trifle over 9.5% discount. These financial struggles of the government, which occurred before the revolutionary crisis had fairly set in, are related to show that a measure of legislation grew out of them which had an important influence in sustaining its power when the storm of war soon after burst. The free trade doctrines of the Democratic Party had, with the success of that party in electing Presidents Pierce and Buchanan, also resulted in the enactment by Congress of the low tariff of March 3, 1857. The Republicans had long alleged that the policy of this act would impoverish the Treasury, and now when the government revenues had steadily fallen behind its expenditures, at a rate of about 20 millions a year, their complaint appeared to be well founded. Whatever difference of views might exist about financial cause and effect, there could be none that some radical measure to replenish the Treasury was imperative. The Morrill Tariff Bill, as it was called, was pending in Congress. A year before, it was passed by the House but defeated in the Senate. It was now urged by its friends with new zeal. The members from the seceding states had been among its sturdiest opponents. But when in January they retired from their seats in the House and Senate, the adoption of the measure became practicable. The Morrill Tariff Act was accordingly passed and signed by President Buchanan on March 2, 1861. It was a comprehensive measure, raising the duties on imported merchandise from an average of 19 to an average of 36%, and had the double effect of materially increasing the customs receipts and stimulating the productive energies of the country. It went into operation on the 1st of April, and thus its quickening and strengthening help came just at the opportune moment when the nation was compelled to gird up its loins for a gigantic war. But the law was not alone confined to the subject of the tariff. Two important financial provisions were embodied in it. One gave the President authority to borrow 10 millions additional, either in the form of bonds or Treasury notes, and another permitted him to substitute Treasury notes for the whole or any part of the money which he was authorized to borrow by previous acts. When a few days later Lincoln became President and Chase Secretary of the Treasury, they could look with a little dizziness into the financial gulf already open, and constantly widening before their vision, remembering that by the terms of this act, they had power to issue about 40 millions of Treasury notes without further legislation, namely, a balance of $13 million under the Act of June 22, 1860, a balance of $17 million under the Act of February 8, 1861, and the $10 million directly provided for in the Morrill Tariff Act. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 from Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3 by John Hay and John George NICOLAY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 3, Chapter 16. Among the first congratulations which poured in upon Mr. Lincoln after his election was a terse greeting from ex-Governor Chase dated November 7 that admirably expressed the prevalent feeling. You are President-elect. I congratulate you and thank God. The great object of my wishes and labors for 19 years is accomplished in the overthrow of the slave power. The space is now clear for the establishment of a policy of freedom on safe and firm grounds. The lead is yours. The responsibility is great. May God strengthen you for your great duties. Day after day confirmed the completeness of the Republican victory, and 2 weeks after election, the city of Springfield was in the blaze and glory of a great celebration to signalize the result. Projected merely as a local jubilee, it called to the city crowds of rejoicing strangers. Though he had not said a public word during the campaign, Mr. Lincoln could not, on this occasion, refuse the sound of his voice to the huge torchlight procession and the crowds of his neighbors and friends whose shouts called him to the door of his modest home. It was not the voice of partisan exultation, however, but of patriotic liberality. He said, "Friends and fellow citizens, please excuse me on the occasion from making a speech. I thank you in common with all those who have thought fit by their votes to endorse the Republican cause. I rejoice with you in the success which has thus far attended that cause. Yet in all our rejoicings, let us neither express nor cherish any hard feelings towards any citizen who by his vote has differed with us. Let us at all times remember that all American citizens are brothers of a common country and should dwell together in the bonds of fraternal feeling." We will perceive hereafter how in this simple utterance of his opening presidential career he struck the key note of blended firmness and charity which was to become the characteristic of his administration. Springfield now became for some months the Mecca of American politics. Casual visitors tarried for a few hours to shake hands with the newly chosen chief. Correspondents of leading newspapers established temporary headquarters from which to send their readers penned pictures of his personal appearance, his daily habits, his home and public surroundings, and to catch the flying and often contradictory rumors of his probable intentions. Artists came to paint his portrait, ambitious politicians to note new party currents, and veteran statesmen to urge the adoption of favorite theories or the advancement of faithful adherents. To all appearance, Lincoln remained unchanged. In the unpretending two-story frame house which constituted his home, his daily routine continued as before, except that his door was oftener open to welcome the curious visitor or to shelter the confidential discussion of ominous occurrences in national affairs. His daily public occupation was to proceed to the governor's office in the State House, to receive the cordial and entirely unceremonious greetings of high and low, whosoever chose to enter at the open door, and in the interim to keep himself informed by means of the daily increasing budget of letters and newspapers of the events of the country at large, and to give directions to his private secretary as to what replies should be made to important communications. Beyond the arrival of distinguished visitors, there was in all this no sign of elevation and rulership. He was still the kind neighbor and genial companion who had for every one he met the same bearing which for a quarter of a century had made his name a household synonym of manly affection, virtue, and honor. Under this quiet exterior and commonplace routine he was, however, already undergoing most anxious and harassing labors. Day by day, the horizon of politics gathered gloom, and the theory of secession became the theme of every newspaper and the staple question of his daily visitors. Even upon theories, Lincoln maintained a prudent reserve. Nevertheless, his qualified comments to friends were prompt and clear. "My own impression is," said he, November 15, leaving myself room to modify the opinion if upon a further investigation I should see fit to do so, that this government possesses both the authority and the power to maintain its own integrity. That, however, is not the ugly point of this matter. The ugly point is the necessity of keeping the government together by force, as ours should be a government of fraternity." Later, December 13, he formulated his opinion a little more in detail. "The very existence," said he, "of a general and national government implies the legal power, right, and duty of maintaining its own integrity. This, if not expressed, is at least implied in the Constitution. The right of a state to secede is not an open or debatable question. It was fully discussed in Jackson's time, and denied not only by him, but by the vote of Congress. It is the duty of a president to execute the laws and maintain the existing government. He cannot entertain any proposition for dissolution or dismemberment. He was not elected for any such purpose. As a matter of theoretical speculation, it is probably true that if the people with whom the whole question rests should become tired of the present government, they might change it in the manner prescribed by the Constitution. The secrets of the incipient rebellion and the treachery and conspiracy of a portion of Mr. Buchanan's cabinet, which have been so fully laid bare from data only since become accessible, neither Mr. Lincoln nor any one save the actors themselves had then means of knowing. But in addition to other current sources of information, the confidential letters of Captain Abner Doubleday, second in command at Fort Moultrie, written to the captain's brother in New York, were, so long as mail communication remained, forwarded to the President-elect, giving him an inside view of matters at that critical post. Most important, however, in influence and most valuable in possible as well as actual consequences, were the correspondence and confidence which established themselves at an early day between Mr. Lincoln and General Scott. The general was evidently somewhat proud of his famous views, written to President Buchanan under date of October 29, 1860, as a political suggestion. He transmitted a copy of the same to the President-elect, as he had done to many other gentlemen of prominence. A brief acknowledgment was written in reply November 9. Mr. Lincoln tenders his sincere thanks to General Scott for the copy of his views, etc., which is received, and especially for this renewed manifestation of his patriotic purposes as a citizen, connected as it is with his high official position and most distinguished character as a military captain. The delicate compliment and dignified reserve made their impression on the old hero, called to Washington about the middle of December and smarting under the neglect of Secretary Floyd and the discouraging indifference of President Buchanan. His hopes turned toward the elect of the people at Springfield. It was at this juncture, December 17, that a friend of long standing called upon the general, and in a confidential and frank interview learned from his own lips the alarming dangers of the government, the neglect of the administration to send reinforcements, the defenseless situation of Fort Moultrie, and that Sumter, the key of Charleston harbor, lay at the mercy of a mob. None of his suggestions or recommendations have been acted upon, and of course he is powerless to do anything further, but his heart is sound and true. I wish to God, said he, that Mr. Lincoln was in office. He continued, I do not know him, but I believe him a true, honest, and conservative man. Then he asked earnestly, Mr. Washburn, is he a firm man? I answered that I had known you long and well, and that you would discharge your duty and your whole duty in the sight of the furnace 7 times heated. He then said resolutely and hopefully, all is not lost. In response to this patriotic expression of the general, the return mail carried the following letter from Lincoln to Washburn, dated December 21. Last night I received your letter giving an account of your interview with General Scott, and for which I thank you. Please present my respects to the general, and tell him confidentially I shall be obliged to him to be as well prepared as he can to either hold or retake the forts, as the case may require, at and after the inauguration. A little later, Mr. Lincoln again sent messages of esteem and confidence to the general by Senators Cameron and Baker, who made visits to Springfield. I have seen General Scott, writes Cameron in reply, January 3, who bids me say he will be glad to act under your orders in all ways to preserve the Union. He says Mr. Buchanan at last has called on him to see that order shall be preserved at the inauguration in this district, that for this purpose he has ordered here 2 companies of flying artillery, and that he will organize the militia and have himself sworn in as a constable. The old warrior is roused, and he will be equal to the occasion. This statement was repeated in an autograph note from the general himself on the following day. Lieutenant General Scott is highly gratified with the favorable opinion entertained of him by the President-elect as he learns through Senators Baker and Cameron, also personal friends of General S., who is happy to reciprocate his highest respect and esteem. The President-elect may rely with confidence on General S.'s utmost exertions in the service of his country, the Union, both before and after the approaching inauguration. The General then mentions in detail the measures just taken under the reorganized Cabinet and the accession of Mr. Holt to countermand the shipment of the Pittsburgh guns, to send reinforcements to Fort Jefferson, and to secure the safety of Washington for the presidential count and the approaching inauguration. Permit me, wrote Mr. Lincoln in reply, January 11, to renew to you the assurance of my high appreciation of the many past services you have rendered the Union, and my deep gratification at this evidence of your present active exertions to maintain the integrity and honor of the nation. The President-elect was further gratified to receive about the same time from the veteran General Wool a letter of uncompromising loyalty. Many thanks, Lincoln wrote in reply, January 14, for your patriotic and generous letter of the 11th instant. As to how far the military force of the government may become necessary to the preservation of the Union, and more particularly how that force can best be directed to the object, I must chiefly rely upon General Scott and yourself. It affords me the profoundest satisfaction to know that with both of you, judgment and feeling go heartily with your sense of professional and official duty to the work. Meanwhile, trusty friends in Washington, both in and out of Congress, had kept Lincoln informed by letter of public events occurring there, so far as they were permitted to come to the knowledge of Republicans. How the Cabinet was divided, how the message was scouted, the bold utterances of treason, the growing apprehensions of the public, but general opinion was still in a hopeful mood. Mr. Mann, wrote one, who stated that he knew you personally, requested me to say that he had seen the Union dissolve twice, once when Southern members of Congress refused for 3 days to occupy their seats, and that it all ended in smoke. He did not appear the least alarmed about the secession movement, but others, particularly Thurlow Weed and Horace Greeley, expressed great anxiety. These were influential names, and it may be well to cite their own words. I am anticipating troubles, wrote Mr. Weed December 2, not generally apprehended by our friends. I want the North to be sure she is right, and then to go ahead. Some days later he wrote further, in consultation yesterday with several friends, it was thought best to invite the governors of several states to meet in this city on Thursday of next week, so that, if possible, there should be harmony of views and action between them. It occurred to me that you should be apprised of this movement. Of course, it is to be quiet and confidential. I have been acting without knowledge of your views upon vital questions, but I find it safe to trust the head and heart when both are under the guidance of right motives. I do not want you to be saddled with the responsibilities of the government before you take the helm. On the question of preserving the Union, I am unwilling to see a united South and a divided North, nor is such an alternative necessary. With wisdom and prudence, we can unite the North in upholding the supremacy of the Constitution and laws, and thus united, your administration will have its foundation upon a rock. To this, Mr. Lincoln replied as follows on the 17th of December. Yours of the 11th was received 2 days ago. Should the convocation of governors of which you speak seem desirous to know my views on the present aspect of things, tell them you judge from my speeches that I will be inflexible on the territorial question, that I probably think either the Missouri line extended or Douglas's and Eli Thayer's popular sovereignty would lose us everything we gain by the election, that filibustering for all south of us and making slave states of it would follow in spite of us in either case. Also that I probably think all opposition real and apparent to the fugitive slave clause of the Constitution ought to be withdrawn. I believe you can pretend to find but little, if anything, in my speeches about secession. but my opinion is that no state can in any way lawfully get out of the Union without the consent of the others, and that it is the duty of the President and other government functionaries to run the machine as it is. Horace Greeley, editor of the New York Tribune, not only had similar fears, but what was much worse, by his editorials encouraged the South to hope for peaceable disunion. He wrote November 30, Webster and Marshall and Story have reasoned well. The federal flag represents a government, not a mere league. We are in many respects one nation from the St. John to the Rio Grande. But the genius of our institutions is essentially Republican and averse to the employment of military force to fasten one section of our Confederacy to the other. If 8 states having 5 millions of people choose to separate from us, they cannot be permanently withheld from so doing by federal canon. There is a pretty general belief here that the Cotton States will go out of the Union, wrote a correspondent from Washington. One South Carolina member is sorry for the condition of things in his state, is at heart opposed to disunion, but I will not mention his name lest it should by some means get into the newspapers, or was forced into the secession movement against his will. This I have from good authority, and yet the statement may be a mistake. It is hard to get at the exact truth. From another, Mr. Lincoln received information as to the course of his party friends. A good feeling prevails among Republican senators. The impression withal, unless there be one exception, is that Republicans have no concessions to make or compromises to offer, and that it is impolitic even to discuss making them. I was a little surprised that the House voted to raise a committee on the State of the Union. Inactivity and a kind of spirit is, it seems to me, all that is left for us to do till the 4th of March. I have never in my life, wrote Mr. Corwin, chairman of the Committee of 33, December 10, seen my country in such a dangerous position. I look upon it with great alarm, but I am resolved not to be paralyzed by dismay. Our safety can only be ensured by looking the danger full in the face and acting with calm dignity in such way as that, if possible, we may ride out the storm. These few extracts out of a multitude indicate the current and character of the reports which reached Mr. Lincoln from various quarters. The hopes of the more sanguine were unfortunately not realized. The timid grew more despondent, the traitors bolder, and the crisis almost became a panic. Businessmen and capitalists of the eastern states were beginning to exert a pressure for concessions to avert civil war, under which staunch Republicans were on the point of giving way. The border states, through their presses and their public men, implored a compromise, but their entreaty was uniformly directed to the Republicans to make concessions, and more often to justify than to denounce disunion. Some of the conspirators themselves adroitly encouraged this effort to demoralize the North by a pretense of contrition. South Carolina, I suppose, wrote a friend to Mr. Lincoln, will try on her secession project. Perhaps some of the Cotton States will follow. Their number will not be large. Indeed, I know that some of the heretofore most rabid secessionists now tremble before the brink on which they stand. They would retreat without trying the experiment if they had not kindled a fire at home which is beyond their control. This, in substance, Jefferson Davis stated to Fitch no longer ago than yesterday. The profession did not well accord with the signing of the conspirators' secession address by that senator only 3 days before. I listened yesterday to Mr. Crittenden's speech, wrote another friend, in support of his proposed compromise. In my opinion, he is one of the most patriotic and at the same time mischievous of the Southern senators. After Mr. Crittenden, Mr. Johnson of Tennessee took the floor. His simple declaration that the supposed wrongs must be settled inside of the Union is worth 100-fold more than all the patriotic wailing of the antediluvian Crittendens. There were plenty of correspondence to announce and describe the present and impending dangers, but none to furnish a solution of the difficulty. There was no end of wild suggestion, and that too from prominent men ordinarily capable of giving counsel. One, as we have seen, was for accepting disunion. Another thought a letter or proclamation from the President-elect would still the storm. A third wanted him to drop down into Washington with a carpet sack. A fourth advised him to march to the capital with 100,000 wide-awakes. Still a fifth proposed he should create a diversion by the purchase of Cuba. It was a providential blessing that in such a crisis the President-elect was a man of unfailing common sense and complete self-control. He watched the rising clouds of insurrection. He noted the anxious warnings of his friends. He was neither buoyed up by reckless hopes nor cast down by exaggerated fears. He bided his time, grasped at no rash counsels or experiments, uttered neither premature cry of alarm nor boast of overweening confidence. He resisted pressing solicitations to change his position, to explain his intention, to offer, either for himself or the great national majority which chose him, any apology for his or their high prerogative exercised in his election. It must not, however, be inferred from the foregoing that Mr. Lincoln shut himself up in total silence. To discreet friends as well as to honorable opponents under the seal of confidence, he was always free to repeat his well-formed convictions and even in some degree to foreshadow his probable course. It is gratifying to note in this connection, especially since it evinces his acute judgment of human nature, that in few instances was such confidence violated during the whole period of his candidacy and official life. By unnoticed beginnings, he easily and naturally assumed the leadership of his party in the personal interviews and private correspondence following the election. He was never obtrusive or dictatorial, but in a suggestion to one, a hint to another, a friendly explanation or admonition to a third, he soon gave direction, unity, and confidence to his adherents. William Cullen Bryant, for instance, was strongly opposed to Mr. Seward's going into the cabinet. Lincoln wrote him a few lines in explanation, which brought back the following qualified acquiescence. I have this moment received your note. Nothing could be more fair or more satisfactory than the principle you lay down in regard to the formation of your council of official advisers. I shall always be convinced that whatever selection you make, it will be made conscientiously. Mr. Greeley was, as we have seen, indulging in damaging vagaries about peaceable secession, and to him Lincoln sent a word of friendly caution. Greeley wrote a statement of his views in reply, but substantially yielded the point. He said a state could no more secede at pleasure from the Union than a stave could secede from a cask. That if 8 or 10 contiguous states sought to leave, he should say, "There's the door, go." But if the seceding state or states go to fighting and defying the laws, the Union being yet undissolved save by their own say-so, I guess they will have to be made to behave themselves. I fear nothing, care for nothing, but another disgraceful back-down of the free states. That is the only real danger. Let the Union slide, it may be reconstructed. Let presidents be assassinated, we can elect more. But the Republicans be defeated and crushed, let them. We shall rise again. But another nasty compromise whereby everything is conceded and nothing secured will so thoroughly disgrace and humiliate us that we can never again raise our heads, and this country becomes a second edition of the Barbary States, as they were 60 years ago. Take any form but that. On this point, Lincoln's note had reassured his shrinking faith. The Tribune announced that Mr. Lincoln had no thought of concession, and thenceforward that powerful journal took a more healthy and hopeful tone. Honorable William Kellogg, the Illinois representative on the Committee of 33, wrote to him for instructions as to the course he should pursue. Under date of December 11, Mr. Lincoln replied, "Entertain no proposition for a compromise in regard to the extension of slavery. The instant you do so, they have us under again. All our labors lost, and sooner or later must be done over. Douglas is sure to be again trying to bring in his popular sovereignty. Have none of it. The tug has to come, and better now than later. You know, I think, the fugitive slave clause of the Constitution ought to be enforced, and to put it in its mildest form ought not to be resisted." It is evident that Lincoln was at this time not without serious apprehension that the threats and movements of secession might induce some of the less sturdy Republicans to listen to appeals for concession. For on December 13 he repeated this monition to his friend Washburne in Congress with added emphasis. Your long letter received. Prevent as far as possible any of our friends from demoralizing themselves in their cause by entertaining propositions for compromise of any sort on slavery extension. There is no possible compromise upon it, but what puts us under again, and all our work to do over again. Whether it be a Missouri line or Eli Thayer's popular sovereignty, it is all the same. Let either be done, and immediately filibustering and extending slavery recommences. On that point, hold firm as a chain of steel. Some weeks later, Kellogg visited Lincoln to further urge his views of compromise on the president-elect. As a result of that visit, Lincoln wrote the following letter to Seward on February 1. On the 21st, Ultimate Honorable William Kellogg, a Republican member of Congress of this state, whom you probably know, was here in a good deal of anxiety, seeking to ascertain to what extent I would be consenting for our friends to go in the way of compromise on the now vexed question. While he was with me, I received a dispatch from Senator Trumbull at Washington alluding to the same question and telling me to await letters. I therefore told Mr. Kellogg that when I should receive these letters posting me as to the state of affairs at Washington, I would write to you, requesting you to let him see my letter. To my surprise, when the letters mentioned by Judge Trumbull came, they made no allusion to the vexed question. This baffled me so much that I was near not writing you at all, in compliance with what I had said to Judge Kellogg. I say now, however, as I have all the while said, that on the territorial question, that is, the question of extending slavery under the national auspices, I am inflexible. I am for no compromise which assists or permits the extension of the institution on soil owned by the nation, and any trick by which the nation is to acquire territory and then allow some local authority to spread slavery over it is as obnoxious as any other. I take it that to effect some such result as this and to put us again on the high road to a slave empire is the object of all these proposed compromises. I am against it. As to fugitive slaves, District of Columbia, slave trade among the slave states, and whatever springs necessity from the fact that the institution is amongst us, I care but little, so that what is done be comely and not altogether outrageous. Nor do I care much about New Mexico if further extension were hedged against. We shall describe somewhat in detail the formation of Lincoln's cabinet, and will only mention here that on December the 13th he began that work by tendering the post of Secretary of State to Mr. Seward, which offer was accepted December 28. The correspondence between these eminent men affords an interesting view of the beginnings of the new administration. Mr. Weed, finding it not inconvenient to go west, wrote Seward December 16, I've had some conversation with him concerning the condition and the prospect of public affairs, and he will be able to inform you of my present unsettled view of the subject upon which you so kindly wrote me a few days ago. I shall remain at home until his return, and shall then, in further conference with him, have the advantage of a knowledge of the effect of public events certain to occur this week. Thurlow Weed, the editor of the Albany Evening Journal, who held a unique position as the intimate friend of Seward and as a politician of unrivaled influence in the state of New York, went to Springfield and had several interviews with the president-elect. There is no record of these conferences, but it is likely that Mr. Weed urged on those occasions, as he did on all others, the utmost forbearance, conciliation, and concession to the South. To employ his favorite formula, he wanted Republicans to meet secession as patriots and not as partisans. The sentiment and the alliteration were both pleasing, but Lincoln, trained in almost lifelong debate with Douglas, the most subtle juggler in words ever known to American politics, was not a man to deal in vague phrases. He told Mr. Weed just what he would concede and just how far he would conciliate, drew him a sharp line and a definite line to show where partisanship ends and where patriotism begins. When Mr. Weed returned, he bore with him the written statement of Lincoln, what he believed and was determined to assert and maintain on pending and probable issues. Mr. Seward's letter of December 26 to Lincoln gives us the sequel of this visit. I had only the opportunity for conferring with Mr. Weed, which was afforded by our journeying together on the railroad from Syracuse to Albany. He gave me verbally the substance of the suggestion you prepared for the consideration of the Republican members, but not the written proposition. This morning I received the latter from him, and also information for the first time of your expectation that I would write to you concerning the temper of parties and the public here. I met on Monday my Republican associates on the Committee of 13, and afterwards the whole committee. With the unanimous consent of our section, I offered 3 propositions which seemed to me to cover the ground of the suggestion made by you through Mr. Weed as I understood it. First, that the Constitution should never be altered so as to authorize Congress to abolish or interfere with slavery in the states. This was accepted. Second, that the fugitive slave law should be amended by granting a jury trial to the fugitive. This, in opposition to our votes, was amended so as to give the jury in the state from which the fugitive fled, and so amended was voted down by our own votes. The committee had already agreed to Mr. Crittenden's amendment concerning the fees of the commissioner, making them the same when the fugitive is returned to slavery as when he is discharged. Our third resolution was that Congress recommend to all the states to revise their legislation concerning persons recently resident in other states and to repeal all such laws which contravene the Constitution of the United States or any law of Congress passed in pursuance thereof. This was rejected by the pro-slavery vote of the committee. Today we have had another meeting. I offered, with the concurrence of my political associates, a 4th proposition, viz. That Congress should pass a law to punish invasions of our states and conspiracies to effect such invasions, but the latter only in the state and district where the acts of such complicity were committed. This, by the votes of our opponents, was amended so as practically to carry out Mr. Douglas's suggestion of last winter for the revival of the old sedition law of John Adams's time, and then was rejected by our own votes. This evening, the Republican members of the committee, with Judge Trumbull and Mr. Fessenden, met at my house to consider your written suggestion and determine whether it shall be offered. While we think the ground has already been covered, we find that in the form you give it, it would divide our friends not only in the committee but in Congress, a portion being unwilling to give up their old opinion that the duty of executing the constitutional provisions concerning fugitives from service belongs to the states and not at all to Congress. But we shall confer and act as wisely as we can. Thus far, I have reported only our action on the subject of your suggestion. I proceed now to tell you what I think of the temper of the parties and of the public here. South Carolina has already taken her attitude of defiance. Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana are pushed on towards the same attitude. I think that they could not be arrested even if we should offer all you suggest, and with it the restoration of the Missouri Compromise line. But persons acting for those states intimate that they might be so arrested because they think that the Republicans are not going to concede the restoration of that line. The action of the border states is uncertain. Sympathy there is strong with the cotton states, while prudence and patriotism dictate adhesion to the Union. Nothing could certainly restrain them but the adoption of Mr. Crittenden's compromise, and I do not see the slightest indication of its adoption on the Republican side of the Congress. The members stand nearly or quite as firm against it as the country is. Under these circumstances, time and accident, it seems to me, must determine the course of the border states. Probably all the debate and conferences we have hitherto had will sink out of the public mind within a week or two, when the Republican members shall have refused to surrender at discretion to the state of South Carolina. New and exciting subjects will enter into the agitation and control results. Thus I have said all that I am able to say of the temper of parties and of the public. I add very respectfully my own opinion on the probable future. The United States of America, their Constitution, their capital, their organization, and all its departments, and with all its military and naval forces, will stand and pass without resistance into your hands. There will be several, perhaps all, of the slave states standing in a contumacious attitude on the 4th of March. Sedition will be growing weaker and loyalty stronger every day from the acts of secession as they occur. But now the crisis in the affairs of the government was approaching. It is already foreshadowed in Seward's letter of December 28. "There is a feverish excitement here," wrote he, "which awakens all kinds of apprehensions of popular disturbance and disorders connected with your assumption of the government." And he suggested that Mr. Lincoln should prepare to come to Washington a week sooner than usual on such occasions, prefacing the advice with the statement, "I do not entertain these apprehensions myself," but by the day following he became convinced of the danger, and again wrote, "At length I have gotten a position in which I can see what is going on in the councils of the President. It pains me to learn that things there are even worse than is understood. The President is debating day and night on the question whether he shall not recall Major Anderson and surrender Fort Sumter and go on arming the South. A plot is forming to seize the capital on or before the 4th of March, and this too has its accomplices in the public council. I could tell you more particularly than I dare write, but you must not imagine that I am giving you suspicions and rumors. Believe me that I know what I write. In point of fact, the responsibilities of your administration must begin before the time arrives." Mr. Seward then advises that the President should arrive earlier, that he appoint his Secretaries of War, Navy, and Treasury, and that they come to Washington as soon as possible. The events of a day or two, however, dissipated the apparent magnitude of the crisis. Buchanan's council broke up. Floyd retired in disgrace. The cabinet was reorganized. Holt was made Secretary of War, and the plots of the conspirators were exposed and for a season baffled. End of chapter 16.